ocean walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense. Faceless shadows, glowing screens, fists of fury, broken dreams, world of pixels cold and stark, echoes in the endless dark. Glory seekers scattered fights, streaming through the endless nights, triumphs darkened by the pain, in this digital domain. Lost in streets where shadows roam, silent screams with far from home. Faces bleed and stories fade, in the game where lines are played. Ghostly tears and shattered pride, in this place there's nowhere to hide. Cursing at the ghostly crowd, silent whispers growling loud. Melted battles, endless wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls. Glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
Shelter. Sure.
Alright. Get this underway.
Cataclysm. The three astronauts were staring down at the surface of the moon from the Orion as it was docking with the lunar gateway. The sight was astonishing, to say the least. They were close enough to see the curve of the planetary satellite with its terrific white glow against the dark void behind it. A pearl latched in the abyss. Then, as all three were feeling the intensity of the moment of their approach, something odd appeared on the horizon of the moon. Piercing the darkness of space were tremendous edifices, as pearly white as the cosmic body they were on, shattering all understanding of Earth's planetary companion in an instant. Nobody expected to find the signs of civilization upon mankind's return to the moon.
I don't understand.
The commander of the Orion blurted out, admitting defeat for the first time in his life, and drawing more attention to himself from his crewmates than he had intended. The artificial structures that stood tall on the pale ground of the moon looked old. They were old. Tens of thousands of years old, hundreds of thousands, millions, as old as the moon itself even. Nobody knew. could they? No one had ever seen them before. Mission Control, we have a problem. There's no right way to say this, so I'm just gonna say it. We're looking down at what seems like the ruins of an ancient city on the surface. After a brief silence, NASA's Mission Control answered with a round of applause and laughter.
We all appreciate the joke, Commander. Hopefully some tension back here.
Sir, that wasn't a joke, he replied, but hesitated. For a moment, the commander thought it might have indeed been a joke. A cosmic joke played on humanity for the amusement of beings far greater than anything that could be imagined. Ones that could create entire cities or complete cosmic bodies out of nothing. Beings as terrible as they were divine. The three-man crew of the Artemis III mission was definitely ill-prepared for what had been laying in wait on the moon for the longest of times. Dormant, buried, or imprisoned there. Mission Control, how should we proceed? Another silence, followed by more laughter.
Watch out for booby traps,
They replied, and laughter boomed from the comms yet again, making the commander and his crewmates very nervous. None on the Orion were laughing. I'd like to say that we're screwed, but I think you already know that. Let's proceed as planned and head to the lander after we're fully docked. Once we're down there, I guess we're going to have to take a look at those ruins before we do anything else. The commander addressed his crew after the transmission with NASA was over. Yes, sir, was the reply he got. Not the one wished for. They couldn't just turn back anyways. The three of them would be the first humans to step back on the moon after more than half a century. There was an entire planet waiting for them to go live from the surface. So following the procedure for landing on the moon to the letter, the steps of the brave souls that manned the Apollo missions, the crew of Artemis III found themselves on the surface of Earth's natural satellite without a hitch. Mission Control, proceeding with the lunar rover at Side Alpha.
Artemis 3, you have a go-ahead from Control. We're receiving visual.
Mission Control answered, and after a slight lag, the obvious shift in tone put the fear of God in the commander's bones.
We see the ruins. Our assembly experts from around the globe to get to the bottom of it. Apologies from ground control for this communication previously. Stay safe, Commander. We don't know what we'll be dealing with once you reach the site.
Acknowledged, the commander replied. He did not expect that answer. He prayed that what he and his crew had seen was an illusion, a mirage, anything other than what NASA had confessed to seeing as well. In just a few clicks, the Artemis III crew were on their way. The rover stirred up the regolith, creating a cloud of deadly dust as it moved toward the ruins. Barely anything could be seen from the small windshield or the front-facing cameras of the vehicle, so the crew relied mostly on their radar. As it beeped, potentially heavily among the three guys inside. They were expecting to be excited and elated once they touched ground. They were supposed to be heroes. And yet, they were three shivering astronauts facing something more terrifying than the vacuum of space. An impossibility. The outline of a massive monument started looming between the moon dust. Closer, yet indiscernible. Alien and brutalist. the front walls of the most mesmerizing monument to stand tall beyond the limits of Earth could barely be seen from inside the rover, but it could be felt. Mission Control, we have arrived at Site Alpha. Parking the rover and making our way to the structures. Are we online?
Artemis 3, that's a negative. As of 3 hours prior, this mission has been classified. Our assembly of experts is currently working on a possible explanation for the appearance of the ruins.
Mission Control answered coldly and succinctly, without much further instruction. Everyone was as baffled as the astronauts. Most of all, the archaeologists who were part of the experts NASA had called upon. There were things they could recognize in the design and markings on the monuments, but none of them made any sense. The commander knew that he would have answers much faster than anyone on Earth possibly could. He and his crew were there, boots on the ground, overshadowed by a monolithic monument of origins beyond comprehension. Not even visiting the world's largest building had made him feel the way he felt at that moment, standing on the moon and looking up at the steep walls of the ruined edifice closest to him. There was power emanating from the structure, even though it looked long dead, neglected, and forgotten. His suit suddenly felt tight and heavy. I'm going to proceed toward the site. The two of you stay back with the vehicle. The commander ordered his crew via comms, who were still standing far back behind him. He tried taking a step forward in the direction of the closest building. However, his step did not feel the way it should have, considering the massive difference between the gravity of the moon and that of Earth. What the fuck is this? He spoke aloud again, even though he didn't want to. A lump appeared in his throat as soon as the words left his mouth. His lips felt dry, and the air in his suit became hotter, uncomfortably hotter, and denser. Commander, I think you should come back to the rover. His second reacted to the fear he misinterpreted in the commander's voice. Negative. Sir, can you think of a more exciting discovery? Can you even imagine what's in there? Who built it? And when? He asked, becoming intoxicated by the sight of the monument growing ever clearer as he was moving ever closer to it. The might of the structure had been influencing the commander's mind. Each difficult step slowly turned what had been terror, shaking his entire body, into amazement. It was the kind of amazement that had been the detriment of many explorers in the past. The killing kind. The kind of curiosity that is only rewarded in theory, and not in fact. At that moment, he was Orpheus looking back into the underworld, defying the gods and testing his fate. He trekked on, even though he knew that he should have been leaping forward, and not feeling like moving through snow with weights on his feet, barely able to lift his boots off the ground. The two remaining astronauts watched intently at their commanding officer as he was making his way to the structure. His frame began giving the structure the context of height none of them were truly aware of until that moment. The juxtaposition of the commander and the monument was staggering. Moreover, his tiny scale compared to that of each stair leading into the edifice curdled their blood. "Sir, come back!" The commander's second pleaded with him again, fear overtaking him entirely. Then he turned to his colleague. "Can you feel that?" "I feel a small tremble under my feet." There was no use in pleading, nor was there any more time. Armstrong might have been the first one to step on the moon, but we will be remembered as the ones that found. A sudden, otherworldly, spine-chilling, preternatural shriek interrupted the commander and made the three astronauts convulse in pain. It was the most horrifying sound the human ear can experience. Blood began dripping out of the astronauts' ears. Their heads were struck by the most insufferable vertigo one can feel. They trained for withstanding such things back home, and yet it annihilated their motor control in an instant. Mortal ears cannot bear the word of a god. The commander yelled out, but he could not hear his own voice. 3 astronauts, 3 husks of flesh, deaf and almost blind from the dust rising even higher around them, were all but eviscerated with a single sound. It was only one word that came from a creature so ancient that it knew how the moon had been made, and might have even aided in its build.
Who dares disturb my slumber?
A question appeared out of nowhere as a thought in the commander's mind. It was unbearable to think it, to feel it inside his head. An intrusive thought like no other, because it was not his thought that had sunk deep into his brain. It was not his question, or his inner voice asking it. If the physical pain that the commander felt was at a high point, the pain of the question being asked inside his mind was 10 times greater, twisting his thoughts to lengths beyond description. The moment in which the creature had spoken felt like a moment in which everything had paused in the liminal space between life and death. The commander was alone, and trapped in a vague darkness that is most often experienced in dreams and nightmares. All of his thoughts, a part of the question, had been suspended. He was falling and floating simultaneously in a place with no time, no spatial reference points, nothing. If it wasn't for the echo of the question and the context of his mission, the commander would have thought that he was on a spacewalk around the ISS, but no tethers were holding him from floating away and forever. How could he answer when he almost lost the sense of who he was, himself? After what seemed like time eternal, the commander finally had one of his own questions to dart back at the preternatural voice in his head that had spoken to him. It was the same question that he mirrored back to the entity. Who are you?
I have many names.
The phrase that had appeared as an answer in his mind sent the astronaut into another convulsive fit. One more word would kill him, although he was only alive still because he was being kept alive. Are you a demon? The commander spoke in his thoughts, yet his lips quivered and tensed as if he was trying to voice his worst fear.
A demon. Does a demon give life? Does it sustain it? Does it nourish and accompany pitiful creatures in the endless darkness of this universe? Gives them time itself and equilibrium. You may call me greatness, the pearl of the sky, the night traveler, for I am beyond, the dweller among the gods.
The 2 other astronauts were on the ground, thrashing uncontrollably, surrounded by a storm of moon dust they were themselves stirring up. They were having similar exchanges in the same internal oniric space with the god being that was becoming ever more wrathful and annoyed with the presence of humans in their eternal abode, as well as their reactions to meeting a god. The rest of Ya's godly words that they had directed to the astronauts were utterly unspeakable, unmentionable, unfathomable in mortal terms. Ya had burst the little commander's head with the potency of their wrath simply voiced in one divine word at the very end. They had no patience for disrespect. They had waited long enough in isolation for eons on end on their barren little satellite, forbidden by their kin to ever walk upon the planet they were sustaining. And this was the thanks they got? A god's frenzy cannot be topped. So Ya became something much worse than what a demon could ever be. In truth, the commander had it easy. Humanity would be the true receiver of the pointy end of that particular stick. His crew wasn't alive long enough to witness it either. One had bled to death inside his suit, and the other suffocated on his tongue.
Is that how you see me? After all this time illuminating your nights, holding you in place so the universe does not engulf you?
Ya spoke into the long, cold distance between the moon and the earth, looking at it rising high above their abode, blue, small, and vulnerable. Their rage was undiminished. In their isolation, Ya had become mad and vile, having only themselves and the stars to converse with. They did not take long to strike at Earth. Not even Gib himself could hold back what Ya was about to unleash upon his home, or rather, erase from existence.
If you do not see the use of me and my home, then you shall not ever receive its gifts again.
Ya leaped out of their monument of moonstone, flew into space, and the moon disappeared behind them, like it never even existed. Like it had never lit the earthly skies with its reflected splendor. And just like that, the world was It took only one mighty swipe from Ia's giant hand to send the moon into oblivion.
Iris 3. Respond. Iris 3.
Everyone at the NASA Mission Control Center in Houston was on their feet and gaping at the screens in front of them. It seemed like the only one holding it together was the Artemis 3 ground control officer, continuing his calm routine that was supposed to be on the surface of the moon. After the primary moment of shock, numerous feverish checks of all their equipment and systems, most of the control room flopped to the windows, as if that would have made it any clearer, as if that would confirm what had just happened, or would have made it any more real. The crescent moon that had just begun rising over the horizon as they opened communications with Artemis 3 was no longer there. Apart from the obvious sign disappeared from the sky, the aftermath of its vanishing had not yet reached the Earth. Sir, panic officer managed the propulsion system. Ryan tried to walk the ground.
Say that. Really bad. No, we have to run. I have help. Others disabled.
Artemis 3, this is Mission Control.
Damn it, they're not going to respond.
An engineer and longtime friend of the ground control officer came close to him and placed his hand over his shoulder. We have to begin calculating Artemis 3. Jim, snap out of it, man. However, Jim would never snap out of it or recover from the shock. In fact, the only thing that snapped at the moment that the moon disappeared was his mind. He was flabbergasted. A broken man. None of his scientific education had prepared him for this. The moon drifting away from the Earth's orbit slowly, sure, but for it to vanish without a trace in a fraction of a second, incomprehensible. Artemis 3, respond. In his dazed state, Jim had not realized that all of the people at the control center were in an absolute panic. The flight director was on a direct call with the president of the US, stuttering apologies because he didn't know what else to say. He couldn't articulate it. He couldn't make it sound scientific.
Did a black hole swallow it? No. Was it dark matter? What? No.
Meanwhile, calls were being made to home, calls to news outlets, emails to long-lost lovers and childhood friends, prayers, alarming stories, and shorts and reels went out into the world. The public affairs officer was sitting in one corner of the control room, her face planted in the palms of her hands, crying. All of these perfectly rational people had forgotten why they were even there, and how they were supposed to behave in disaster-type scenarios. The problem was that all of them knew what was about to happen to their planet. Well, they could at least make an educated guess. Besides, this wasn't something that was a secret or could have been kept one. It was the goddamn moon. It had disappeared. The reason behind it, had finally arrived on Earth, jumping down as a giant figure. All which they had allowed the planet to have, they took away in an instant, only a blip in astronomical. Thankfully, where they had landed, there was no one around to witness their terrible appearance yet. Their landing station was an ancient temple built for them in the Old Kingdom, deep into the Sahara, turned fully into sand over the millennia in which Yah had last communed with the people of Earth. Shrieking, they searched for it, becoming even more angered by the insolence of the human race for forgetting them, the nurturer, the pearl of the sky, a beacon of light. The little nomadic tribe, moving across the desert in a route they had rarely taken, trying to make sense of the ground shaking violently, and still unaware of the disappearance of their guiding night light, died all at once, camels and all. After a lengthy tantrum, churning the sand of the Sahara, cursing the earth, Yah had calmed a little. Their godly senses had finally picked up on the state of the planet, and they sat down on the scorching ground to listen carefully. The vibrations of the tectonic plates being rattled by the Earth's sudden wobble made Yah smile. The booms of the quakes cheered Yah. The distant echo of several volcanoes activating simultaneously, accompanied by vast plumes of smoke in the heavens, made Yah proud. thought in all their vile and wretched madness. On the other side of the globe, rumors had started to spread. Among all the chaos of the Earth screaming in pain as it had lost its planetary companion and vital equalizer, people had still found ways to point fingers at others, at each other. Conspiracy theories were rampant. One stated that it was the Russian army that had destroyed the moon. Another one blamed the Chinese, and there was even one theory that it was a small country in the Balkans that had managed to vanquish the satellite. Religious organizations tried calming their people while simultaneously fueling their fear of Judgment Day. Cultists perished in mass suicides. Thousands of new prophets were born in a single day. The day the moon disappeared. And people ran wild and unhinged on the streets, either pillaging or simply trying to save themselves and their families. As Yar sat in the desert, listening to the cries and screams that went on and on for days on end, people started flocking to the mountains to escape the tsunamis that were caused by the relentless quakes. While the ground did not stop shaking as the Earth was still adjusting to its new conditions, many other species did not have the same ventures as the humans did. Some would eventually, if not very soon, go completely extinct, and other ones would need much more time to adapt and fine-tune their genetic construction to what their new living space would require. Yar would not move from their place in the sand for a very long time. Sometimes the cries of beached whales upon the shores of Madagascar would grab their attention, and at different times they would look on far into the sky and see falling planes spiraling out of control. The whimpers of the dying world had not yet reached their anger. Not even the endless arrays of maydays and SOS signals from airplanes in all kinds of directions, fuel tankers crossing the ocean, made Yar mourn for what they had done. More terrible than a demon is the spite of a god. However, even if they did what they were doing, it would not be done. For as powerful as Yar was, they alone could not make out of nothing. The only thing that Yar could do was to wait patiently and listen as the world turned upside down. Months passed after the moon had disappeared, and Yar spent their days without even seeing a single human soul trek across the desert. Slithering snakes and scorpions were the only creatures who would curiously step into Yar's mighty shadow, take rest, then move away from them forever. However, as Yar was sitting motionless in the sand one night, a convoy of people was moving across the Sahara, braving its new and intense storms and the scorching sun that would sometimes remain in the sky for days on end. Such was the result of Earth's changed axis that stopped being controlled by the pearl in the sky. The god being heard them speaking, but remained still in their position, silent and unblinking, resembling an ancient and immense eidolon, forgotten in the desert. To hide from the storm that was incoming from the northwest, the convoy stopped incredibly close to Yar's inert body and made a shelter for the night behind Yar's back. The people had no idea on what they were perching up their backpacks, their supplies.
Flat enough like pancakes.
One of them said, and pointed toward Yar, still convinced that the god being was no more than a massive statue.
We should be so lucky.
Reply. A few of the people laughed politely. They really thought that losing their life in a freak accident after all they had gone through was funny. Yar laughed a little people on the inside, then settled deep into the sand, and listened to the chatter before they all
Inventory
turned
full.
in for the night. The stories that the convoy shared around the fire were horrible accounts of where they had found themselves when the apocalypse had started, the day the moon had disappeared. Each one was progressively harder to listen to, harder to digest, and harder to acknowledge. As Ia was beginning to wonder why he would choose to hide in a desert and not a lush mountain, started telling the story of how he got there, and it all became clear. The world simply didn't work in the way that Ia had remembered long ago, when they had last heard humans speak to them at their temple that once stood at the very place where they were seated. There was not much more Ia could take from the conversation, becoming endlessly confused and feeling anger rising again in their chest. Suddenly, they jumped up to their feet and looked down at the horrified convoy gaping back at them. No one screamed or tried running. The people were stunned and frozen at the sight of Ia's giant body that was inexplicably living and not a mere statue. The god being was lit from below only by the little campfire burning between the people, yet their eyes were ablaze, brighter than the stars shining in the sky above them. They opened their mouth to speak, but no words came out. Ia had lost the vile passion to kill, though at that moment one could not see that on them. They were more terrifying than they ever had been. Standing upright in the middle of a storm that was becoming ever more powerful, violently lifting the sands of the Sahara as high as their shoulders, winds deafening and whooshing around their monumental frame, Ia had finally understood what they had done in their wrath. The stare down between the behemoth Ia and the tiny people just below his feet was a short one, not longer than a minute or so. Not one person moved in the beginning, eyes fixed upon the sight so unearthly the skin crawled involuntarily. The massive humanoid shape was not only mortifying in sheer size, but by how uncanny their expression was. Almost human, yet not quite. Almost eyes, yet there were shapes in that giant's face unrecognizable to anything before seen. Those eyes.
Those eyes!
A yelp was heard from the convoy down below, and a cacophony of screams was ignited among the people, shattering the moment of pause, wonder, and terror. Suddenly, everyone was running, shrieking and panicking because they had nowhere to hide. In a place so vast and open as the desert, there was no escape from a creature that could see for miles in the distance, and with one leap arrive at your location, crushing you down with its bare foot. Ia was not remembered, but they were for their first time seen in their godly form. They took off their headdress, which carried the like of the moon on the very top, and placed it on the sand near the fire. Their movements were slow and certain as they bowed to put the headdress down. When Ia's face was as close to the fire as it could get, they turned and caught one of the people staring at them.
Who are you?
A whisper left their lips and they flinched, thinking that they would be put to death for the insolence of speaking to such a creature as this. The god being came closer to the person asking and gazed long into his eyes. Ia did not answer. With an abrupt leap, Ia moved deeper inside the desert, leaving the poor man standing next to the fire, transfixed by the miraculous exchange he had had with a god. For this man knew. He knew to what he was speaking, even if he did not know which one of them it was. The man watched as Iar's preternatural shape moved across the desert, becoming smaller, disappearing into the raging storm altogether. Part 2. Moonless Night. 9 centuries later, Earth was not the same planet it used to be. The moon was long gone, and it was almost forgotten. The living, the surviving people, if that was what they could be called, scattered and hid from the deep darkness that the world had fallen into. This darkness was primordial, ruthless. It was the darkness of the mind that came upon humanity as soon as they lost any and all shape of what they once understood as civilization. The world had become even more inhospitable than it already was for creatures born defenseless and weak. What is that? Yara whispered to her hunting partner as they were making their way into the forest. Looks like a man, Rami replied. A small man. Or a wraith. Stop with that nonsense, Yara. Look at him. That is no wraith, Rami said, and walked closer to the creature that was observing them from the tree line. Come here. Come on. We won't hurt you. He spoke in the gentlest tone he could. The fallen leaves on the ground shuffled, a few branches cracked, and the man was gone. You scared it, Yara scoffed at Rami. I am not the one with my spear raised to my shoulder, he growled back at her. Rami and Yara argued long about what they saw in the forest as they were hunting for the day's meal. There was a whole group of people impatiently waiting for them in the cave they called home, just a little beyond the trees. The forest was dense and lush. It was no place to build a settlement, but it had a complex system of caves that were good enough to reside in. One of the rare places on Earth that still had vegetation and animal
Did
life
somebody say
similar to the way it
waffles?
was
No.
before the
I have
disappearance
brain
of the moon.
damage.
All else was transfigured
Hi,
almost
Vincy.
beyond measure, and very
How are ya?
fast. In less than a millennium, the change in the climate, the unpredictability of the rainfall, and the shifting axis that had the sun burning one place and completely avoiding another made the planet very difficult to navigate for creatures designed for another kind of environment. The chance was quite high that Yara and Rami's group were the last known relatives of humankind left on Earth. When Yara and Rami returned to their home just before sundown, they found the wraith they saw in the forest standing at the opening of their cave. He was looking curiously inside as the group was preparing the cave for their established nighttime routine, preparing for dinner, checking the fires, cleaning up the day's mess, and telling the children stories. I'll make the left, and you right. Don't hurt him, Yara. Rami grabbed her arm and whispered back to her. She pierced him with her gaze. You want him to kill our family, Rami? Our children? He's not a killer. We don't know that, she said, and quietly made her way behind several boulders on their left, getting closer to the cave. Yara observed the wraith for a bit, waiting to see Rami get into his position, glancing over her shoulder every few seconds. She noticed how dirty, but also how pale it was under all the gunk. Its ribs and spine were protruding through its skin, making it appear skeletal. It almost looked as if it had dug itself out of a shallow grave just moments earlier. Yara shuddered. That simple appearance was something that was set deep into her childhood memory. as the description of a wraith of the forest that always loomed around the dwellings of men, snatching the children and the elderly out of their beds. She turned to check on Rami, and when she looked back, the wraith was gone again. "No!" Yara screamed and ran toward the cave, alerting people inside that something potentially dangerous was happening. 2 hunters leaped out of the cave at a moment's notice, holding their long spears in their hands. Yara joined them quickly and realized what had happened. Just as she and the rest were about to start their search for the wraith in the surrounding area, Rami appeared from behind the boulders. "Yara!" He was waving his arms at her and the other hunters, but he was calm and smiling. "I found him. It's just a man. Nothing more than a man, Yara." She clenched her teeth and stormed toward Rami. Suddenly, the man she thought of as a wraith came out of hiding. He was standing slightly crooked, slim and short. His eyes had an uncanny blaze about them, yet they expressed a deep darkness no human could ever possess. Yara's body jerked back a step. She raised her spear above her head. As she did that, the rest of the hunters followed. The wraith crouched and hid himself behind the boulder, poking only his head out to see what Yara was doing. Rami ran over to Yara and pushed her spear. He came closer, shoulder to shoulder, and told her the same thing all along. Rami ended his plea for the life of the wraith with a difficult question. "Don't you trust my judgment?" Yara sighed, peeked at the wraith again, then commanded her hunters to put their weapons down. "Thank you, my lord. Don't thank me just yet, Rami. If he tries anything, I'll slash his throat myself," Yara replied, and went back towards the cave, stopping just close to the entrance. She waited for the hunters to go back in, then Rami to follow them, dragging his new friend along by the hand. As they came close, it became apparent to Yara that the wraith indeed looked like a grown man, even if his behavior was a little odd and seemed quite feral. She trusted Rami, but not this creature he was bringing into their home. Rami stopped next to her and said, "His name is Isaiah. I gave it to him." He smiled softly at her. "I don't think he knows how to speak." Yara looked again into the eyes of the wraith and shuddered. She had amazing instincts like all of the great huntresses of her group. That was no man, though it looked like one. And if it was indeed a wraith, it was the wraith of a god. For Isaiah was Ea incarnated as a human. How that change happened was unclear. Had he always had the power to change, or did he simply wither away as time pressed on? No mortal could know such things. How could they? Ea turned Isaiah, became the dweller among men. All the power and prowess he once possessed in his godly frame had shriveled into what was essentially the body of a youngish humanoid male. This appearance of the god being very much influenced the way the people from the group saw him. Silent and unassuming, he became very sheltered and pampered among the people from the group very fast. The only one that had stayed back from him was Yara. If Rami's friendship with Isaiah had bothered her, what made her even madder was the company that one of the elders she most respected kept with him. None knew what made Isaiah the way that he was, nor where he had come from, and still they showed love, compassion, and friendship. Sameh, the elder, was said to be so old that he had remembered the moon. The great heavenly pearl, he called it, warming Isaiah's expression every time that he did so. However, Isaiah always found the conviction of the old man that he had been alive for 900 years to be a simple matter of dementia. That his mind had gone a little crooked, and the stories Samech had heard as a child had become reality to him. Isaiah was still happy to hear about the moon. His home.
Get him,
He missed his
dirty
home.
butt.
The two of them didn't talk much, but they shared a bond so strong that it made Yara jealous and angry. She would watch them sit for hours on end at the entrance of the cave when night would strike. Watch them dance, enjoying their own sight. One night, Isaiah was standing watch at the entrance without Samech. Yara still had a little trust in him, so she also stayed awake, watching him. She watched. Spy. While he was standing watch for the monsters from outside, she wondered if it was him that they still should. After a couple of hours, there seemed to be nothing suspicious about him or his actions, so Yara allowed herself to doze off. She must have slept for only a few minutes, when suddenly she was awakened by the screams of her people. Man, woman, and child were up on their feet, running around, thrashing and screaming. The cave was dark and cold, so almost nothing could be seen of them as they moved about it without the glow of the moon shining through the entrance. The fires that burned inside must have been extinguished at some point. Yara raised her head, still drowsy from her bed, and the first thing she did was to look toward the entrance. She couldn't see the outline of Isaiah's body in front of the sky outside. He was gone. "I knew it!" she screamed as she jumped up from her bed and grabbed her best hunting knife. "Yara! Yara, help!" Rami called out to her from the darkness of the cave. "They're inside! They found a way inside!" As soon as Rami finished his sentence, a little girl was heard screaming in the dark end of the cave in the same direction as his voice. What? Yara was caught off guard. She was certain that it was Isaiah, her wraith, causing the pandemonium inside, but it wasn't. It was them. "Rami, speak! I need to follow your voice!" Yara's yell echoed in the cave. "Yara! Yara!" But Rami's voice was getting further away, deeper into the cave where they seldom ventured. In a split second, she made the decision to light a fire and a torch first and run after Rami second. There was no way she could find him in the darkness. "Isaiah! Yara!" Rami's voice was getting farther and farther away. Isaiah was still nowhere to be found. When Yara struck stone to light a fire, in the spark she saw a shadow run past her. "Isaiah?" she thought. Quickly she made a fire and was horrified at the sight of the cave. Her hunters were fighting them off as best they could, but there were many dead already. Close to her bed, one of them was chewing on a dead body. So as fast as Yara lit her torch, she chased it away with its burning flames. "Yara! Rami, I'm coming for you!" She dropped her hunting knife and grabbed her spear, then ran off into the cave. Rami kept calling after her and Isaiah, and every once in a while the little girl was heard calling out to her as well. The fire of the torch lit her way into the dark tunnel of the cave that led into a few different chambers on each side. After a while, it became hard to tell where Rami's voice was coming from. So as Yara passed a new chamber, she had to light it first and make sure if he was in there or not. Her heart sank when she realized that they had probably dragged Rami and the girl to the farthest chamber, where there was almost no air. "No!" echoed in the tunnel. Yara panicked at the yelp and sped up even more to reach the last chamber. When she finally arrived, she couldn't believe the sight. On the floor, the little girl lay, injured but alive. Over her was Rami looking back at Yara as she came inside the chamber with her light. Just next to them stood Isaiah, holding the heart of one of them in his hand. It looked like he had yanked the heart right out of its chest. He turned, and Yara's stunned face made him drop the heart on the floor beside its wretched body. The four of them came back to the main chamber of the cave, finding that Yara's hunters were able to stave off the intruders completely. Aside from the one that Isaiah had killed, no one else from the group had managed to do the same. The next few days were spent in a solemn mood as the group was cleaning up the cave, tending to the injured and the dead. Why wasn't he at his post? Yara asked Rami and Samech after the last of the funeral rites were over. Most of those deaths would have been prevented. I think they simply stormed him. There were so many this time, Yara, Rami said. Samech was silent, and Yara took that as an acknowledgement that he felt the same suspicion as her about Isaiah. Finally. This was not the case. Not exactly. Months passed without another raid. The group began healing and was starting to relax again, venturing outside of the cave more often and loosening their watch of the entrance at night. Most of the group believed that the pack had moved on and travelled past the mountain ridge, going back into their desolate valley. That was where they lived for a century. It made sense that would be the place where they would return. The ruins of the city that stood in the middle of that valley were a perfect breeding ground and were full of bigger prey than the small animals left in the forest. Yara was unconvinced. She wanted to make the long trek there to check and see if these assumptions about the pack were correct. Rami, of course, volunteered to join her and asked if they could bring Isaiah as well. Much to Yara's dislike, the group agreed, since Isaiah was the only one ever known to be able to kill one of the pack. The three of them were a good team, swift on their feet, fast to recover at night, hiding in the trees, and didn't spend much time chatting about little things on the way. Rami knew how Yara operated, so he kept as silent as he possibly could. However, once they were close to the city, scouting it from the nearest hill, Rami couldn't contain himself anymore. That was where they lived. The ancestors. He pointed a finger toward the ruined buildings down below. Barely anything was left of the city that once thrived there. In reality, only a fraction of it remained as a ruin and a memory of what humankind was once capable of. It was a vague memory. Do you know any stories about them? He asked Isaiah, who replied by simply widening his eyes at him. I like the one where they build machines and fly toward the sky. Yara clicked her tongue and shushed him. She was afraid to go down to the city, but she would never admit it. Hearing Rami's meditations on the way of the ancestors wasn't something she was interested in at that moment. She was all ears, trying to establish if there was any movement in the valley. And so was Isaiah. However, unlike her, his godly hero Isaiah could hear the sound of actions that he remembered from the cave his early encounter. Sharp sound. City, Rami lamented. Let's move down before he could elaborate. Isaiah smiled, patted him on the back as they stood up. The scouting mission at the site went on fast and easy. There wasn't much to check. The three of them didn't need too much time to clear a single full day. That night, they slept high up in the trees on the closest hill. It was all of the ruined structures in the city. Now, to search the city, and the fact that they found no trace of the pack there, nothing good was on. should have been suspicious. Once they were out of the city, Yara did as well. She still decided to scout the forest. The next morning, Rami and Isaiah woke up and met between the tree trunks. Yara was already gone. When Rami noticed Isaiah's worried expression, away that she must have gone up ahead to secure her safety. They moved through the forest slowly, without pushing their pace. Rami was feeling pretty chatty. He was finally able to tell Isaiah into the sky visible the words. Isaiah smiled and nodded at every beat that Rami intended him to do. Stories became utter fiction. Isaiah knew what happened to the ancestors, why they died off slowly after visiting those worlds, leaving only humanoids like Rami and Yara. Maybe something merely being alive as opposed to human. Want to know where you lived? When you were born? Rami stopped walking. Show me. But Isaiah just shook his head with his mouth. Suddenly, Isaiah tensed up. Something was following them as silently, as stealthily as it could, considering how sharp Isaiah's senses were. By the time he alerted Rami of danger, it was already too late. 3 of the creatures from the pack jumped at them from the surrounding trees and attacked them viciously. The creatures were the real race of Yara's stories, dirty, skeletal, and decaying. They walked on all fours, but could stand tall if they needed. What had once been hands were now talons, as sharp as the best hunting knives the group had ever made. Even Isaiah wasn't fast enough to ward them off this time. His life as a man had made him slower, less agile. Rami was almost torn to shreds in the attack, but he was still alive. In a desperate attempt to save the closest friend that he had in eons, Isaiah whispered a word. A single, divine word. In an instant, the 3 creatures were obliterated from the land of the living. They had fallen where they stood, heads exploded, just like the commander of Artemis III, less than 1,000 years ago. Yara was trotting along in the denser part of the forest, almost arriving at the cave, when she felt the shock wave of the whisper like a sharp tingle in her ears. She felt dizzy for a moment, but was still standing. Yara quickly realized that something bad had happened to Rami and Isaiah. When she reached them, eventually, saw the bloodbath surrounding them, Isaiah was on his knees holding Rami in his arms. He was crying. Rami had blood coming out of his ears, and his eyes were open, but had rolled back up into his head. No one from the group knew that in the end, it was Isaiah that killed Rami. Not even Yara suspected anything. There was nothing to suggest how he had really died, since his body was so slashed up from the Wraith attack. In her pain, Yara cared much less about the threat that Isaiah might have posed to her and her remaining family. Her darkness was now only focused on the loss of her love. One night, not long after the second attack, Zamech woke up Isaiah and led him out of the cave. "We must have a word, you and I," he said. "Follow me." Zamech led Isaiah far away from the cave, far enough so nothing could harm the group that was sleeping peacefully. He stopped in the center of a beautiful meadow and sat down. Isaiah did the same. "I knew it was you," since the day you showed up at the cave. Yeah. Zamech spoke after a long pause, gazing at the stars above them. Isaiah wanted to answer, but Zamech hushed him. Let me speak first. He cleared his throat and continued. I could recognize your blazing stare from 1,000 miles. Do you remember the last time we met? Isaiah shook his head. 900 years ago, we had looked into each other's eyes on the sandy dunes of the Sahara, lit only by a small fire. It was the day you forsook your godship and laid your headdress upon the ground. That was you. Isaiah finally spoke and flinched a little. Nothing happened to Zamech. I have always walked among men. What? Why? Isaiah realized that he was speaking to a fellow god. I cannot answer that. Who I am Gib, the father of the earth. Of course it's you. Isaiah got angry. Angry that he had been silent for so long, and yet he could have spoken to someone other than trees and stones. Angry that it was the god he had scorned the most for letting men forsake him. Angry that Gib had shown him who he was and what he had done, and still treated him with kindness. Friendship, even. Tell me how you can speak without hurting them. I am the god of this planet, yeah. How else would I be able to tend to it if I could not speak to its creatures? Stop calling me that. You are as much Isaiah as I am Zamech. Walking the feet of men does not atone for what you have done. Help me, whispered Isaiah. What was that? Help me mend my mistake, brother. Ah. Zamech shook his head. What you ask cannot be done. It is simply impossible. That technology has been long abandoned by our people. And even if we could manage to find it somewhere in this vast universe, I am afraid it is too late now. They sat in silence for a long while. The sun was rising above the trees. I know you first tried living with them. The Wraiths, Zamech spoke. They have no more mind or heart to show you kindness, to show you what you have destroyed. And yet they are the result of your actions. In a sense, they are your creatures, not mine own. He paused again and stood up. They will be the only ones left in the future. At least for a little while longer than our group. Gib, I am sorry, yeah. You will have to remain here forever, to walk these lands and see your loved ones die. I will protect Yara. I will protect the group, Isaiah yelled with conviction, still believing he could atone for his actions done in wrath. My brother, once they have all perished, you must return to the Wraiths and tend to them. For I cannot do it for you. Their monstrous language I cannot speak. Before Isaiah could say anything more, Zamech had begun his transformation back into Gib. His human-like shape started de-aging and lengthening, rising ever higher and higher still above the trees and beyond. "Will we ever speak again?" Isaiah yelled at Gib so that he could hear him.
You do not have to yell. I will be listening. Like I always have. Yeah.
The sight of Gib appearing above the tree line, barely resembling what had been Zamech moments prior, stopped Yara in her tracks. She had been following the two of them, fearing for the safety of Zamech, since she didn't want to lose him too, and so soon after Rami. Yara was yet to reach the meadow, but was close enough to witness the final transformation of the god being that had lived on Earth and tended to it since it was born in the universe. Much like Yara's moon, Gib might have even been the one that helped build the Earth with the technology of their ancient race. Gib turned and looked back at Yara with his sharp eyes. He smiled with love, but Yara saw only a monstrous giant baring its teeth at her, then moving away into the distance, in the direction of the valley. "Those eyes," she mumbled in horror. Yara fell back and suddenly realized that her ears were bleeding and that she could no more hear the sounds of the forest. She was lightheaded and felt as if the forest was spinning all around her, distorting and fading. Eventually, she passed out on the forest floor, in danger of being killed and eaten by one of the wraiths. But Yara was lucky. Isaiah had found her on his way back to the cave. When he reached her, Yara opened her eyes and screamed in horror, pointing at Isaiah and trying to push herself away. "Those eyes! Those eyes!" Isaiah knelt next to her and took her hand in his. Yara passed out again. 50 years later, Isaiah was standing next to Yara's deathbed, holding her hand once more, and most certainly for the last time. Her hand was delicate and wrinkled, soft and vulnerable, with almost no power left in it of the huntress she once was. Isaiah looked the same as he did on the day that he appeared in the forest before her and Rami, skeletal and pale, a true herald of death. He might as well have been the Grim Reaper himself. Isaiah made everyone leave the cave to let him have one final moment alone with Yara. They had become great friends over the years, once he found a way to explain to her what he was. She had no more fear of him, but she did fear a painful death. As a final mercy that Isaiah could bestow on her, he lowered closer to her deaf ears and spoke the quietest of whispers that ever were. Yara closed her eyes and let go of his hand and the world. Over the next few centuries, Yar remained as Isaiah among the cave-dwelling group that had welcomed him so warmly. With each generation, the humanoids became denser in mind, yet more fragile in body. No more did they hunt or tell stories. Moreover, in time, they even became mute and communicated with each other in a simpler form of sign language that Isaiah had to teach them. Their extinction was a slow and painful process, stretching out over the apocalypse of man well over millennia. That which was known as human perished with a whimper, not with a scream. As he held the wrinkled hand of the last one on their deathbed, Isaiah remembered what Gib had told him and prepared himself to hold the company of monsters. Isaiah had many dealings with the wraiths during his long stay in the cave. However, over the hundreds of years he spent protecting the cave-dwelling humanoids, he could not bring himself to harm another wraith for whatever reason. When they would raid the cave over and over again, night after night, Isaiah would only use fire to chase them away. When they would charge the humanoids in the forest, he would let nature take its course. For as much as he wanted to protect his loved ones and friends, he already knew their demise was imminent. Once he whispered his goodbye to the last humanoid of its kind, Isaiah left the cave. "Gib," he finally spoke again after centuries of silence. "I will do my part to nurture this world as long as it is living. But you must promise me one thing." There was no answer in words coming from the god of the earth, but a small quake of the ground to signal that he was listening. "When everything perishes, at the moment of the true end of this world, will you meet me in the meadow and speak to me once more, as we did before we began making planets and stars?" The ground quaked. Satisfied with the response, Isaiah ventured toward the ruined city in the valley in search of his monsters. The remains of the ruins were even less than what they were centuries previously. To a creature that had never met one of the humans that had built them, none would make any sense. They were crumbling, almost the same as the ground they were built on, and without any show of identity left on them. If an extraterrestrial that had never met a human were to visit these ruins, they would not even recognize them as anything other than the space surrounding them. Gib had slowly devoured them. Isaiah never even heard the wraiths as they surrounded him once he entered the city. They were even more hideous than they were way back when he first lived among them. They behaved as animals do, sniffing the air around Isaiah and hissing at him when he would make a sudden move that scared them. He pondered for a moment if he should transform back into his pure godly form and see how they would react. But he had abandoned those ways. Instead, Isaiah did the same as he did before with the humanoids. He tried making himself as similar to the wraiths as he did to Yara and Rami when he saw them, even before he allowed them to see him in return among the trees in the forest. While the wraiths that surrounded Isaiah were drawing ever nearer to him, he fell on all fours and began the latest transformation in a row. His already skeletal frame became even more decrepit. All of his bones pushed out and showed themselves fully, just barely under his bluish-pale skin. Out of the place where there were fingers, sharp talons burst through, and blood splashed the infertile ground. It hurt, but Isaiah did not scream out in pain. The wraiths sniffed the air with their vile, barely human snouts and stopped hissing. One more thing was left. Isaiah's face. His jaw broke and fell forward, protruding more prominently than it did. 3 more rows of teeth burst through his flesh. He could taste the blood in his new mouth. Isaiah sniffed the air and looked around. The wraiths had stopped closing in on him. He peered up toward the sky, where the moon should have been. But his eyes sunk deep into his skull, becoming deep, black voids. Hey, sci-fi horror fans. It's Thomas. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. And remember, stay cosmic.
The Dark Cosmos.
stay cosmic. Nightfall. In a matter of moments, the high walkways and bridges, narrow passageways and tunnels, elevators and trains, all drained empty of people. What was once imagined as the perfect Terran colony was now engulfed by silence and stillness, unknown on any other planet. Even dead planets seemed to sound, and that of the streets of Gamma Neon.
Saphia!
Spaces of Sector 9 broke the quiet.
Saphia!
A hint of worry in the repeating call. The lights outside. Then they slowly dimmed, until everything became dark gray. Power only where necessary. The city was now in shadow, becoming even more claustrophobic than it felt during the day. Tension immediately increased inside the dismal compartment where the power maintenance crew lived, partitioned between water safety and food rations for their vertical. The Elder calling out to Saphia was risking her life and those of every other person crammed along with her, fearing the dead of night. But she couldn't just let Saphia stay outside, no matter if she could handle herself in the face of the most prominent dangers in Gamma Neon.
Shut it! Lock the door!
Voices called out to Vera from inside the compartment while she stood next to the open safety night seal and peeked out for any sight of Saphia. There was nothing except the looming half-darkness and a few harsh shadows dancing under the glow of the neon lights, which lined the rails of the sector trains.
Fee!
Vera started panicking. Muffled talking momentarily sounded behind her, together with rushed footsteps and shuffling, as everyone was trying to find a good hiding spot in case one of the nightcrawlers got inside their tight living space.
Miserable old fool.
She heard mumbling behind her, coupled with a few heavy steps.
Shut it.
Abraham snarled at Vera, grabbing at the hatch and pushing it to close. Before the Elder could even react, two delicate hands appeared at the opening, pushing in the opposite direction.
Wait!
Vera pleaded, and Abraham stopped pushing. A girl of barely 16 managed to slip through the opening, close the door, and secure the night seal behind her quickly. Vera sighed, relieved to see her granddaughter return unharmed. Abraham, on the other hand, was ready to teach her a lesson.
Don't say anything I don't already know.
Saphia said, squeezing by him on the way to her bunk.
That was dumb.
I know.
Interrupted Abraham.
Did you get it?
Some of the people that were hiding near Saphia's bunk had gathered around in anticipation to see if she had collected the thing that Vera had sent her out at sundown to find. Saphia noticed their inquisitive stares as she was taking off her bag with something heavy. Vera pressed through the small crowd, nursing a limp with her back, and stopped close to her granddaughter. Abraham, towering some 2 heads over the old woman, followed closely.
Well,
He said.
did ya? Was the risk worth it?
Sophia smiled. There were only 3 rules guiding the Gamma Neomian society, but only one truth. Humans are pliable creatures. Very few people knew this truth, but it was a fact that permeated from the very foundations of the lines encircling the single habitable planet in the TRAPPIST-1 system, tidally locked to its star.
Remember this. Never stay up at night. Always lock your doors. Remember to check your energy consumption. His Majesty, the Terran Prince, salutes you for your obedience.
Voice throughout Gamma Neom during the day. Every hour, on the hour. It was the 3rd time after the artificial sunup that Neri, the voice of the city, addressed its denizens across all verticals and sectors. In return, everyone that was caught on the streets of Gamma Neom or was in hearing distance of the AI voice would call out their hail to the Terran dynasty that made life on their Earth-like planet possible. "Hear, hear," Private Charlie Miller said automatically, standing tall and straight in front of the governor's chambers high up in Sector 1. He had been enlisted to accompany his commanding officer during her talk with the Terran governor that ruled Gamma Neom in the prince's stead. Charlie was feeling sleepy, to slump down and enjoy the that created the illusion of day in their city. The previous night had been rough on his troop. There was some night trouble in the public sector. His team was dispatched to deal with it. Charlie had almost no sleep. There's always trouble there, he thought, and squinted his eyes from the blinding light the large window on his right. As he fell
Inventory
his
full.
grip on his
Inventory
electro laser
full.
rifle, forgetting all about Sector 5. He could stand next to those windows all day, gazing out between the narrow walls of Gamma Neom, or catching the faintest view of the sky that only those in Sector 1 could see. The moons of TRAPPIST-1d, the 3rd rock orbiting a dwarf star, were a spectacular thing to behold.
And don't think for a moment that I won't be taking this up the command chain, Governor. You seem to be forgetting where your duties lie.
Commander Chen's voice echoed from the chambers. The door was slightly ajar, and it had only let out whispers and hushed disagreements moments prior. The commander's sudden yell shook up Charlie, making him immediately straighten up, adjusting the grip on his electro laser. It chased his daydreams away too.
Walk, Private.
Chen barked at him as she was exiting the chambers, leaving a rattled and confused governor behind.
There's work to be done.
If you permit me, Commander, we barely had any rest.
No time.
But sir... Chen stopped and faced Charlie, growling at him.
Don't mistake my lenience with friendship, Private Miller. If I say move, you move. If I say no sleep until the end of days, you will die on your feet.
She paused and looked him up and down as the fire in her eyes softened a bit.
20 years ago, your father begged me to take you and make a soldier out of you. He wanted the good life for his son. Don't make us both regret that decision. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Once you make lieutenant, you'll get better familiarized with the pressures of running this place. For now, you just have to be obedient. Bad news comes from down below. There'll be no rest until it's been handled.
Chen spoke while walking, with Charlie following after her, donning a solemn expression on his face and a formal soldier's gait. He understood Chen's harshness, even if the treatment he got bothered him. There surely must have been some empathy nestled inside the commander's heart. That was the sole reason he was up in Sector 1, and not back down in the slums where he was born. They walked the rest of the way through the tight corridors of the city hall in silence and sync, only greeting the military guards that were placed in front of the chamber doors of each sector official. Gamma Neon was on high alert. Charlie had heard some of the exchange between Chen and the governor, but he didn't realize how serious it was until the commander began barking at him. There seemed to be a rebel snitch caught lingering on the outskirts of Sector 3, disturbing the delicate sensibilities of the low-echelon politicians and their families that lived there. One of the military spouses that were housed in the higher levels of Sector 4 saw him and alerted the military of his presence. He was the courier of the bad news that Chen spoke about. The rebels were planning an assault, and this time, they appeared to be well prepared to do some serious damage to Gamma Neon. Once Charlie and his commander had left the pristine white of the city hall and had rejoined the rest of his troop in the weapons charging corner of the high walkway, the news was confirmed with a single order.
We move at sundown. Let's get these animals before they destroy everything we have built.
Chen boomed over the heads of her subordinates. Sundown. Charlie's lower lip quivered at the thought, and he shot a glance at Miriam. Her eyes widened, and he knew they both had the same thing on their minds. Not again. I can't run from them again tonight. As far as Charlie and Private Miriam Cohen were concerned, the rebels were only a nuisance to be dealt with. What came out at nightfall was the real deal. The terror. The biggest problem they could face.
Remember, citizens, never stay up at night. Always lock your doors, and remember to check your energy consumption. His Majesty, the Terran Prince, salutes you for your obedience.
No one in the housing compartment of the 25th vertical of Sector 9 ever returned Neri's call. In fact, everyone that either worked or lived below Sector 5 had stopped hailing the Prince decades ago. When it came to the rules, they were the ones most cognizant of them, the ones most affected, the ones that didn't have the military to protect them at night, or even less opportunity to buy power credits when they would run out. The lower sectors of Gamma Neon needed no supervision to remind them about how precious those rules were, and how precarious breaking them was. Abraham was less angry with Safia for being late the previous night, but growing more and more impatient with Vera for making her go out at sundown in the first place. If anything would have gone wrong, it could have endangered their entire plan. The Nightcrawlers were the least of his problems currently.
Are you sure that this would only take down the main terminal and nothing more?
Vera asked him.
Yes, I've seen the blueprints. Chief's privilege.
He replied, wanting to remind the Elder of his social stature.
I would have preferred it if we'd done this my way, but since Sophia already got the last piece needed for the machine, I'm willing to take the planned assault down a notch. Or two.
Destroying the power inverter in Sector 12 would have costed us everything. Without it, we would lose access to the few remaining solar panels on Soulside. Forever. What use would we have of this city without power? Did I remind you that the technology is obsolete? The Terrans made sure of that.
A few of the rebels standing close to the Elder's table shook their heads angrily about Vera's last comment, affirming its vile implications.
Long and prosperous living, Abraham. It's the only kind of survival that's acceptable.
Safia added from the back of the room.
When did you become so wise?
Abraham asked playfully, but was glaring at her grandmother for letting her speak out of place.
They don't know how to operate the inverter. Nor will they know, after the electromagnetic pulse, that it just needs to be restarted, and the rest of the tech patched like we've been doing so far. We will have them in our grasp. No need for violence.
Vera repeated her way of reasoning to reassure him that hers was not just the best, but the only way.
Agreed.
Two of the elders seated on either side of Vera supported her position.
They will find a reason for violence, Vera.
Piece of Sector 9. You are still beyond the soul. Some of us have been here since you were still latched on your mother's
Inventory
tent.
full.
Some of us remember the previous revolt and how Terra Neon reacted to it.
Some of the older rebels that were present in the meeting started whispering among themselves. They remembered what happened and all that they had lost. Officer of the 25th Vertical of Sector 9, but he was not long ago. His ideas, his experiences were lacking.
Inventory full.
He was ready to draw blood. Taking down the power was only step one, as far as he was concerned. So, Abraham got another plan going with some like-minded rebels wouldn't approve of. Actually, he had just gotten word that Franz, the supposed snitch, had military information about their plan, just as he was instructed to do. Abraham knew that they would send their special forces troops to take care of the problem in the public sector, where he and his men would be ready for them, waiting in ambush. Whichever soldier wouldn't be killed there, the Nightcrawlers would make sure they would never again reach Sector 1. After that, it would be a matter of taking down the rest of their soldiers, once the rebels had put enough fear in their minds that it could be done. Safia was studying during the meeting. She noticed that there was something he was pulled from the rest of them. Sharp glances at the rebels from the apartments, and one or two nervous chuckles from the water safety crew told her that whatever he was planning wasn't a solitary venture. She made a personal note to keep watch on him when they would go out and reach the electromagnetic pulse in Sector 5. otherwise known as the public sector slicing gamma neom horizontally in half.
Remember, citizens.
Sundown was soon approaching. Here, here! Charlie's entire team hailed the prince, except for him and Chen. He was nervous, sweating. Charlie had barely survived the Nightcrawlers the last time he faced them. If it wasn't for Miriam, he would have been crawler fodder. Dinner. A fleshy piece stuck in the toothy maw of one that had managed to grab him by the foot before he could get to I'd rather have guarded the fat governor. No one watched. The governor was as hungry for young flesh as the
Bet you'd rather be any place else.
Chen addressed the troop. She made sure to make eye contact with every single one of them as she walked the line in which the 11 soldiers stood. She stopped at Charlie.
The mission is tough, but simple. We have received word that the rebels from the lowest sectors are planning an assault on the public level. It's just our luck that they've picked our vertical for their operation. The informant didn't have their precise target, but he gave us a general location and time.
She turned and activated the holographic 3D map of the city, zooming in on their vertical of Sector 5.
Yeah.
Chen pointed.
Somewhere in a 3-click radius of the central square, there's a school here.
She turned to see if everyone was paying attention.
Then there's the main water pump for the higher levels in this area, and
the main power terminal. Charlie panicked.
That feeds the entire city of Gamma Neom with electricity.
Chen finished her thought.
We best pray to Gamma Soul that they're not targeting the terminal, and if they are, we would get to them in time.
They're not crazy enough to take down the power, are they?
Hold any questions until the end of the briefing, Private Miller.
She scolded and continued.
We are doing only the necessary force to incapacitate the rebels. They must not be severely injured or least of all killed. I repeat, the rebels must not be terminated as is protocol. The prince has a different idea about what we shall do with them.
There was something about that directive from Terra Neom that bothered her. It made her angry that the governor was right.
When the last hail rings at sundown, we begin our descent. No power relay, which means no elevators and no trains. We do this on foot, stealth mode. Once we pass sectors 2 and 3, we can't be sure if the rebels don't have spies working for them. Some in Sector 4 have been very unruly these past few months because of the power restrictions there. Treat all unknowns as hostiles from then on. If we see anyone out, that is.
Inventory
Chen
full.
paused and stepped closer to the line of soldiers again.
Which brings us to the question that's on everybody's minds. How will we deal with the crawlers in stealth mode? Well, we'll be avoiding Sector 2 altogether through the elevator shafts, moving in directly on where we'll be using the stun traps. But once we have down our core, we'll be creative.
Charlie flinched. he thought. That kind of combat was too intimate for his liking.
Mycotoxins, sourced from our very own mycelium that lives on the dark side of this planet.
Chen said, and grinned at the shocked gasps from her troop.
Yes, I know. They haven't been tested in the field yet, and I know you've heard the gruesome stories. But I assure you, we'll be safe. Our newest recruits will make sure of that, since they will be operating the front and back of the team, taking care solely of the toxic cloud until we get to the public sector and reach our targeted location. Miller, Cohen, you will report to the lab for a special briefing on the bioweapon before we...
Yes! Hey! We know each other. He's a friend from work.
Oh, silence. Coming in with a raid.
She began explaining the final leg of their mission, bringing the rebels back to the
How are
bridge in
ya?
Sector 1 and getting
How was
them ready for
Phasmo?
planetary displacement per Terra
Did you have a good time?
Charlie had barely
I hope you had fun. Lots of spooky fun. Welcome in. Thanks for coming over. Hang on just 1 second. Do this. Did you catch all the beasties and ghosties? Raid and run though, I'm sleepy. Sleepy? You're not full of adrenaline from getting the shit scared out of you? Which wouldn't surprise me a bit. But that's alright, I get it. You gotta raid and run, you gotta raid and run. It's all good. It's all good. We're just listening to stories. Oh, work kicked your ass today? Well, kick your shoes off and sit back and fall asleep to some scary space stories.
Attention to listen to her.
Apocalyptic space stories about the Earth.
He wished he hadn't known what happened to the last batch of test subjects of the mycotoxin. People weren't completely unaffected by it, he had heard. Chen's voice was coming in and out of focus while he was dreading his role in the mission and the possible worst-case scenario. Miriam noticed that his eyes were darting around the room in a frenzy, and gave him a little nudge with her elbow. He took a deep breath, remembered his psych training, and refocused on the briefing. The commander was ready to dismiss them. Charlie had missed it.
But get some sleep.
The rebels during night.
Relax.
How will we keep them? And alive? Slightly calmer moments earlier, he gave the questions a passing thought. He realized that Miriam would just tell him after the briefing.
Remember, citizens.
Neri's voice became the ticking clock that reminded both the military and the rebels of the fast-approaching night. Sundown was just a few hails away. 8 levels down, Safia was making the last adjustment to the EMP generator. The vicinity of the terminal where all the power lines met would make sure that the entire city would be left without power until the rebels patched up the terminal and restored power from the main inverter in Sector 12, protected well below the ground. She and the rest of the rebels were ready for the dangers of perpetual nightfall. Moreover, they had warned all of the lower sectors to be ready for it when that time comes.
Secure your night seals and don't go outside until the power is restored.
The message said, echoing Neri's words without the familiar hail. The rebels were risking a lot sending that message out, but they wanted no casualties from the moment. They were lucky that the only snitch that ever got to the higher levels of Gamma Neo was Franz, the one that had been working for them, or at least one of their factions. Vera was watching Safia work from the shadows of the hidden room. Her granddaughter believed what she had told her, that Gamma Neon could be overtaken, and negotiations with Terra opened peacefully. But that wasn't the whole truth. The rest of it, Safia had learned by overhearing secret conversations between the elders over the years. That was also how she found out what happened to her parents.
Was it where I told you?
Vera asked Safia as she was placing the hefty battery inside the EMP generator. Safia could see her in the periphery, but she waited for her grandmother to speak first. This was going to be their last conversation before she left their housing compartment at sundown. Possibly never to return.
Just a sec.
Safia returned.
Lincoln's disappearance might have caused a bit of a stir during the day. I hope none of the soldiers dispatched in Sector 5 got hurt, though.
Safia added.
They know how to handle the crawlers with their weaponry.
That she wasn't the cause of anything. Safia clicked the last door shut and took a step back. Both of them admired what it represented in a moment of hopeful silence. It was the thing that would tip the scales in their fight against the Terran oppressors. Then, Vera took Safia's hand, and without turning to look at her, said,
Be careful, Faye. Come back to me in one piece, bringing good news of tomorrow.
We're ready.
Abraham's voice beckoned from the compartment.
Last hail in a few minutes.
In a short sequence of actions, Safia kissed her grandmother's hand, rushed to get the generator on a cart, and wheeled it out of the hidden room without saying goodbye to her. She was met by Abraham and his 20 strong in the main part of the housing compartment. Safia didn't know they all had custom weapons, put together from parts of scavenged electro-laser rifles and stun traps, hidden under their dark robes.
Remember, citizens, never stay up at night. Always lock your doors and remember to check your energy consumption. His Majesty, the Terran Prince, salutes you for your obedience.
Computers, solar
The flight
panels,
toward the public sector began. The rebels unleashed from their compartment in the 25th vertical of Sector 9. The Special Forces troop called out the day's last hail to the Prince, then prepared to slide down the elevator shafts, moving toward Sectors 2 and 3 in the same vertical. All were headed to their potential doom at the central point that divided the space of the Line City on a horizontal plane, but its society on a vertical axis. Gamma Neon would mark this nightfall as the most important historical moment since the Terran year of 10789, when the city on TRAPPIST-1D was declared officially completed. That had been almost 1 millennium ago. The crawl through the elevator shaft was a nasty endeavor, one that was reserved by the military of Gamma Neon for special ops only. All 12 soldiers in Charlie's troop were inching down the pitch-black shaft that was one of the filthiest places in the entire city. Before installing the special security systems to ward off the Nightcrawlers, the elevator shafts were the favorite location for the creatures to haunt during the day. They left their mark inside, too. Feces were plastered from top to bottom, highest to lowest levels, unable to be cleaned by any method the cleaning crew could come up with. Not even the bots could get in there and rid the tight shafts from all the gunk without expending too much power. Between security and sanitation, the former won the fight. Bones and entire corpses were suspended still in the corners where the elevators didn't touch the walls, reaching out from the darkness like mummies recovered from an ancient bog. Forever in agony. Forever a grim memory of the moment of their death. Or what came just after. Inching past a body frozen in time, just on the side of the ladder glued to the metal wall, Charlie almost slipped and fell to his death, trying to avoid its grasp. He didn't want to end up like that. He didn't want an elevator for a grave, or whatever place the Nightcrawlers called home presently. Sector 12, he thought. That's where they stay during the day now. I can swear someone mentioned that was closest to their natural habitat in the deep darkness below ground.
Move.
Charlie heard Chen snarling from above.
At this rate, we'll need 3 nightfalls to get to Sector 5. What are you doing? Why'd you stop?
He was glaring into the pit of the shaft, stopped in place by an intense odor coming from the level below him, hiding the fact that his thoughts were what paused his descent in truth. Chen was just above him on the ladder, followed by the rest of the troop, ending with Miriam farthest from him.
We're reaching Sector 3, Commander. I can see the opening in the shaft.
Charlie eventually replied.
Get hit by the rocks.
Confirmed. I can smell the night stink from here.
Chen replied, then addressed the whole troop.
That's our stop, boys and girls. Get ready to catch some Nightcrawler meat for the foodies in Sector 1. Slow and steady. Let the stun traps keep them fresh for us on our retreat.
The rebels, more than a few sectors down, weren't as loud and trigger-happy for the Nightcrawlers as the soldiers were. They planned to avoid the creatures at all possible cost because, unlike the military, they had gained respect for the beings whose planet they inhabited. Respect out of fear, that is. For the Nightcrawlers didn't smell any difference between them and the people above Sector 5. Those housed in the lowest 4 living sectors of Gamma Neon had learned over the centuries how to handle nightfall without becoming food, and without firing a weapon unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, Abraham and his small army wanted to keep all the gunpowder they had for the troop they were expecting to confront in Sector 5. While the military had all the energy at their disposal, the rebels and the common men did not. It took the rebels more than 3 months of power rations to fuel their weapons, and a few sneak charges in the public sector, where the military had weapons charging corners. The 20 rebels were all flanking Safia and the precious cargo she was wheeling behind her. All were as silent as mice on their feet, hoping that the sound of the squeaky cart won't draw too much attention on them from the Nightcrawlers. Choosing the path of light, always, they were moving across the lit train rails. The neon lights were the only thing with a supply of electricity remaining at nightfall. However, their glass tubes tended to burst and needed changing often, like everything else did in Gamma Neon, making every task a risk. A few of the lights suddenly went out just as the rebel squad was moving closer to the bridge that would lead them to Sector 8. The instant darkness began to settle around them, and the Nightcrawlers braved to draw near. One of the rebels scaled the short pole of the closest light and rushed to change the tube. The night stink was seeping through the air. The crawlers were drawing nearer.
Ew,
Behind
night
them,
stink.
above them, filling the tight space almost completely with their bodies. By the time the rebel was taking out the first tube, a second rebel was moving toward the next pole to light the path further down the rails.
Pancake on the rails,
Abraham whispered. There was no way that all of them could outrun the creatures of the night that were on the prowl for food. The woman that was standing next to Safia was worried that the Nightcrawlers had already sensed them. She was panicking. Safia made herself as small as she could and dropped behind the cart with the generator. She could see one of the crawlers inching its way through the shadows, headed straight toward them. The woman was sure that the two of them could make a run for the bridge and was getting ready to run.
No, do as we've trained. Don't move.
Abraham yelled out, glancing in front of him to see if Safia was panicking as well. But the woman couldn't just wait for the crawlers to lose interest. She jumped to her feet and sprinted toward the bridge that was just a couple of deadly meters away.
Stay down! Stay down!
Abraham commanded the rest, knowing that there were a few heroes among them that would try to help without a second thought.
Huddle around the center. Protect the generator.
As the rebels swarmed toward Safia, the Nightcrawler that was headed in her direction swiftly turned and chased after the panicked woman. The massive but lean worm-like shape of the creature coiled and unrolled as it rolled through ground, wall, and ceiling. It was barely visible, but the sound its body was making told Abraham that the woman wouldn't reach the bridge. The odor the Nightcrawler emitted, colloquially known as night stink, intensified as it was reaching its prey, making the rebels gag uncontrollably. They all heard the fast slither of the Nightcrawler's body on the rails, then a scream and a thump. The woman was dead, ingested whole, preserved for now in the stomach of the vile creature. During the attack, Abraham was the only one from the rebel squad with his finger on the trigger of his custom electrolaser pointed at the cart, waiting. He could afford to lose one fighter, but not the generator, or Safia. Step 1 was crucial to his plan. He was prepared to make the shot only if necessary. The lights clicked and illuminated the rails of the sector train again, chasing away the few night crawlers that had gotten dangerously close to the pile of rebels protecting their center point. Sophia peeked out from the pile.
Head down!
Abraham yelled again.
Stay down! Wait!
Just above the high walkway was a baby nightcrawler with its mouth gaping open and drooling from the smell of them. One wrong move, and Sophia would have lost her head.
Don't lose your heads like last time.
Chen told her soldiers, who were still some 6 sectors above the rebels. Same vertical, same threat, different approach. She and Charlie were standing on one side of the narrow step at the opening of the elevator shaft. Sector 3 was just beyond it, a shadowy void, filled only with the stink of the nightcrawlers. Chen glanced up the ladder where the rest of her troop was. Ready to jump down on the step. Trying not to lose her grip on the metal ladder. The commander shook her head, realizing that she made a mistake giving Cohen and Miller such a huge task. It was a disaster waiting to happen. One of her arms was resting on Charlie's shoulder, and she could tell that he was shaking too.
Calm down.
Chen spoke silently, so that only Charlie could hear her.
Use it, soldier, and don't let the fear take over. That will only get you killed.
A little offended that she would treat him like a child the moment when he needed most to
Inventory
feel
full.
like a man. Chen tapped him on the shoulder to switch places with him so she could scope out the terrain in front of them. There was no sight of the creatures, but she could hear the crawling of a terrible body somewhere nearby.
Prepare a stun trap, Private.
She ordered, then signaled the others to follow quickly. The commander leaped out of the shaft and was instantaneously met by a nightcrawler that was waiting for them just above the opening. Thankfully, she
Ooh, big old boulder.
so she curled herself up in a ball and rolled away, distracting the creature long enough for Charlie to trap it. His reaction was so fast that the only thing that followed the sound of Chen rolling away was the hissing of the nightcrawler before it passed out from the powerful stun of the trap. Moments after, the rest of the troop were jumping out of the shaft, 2 by 2, immediately moving deeper inside the sector and securing their position. Charlie waited for Miriam, and the 2 of them were the last to exit.
Only one.
Chen was baffled. By the stench of the place, there should have been at least 5 crawlers in the vicinity.
Stay on high alert. They might be hiding.
She added, after looking around for a moment in silence. Charlie was standing over the trap, checking if the nightcrawler was completely out. It was secured to the ground, and a little green light was blinking on the side, giving Charlie enough confidence to move closer and inspect the crawler more intently. There was barely any light in the corridor in front of the elevator, coming from the distant neon, so he had to strain his eyes to be able to discern any of the features of the beast that lay motionless before his feet. Even comatose, it looked dreadful. It had no eyes, no ears, face, or any other characteristic that Charlie or any human would recognize as familiar. even closer. Charlie could hear the nightcrawler and noticed its torso expand and shrinking. Suddenly, the notion that this thing was a living being took away a little of his fear. The experience didn't eliminate all, but enough to allow some recovery of his courage after his previous encounter with those things.
How many times do I have to give the same order?
Chen shouted at Charlie.
Move!
He was so invested in the nightcrawler and his thoughts about it that he hadn't even heard her bark out the orders. The sound of her voice, the nightcrawler flinched, and Charlie almost blasted it with his electro laser. One of the senior soldiers that witnessed the entire thing then rushed to the front of the troop, leading them deeper into Sector 3. I hate this silence, Charlie thought. After almost half an hour of trekking the narrow passageways and climbing down walkways through the empty and night-sealed sector, it was foreboding, ominous. They all felt it.
Stop!
Chen raised a fist in the air. She felt the heaviness of the silence as well, but didn't understand why it bothered her more than usual.
Something's not right. Let's clear this sector fast. Bridge to 4, on the double.
The rebel squad had already ascended to Sector 7, having barely any more trouble with the nightcrawlers. All remembered what happened when one would panic and stray from the training that most people in the lower sectors got since they were children. But still, only the bravest went out at nightfall, and only if it couldn't be helped. The woman that lost her life back in Sector 9 lost her nerve because she never truly faced a nightcrawler until that fateful moment. She wanted to take part in the mission so badly that she had lied to Abraham's group when they were recruiting some months back. In essence, she had good reason to do so. A selfish one, but valid nonetheless. It wasn't the fight that she believed in, nor a better tomorrow. She wanted revenge on the city because she had lost a child to the military like many others from the lower sectors. The children were surrendered by their parents in hopes that they would be provided a better life high up in Sector 1, off-world, or maybe even Terra Neon if the child was lucky. This was what they all believed happened to their children. Many never got an answer to where they ended up being relocated. This woman, however, got word that her only daughter was killed on military duty while guarding the governor of Gamma Neon. Body never recovered. No further explanation.
Her anger was fueled by their secrecy,
Abraham explained to Safia.
She confided in me a while back why she wanted to join us. I should have turned her away. But then again, I should have turned most of these people away.
Why didn't you shoot it?
Safia asked, eliciting a nervous glance from the rebel helping her wheel the generator.
Shoot it?
I saw you with the electro laser. I saw it in your hands. You could have saved her.
Abraham dismissed the rebel and took hold of the generator. Walking side by side by Sector 7 The house was silent, except the two of them. 3 nightclubs had been afraid of the rebel squads and set up careful eyes. Like the young
are some things you are too young to understand.
Abraham replied after a very long pause.
And others that you're just as too stubborn like your grandmother to accept. I don't feel like I owe you an explanation.
I know you're planning something, Abraham. I'm not as naive as you or my grandmother seem to think I am.
He stopped. They were coming close to a small patch of unlit railing that led to a system of makeshift ladders, built by the people of Sector 7 when the elevators in the lower levels were decommissioned more than 2 centuries ago. The 3 Nightcrawlers preying on them needed to be handled before the rebels would move to the next stage of their journey upward. Abraham looked around, assessing their situation, while the rest of the rebels were passing him and Safia, leaving them behind on the rails and stopping at the last light.
We'll have to risk the traps again. There's no other way,
Abraham said, and motioned for 2 of the rebels to take hold of the generator, and 2 more to set up the traps.
We can only spare 2 more. I'll take care of the 3rd crawler.
One of the rebels, already setting up the traps, heard Abraham's decision, but he didn't like it. Instead, he proposed to stay back to make sure the traps were working properly, then lure the last creature away from the rest.
That's a death sentence!
Safia gasped.
Then we'll make it count.
Abraham grabbed Safia's arm and pulled her toward the rest of the people huddled at the last light just under the ladders. Among the 20 of them, only 2 lanterns were positioned strategically so they could light their way through the laddered maze. Needless to say, that wasn't enough to ward off the creatures that would soon be chasing after them. The 2 rebels that were setting up the traps were anxiously looking up and around for the Nightcrawlers they could smell approaching.
On my mark,
Abraham addressed the squad. The traps were set. The people were ready. The generator was in the hands of 2 rebels that would carry it. Safia was barely breathing. She was stuck in a situation that she didn't know how to handle. 2 sacrifices were already too many. They were all preparing to scale the ladders as fast as they could to reach the next sector before the 3 Nightcrawlers hunting them would be joined by more. One of the rebels setting up the traps was already standing next to Abraham, while the other was waiting for the squad to start moving up to activate them.
Now!
Abraham shouted, and everyone took flight. They were all scaling through the system of ladders like they were on fire. Safia heard the stun traps activating and the distant hissing of 2 Nightcrawlers. The man that stayed behind was already running in the opposite direction with the 3rd creature on his tail. Unlike the woman, he knew how to outrun and outsmart a charging crawler since he had done it many times before. Though never for that long and with the same intent as this time. Nobody heard his last breath. He died alone in the dark gray shadows of Gamma Neon once the crawler caught up with him. The rest of the rebels continued onward, rushing to get to the public sector before the soldiers. Abraham was pressing them as much as he could, without endangering their whole operation with any miscalculation concerning the Nightcrawlers. From that moment on, they all ran like they had done this trip countless times. There was another soul before the real order in Sector 5 began. High up, between Sectors 3 and 4, Charlie Charlie's troop had finally found out where the Nightcrawlers, whose stink filled the place from one end to the other, were hiding. There weren't 5 of them, but twice the number. The commander ordered her soldiers to stop and lay low behind the last partitions on 3, just as they were getting ready to pass the steep tunnel that led to the next sector on foot. There was no detour. This was the only way down. She couldn't believe the sight and tried holding her anger back so that her men wouldn't see on her and panic. The situation at the tunnel was one of the highest forms of that sectors 1 through 3 of Gamma Neum regularly engaged in. Commander Chen had hoped that she would avoid that by scaling down the elevator shaft past Sector 2, where the ones best known to engage in nefarious activity at night lived. While she was out there every nightfall protecting the citizens of all sectors above 5, held night raves in the tunnels because, unlike the ones from the lower sectors, they were bored out of their minds. These raves were the single reason that even Sector 4 had its power restricted. The same sector where the military families were housed. Flashing lights in all colors, charged up, derived from the same substance as the deadly toxins Miriam was carrying. These people were taunting the Nightcrawlers and enjoying their hungry stink. They felt untouchable, defying death that permeated Gamma Neon from top to bottom. Most of the power they were draining from the grid and the lower sectors was concentrated in an energy shield custom made from stun traps. Strong enough to burn the crawlers if they would touch it, but not enough to render them fully unconscious. It was keeping them away from the people, but not out of the tunnel.
Bastards,
Chen whispered. She was the one that had to save them when their shields got stormed by too many crawlers, and do the morning cleanup of the sectors they would endanger. Charlie was well aware of the consequences these parties had on the entire city. His first mission with Chen almost had him killed in Sector 2, protecting the governor's house party from a Nightcrawler charge unlike any ever before seen. 10 soldiers died, and the power drained that nightfall completely shut down Sectors 8 and 9.
Maybe we should let the rebels cut the power, if that's what they're doing.
Chen mumbled. Commander! Charlie was shocked. Regardless of his own feelings about the situation, he would never expect that kind of talk from his superior.
Cohen, up front! Bring the canister.
Chen ordered Miriam. The girl fumbled but managed to get herself and the mycotoxin close to the front of their line.
Prepare it as they showed you.
Miriam was stunned.
Do it!
The commander snarled.
Masks on.
She ordered the troop. Private Miriam Cohen, a girl from Sector 7 that joined the military the same way Charlie did, wasn't one of the lucky ones that got to go off-world. She never expected to attack the people she was raised to protect. Miriam pushed all the levers that would release the toxin in the canister and started the reaction of turning it into a gas. She nodded to Chen once the delivery mechanism was ready to be activated. In response, the commander ordered 3 of the soldiers to protect Miriam in her approach to the tunnel. Charlie stood up, ready to join them.
Stay here. The four of us will suffice,
Chen said, then jogged toward Miriam and the rest with her electro laser at hand and her mask covering her entire face. In the darkness where they were hiding, no one saw that Miriam didn't pull up hers. As they were approaching the tunnel, the little group was immediately noticed by some of the Nightcrawlers. Chen ordered Miriam to continue moving forward and activate the toxin as close to the shield as possible. Simultaneously, she and the rest would take care of the crawlers slithering toward them in a fury. The Nightcrawlers were beside themselves from hunger, drooling, hissing, amped up so much that they were biting each other in anticipation of a huge meal. Miriam should have noticed that she wasn't wearing her mask when the Night Snake made her gag. But she pushed on and got almost to the shield when one of the people on the other side of it noticed her. He laughed and pointed at her like she was part of the amusement. The girl didn't realize that a crawler was uncoiling just behind her until Chen shot it dead and fell just next to her. The situation prompted Miriam to push the switch on the canister, and as she did, she instantly felt nauseous and began seizing from the toxin being released quickly and efficiently from its container. Everyone that was raving in the tunnel was struck with the same feeling. The colorful lights inside made it look like their entire bodies were breaking and twisting in utterly unnatural ways.
Oh, fuck.
Through the same agony. Nightmares were falling and seizing all
Ow.
foam coming out of their mouths instead of drool. One of them eventually smashed onto her and trapped her under its massive weight. Both
that was not what I had intended.
caused by the toxin attacking their nervous systems.
That sucked.
Running to help her when Chen stopped him midway. She had to elicit the help of another soldier to be able to stop him completely and drag him back to their hiding spot. The Nightcrawlers that were not as affected by the toxin were still raging around the shield, trying to get inside the tunnel into the people. The troop needed to wait for it to play out completely because they could spare no more ammo. It took a few hours until all the Nightcrawlers had stopped seizing and were lying dead around the shield for them to even consider continuing towards Sector 5 through there. Both Charlie and Chen were devastated, but she couldn't allow herself to show it. The commander lost 4 people, and she would potentially lose the entire city of Gamma Neon to the Nightcrawlers if she didn't get the remaining soldiers of her troop down to the public sector. Sunup was now at hand, and she knew that the rebels must have been close to their target by that point.
There seems to be a pattern with you.
She spoke to Charlie, who was seated in a back corner between the partitions where they were hiding. He was gripping his rifle, looking spent and defenseless.
I said move.
Charlie lifted his head toward her, still wearing his mask that was covering his swollen eyes. Move? He thought. Why? What's the point? He didn't feel like going anywhere.
Sulking isn't going to bring her back. On your feet,
Chen commanded. Charlie took off his mask.
No point,
she added.
The toxin has dissipated by now.
Chen took off hers as well. He loaded the rifle. I can't run anymore. I'm tired. So tired.
You can do more good alive than dead.
Chen insisted.
Stop wasting our time. On your feet and move.
Charlie was staring at her blankly. His thoughts were spiraling out of control. He remembered the main axiom of his psych training, but he couldn't make himself repeat it. He wondered how he was supposed to use this particular learning experience. Is my entire life going to be like this? What did I do to deserve it? I can't run from them anymore.
2 minutes, Private. If you're not on your feet by then, we're leaving you behind.
Chen was firm. She meant every word. It was a difficult choice to make.
Here to chew
Continue in the face of the absurdity of their constant battle after what he witnessed, or simply give into it. That choice loomed over the head of every single soldier of Gamma Neo. Charlie was just a little new to the game. He wondered if Chen ever felt like he did. Did Miriam, in her last few moments? He stood up slowly. Remember, soldier. Charlie repeated the axiom he learned in psych training internally at last. Darkness is always followed by light. He walked out into the walkway until he was faced with the aftermath of the rave in the tunnel. The troop had disabled the shield and the raving lights and was already moving through it. He was looking at them dodging the dead bodies, human and Nightcrawler, and shook his head. Some of the Nightcrawlers were so amped up and confused that they had started devouring each other before perishing. And then light is followed by darkness again. But we must press onward. Charlie threw his electrolaser on his back and began sprinting toward the troop, closing his eyes when he passed by Miriam's corpse. There were only 8 of them left. Sector 4 was almost completely void of Nightcrawlers as well. Most of the ones that had come out that night, the troop had found on the other side of the tunnel, dead and twisted from the toxin. However, the troop didn't dwell on it much, least of all Charlie. He continued sprinting after they passed the tunnel, keeping a fast pace that the troop automatically followed. Charlie shifted gears. He was working on automatic. He wanted the night to be over and everything fade into memory until his heart stopped hurting and his mind wasn't spiraling toward the abyss. Chen was running at the far end of the line, guarding their backs and dealing with the loss in her own way. She arrived in the public sector very close to sunup. Everything was still night-sealed and empty. There wasn't any sign of the rebels, nor was there a sign of any damage that they might have done.
Spread out, 2 by 2. I want a pair on lookout up that high walkway, another at the school, and one at the water pub.
Chen quietly ordered her soldiers before they walked deeper inside Sector 5.
Miller, you're with me. Let's see to that terminal.
The 4 pairs of soldiers crept into the public sector, cautious of their surroundings, weary of Nightcrawlers and rebels just the same. The first ones to arrive at location were the 2 that took the lookout. They threw their kit ropes in the air to get there as fast as possible, waited for the magnets to latch on the railing, and shimmied up toward the walkway in a second. From that vantage point, almost the entire length of the 25th vertical of the public sector was visible, and the central square was accessible in a heartbeat. One of them laid down flat on the walkway and positioned his electrolaser on the railing, pressing his eye immediately on the scope. The second soldier did a check on their stun traps, put a few out at arm's reach, then took out their binoculars. Still no sign of the rebels. And there weren't any night crawlers moving around either. However, at closer inspection, she noticed that there were at least 6, possibly 7, active and packed stun traps spread out all over the sector. That was their proof that the rebels had already been there. She peeked to the south end of the square, where the school was, and saw the second pair approaching it as ordered. There was one active stun trap with a comatose crawler close to the entrance. Inching toward the center of the square, where the water pump was located, the third pair was moving back to back. They were the ones most exposed, at high risk of getting shot down or attacked by a crawler. There were 3 active stun traps all along their route, but thankfully, not a single nightcrawler on the hunt. The soldier on lookout continued scanning the sector for bogeys for a few more minutes. Everything that she saw from her perspective on the walkway indicated that the rebels had been there. The only things that were missing were the rebels themselves, or any obvious pointer to their potential target. She looked down at Chen and gave her the all clear. The commander was glancing up at the lookout every other second, while she and Charlie were moving toward the main power terminal to the north end of the square. It also happened to be the only point with the least visibility from the high walkway, since it was blocked by a high kneeling column. Before it got decommissioned a long time ago, it had been an individual access point to the AI's database.
Holy fucker.
Now it was just a piece of architecture. Very few things in Gamma Neon worked the way they were imagined. Automation became less and less of an option as the problems with power collection and accumulation grew, without Earth ever updating their technology.
Stay vigilant, Miller. Don't zone out on me now,
Chen said. It was more of a plea than an order. Charlie's senses were on fire at this point. After leaving Sector 3 in the tunnel behind, he had been running solely on adrenaline, full survivor mode. The first thing he noticed was that the night stink was less heavy in this sector, the way it usually smelled at sunup when the night crawlers had retreated after the first bright lights shocked the entire city to rid it of the last of them. It took him a moment to notice that there was a second smell together with the lingering odor of the crawlers. Burning flesh. Faint. But it was there. Charlie didn't know what to make of it, and thought that it was just a sense memory from the hours spent hiding next to the tunnel, listening to the seizing crawlers scorch themselves on the shield. He soon discovered he was wrong.
Coming up on our 12,
the commander said. They were approaching the first stun trap on their way to the terminal. The closer they got to it, the clearer the view of the thing that was confined inside. The trap had either malfunctioned, burning its victim fully, or it was rigged up like that. Unexpectedly, the possibility that the rebels had positioned death traps for them all over the sector became a new threat they were facing. Charlie shuddered at the thought as the two of them cleared past the scorched body that looked more human than Crawler. The main terminal was hidden behind a protective cover on one of the most distant walls to the sector. It was far from any tunnels, bridges, or walkways. The single way to get to it was either from the side of the square or the elevator that was just next to it for easy access in the early days of Gamma. When the elevators in the sector were active, the maintenance crew had sole access to that particular one. At first glance, the protective cover was still on top of the terminal and looked undamaged, which gave Chen and Charlie some hope that it either wasn't the target of the rebels or that they still hadn't gotten to it yet. Suddenly, a chain of events unraveled so quickly one after the other that it left both the private and the commander in a daze. Chen heard noises coming from the high walkway. She ordered Charlie to guard the terminal and walked out past the Neary column to see what was happening. The lookout pair had moved position a few meters down and were glued toward the south end of the square, scoping out the school. Commander Chen lifted her electro laser and peered through her own scope. She couldn't see the second pair of soldiers anywhere, but noticed that one of the night seals on the school appeared to be broken. The door was wide open. Normally, that wouldn't have been a big deal, since there weren't any people inside the school during nightfall. However, Chen had to take into consideration that the rebels might have broken in to hide, or had targeted the school and were setting up all kinds of dangers for the next day. She wouldn't put it past them to drag the packed stun traps inside, rigging them up to open when the first school bells rang at sunup. Chen made eye contact with the third pair that was approaching the water pump and signaled them to check out the school. She was in position close to the terminal and with one eye on the pump. Simultaneously, Charlie heard some noise coming from the elevator. He walked slowly over to it and saw that the hatch had been released. A few blasts from distant rifles echoed in the silence of the central square. Outgoing location unknown. 2 stun traps zapped, and the soldiers that were on the walkway got trapped by their own devices, activated by the lightning of the electro lasers. The pair was screaming as the stuns were burning them alive. Chen looked up in horror, then immediately ducked and hid behind the Neary column. She glanced toward the school and saw a third pair that was headed in that direction was being dragged inside by an unknown number of offenders. As soon as they were inside, she heard more weapons firing and the blaze of their lighting behind the doorframe.
Miller!
Chen called after him without turning.
Private!
She yelped after a second.
Charlie!
Meanwhile, he was standing with his arms in the air, electro laser dropped to the ground, and peering into the darkness of the open elevator hatch right in front of him.
One wrong move, and you'll be joining your friends in the afterlife.
Charlie could barely see the man speaking to him from inside the shaft, but he knew that there was a weapon pointed straight at him.
Do as he says.
He heard Chen's voice behind him. She was prompted to turn from the sound of the voice coming from inside. Neither she nor Charlie understood why they were still alive when the others were so easily and quickly killed. To add to the drama, the alarms that signaled sunup at the start of the day began flashing the public sector with a blindingly bright white light. Some of the crawlers that were barely coming out of their coma hissed and twisted. In the seconds between the last flashes, Charlie heard footsteps running up to them, and the voice from the shaft calling out his name.
Charlie?
The fifth intense light flashed, then the regular daytime illumination started shining through all sectors and verticals.
Remember, citizens, never stay up at night. Always lock your doors.
Neri's voice began calling out the first hour of the day, then immediately stopped. Chen and Charlie were gaping at the opening of the shaft at the man that was now lit enough to become recognizable to both of them. The commander still held her electrolaser close to her, but it was pointed toward the ground. She felt an intense zap coming from it and instinctively dropped the rifle from her hands. Her palms were red hot and blistering. After a short lag, Neri's voice boomed through the speakers again.
Warning, power corrupted. Warning, power grid failed corrupted. Warning, power grid phase returned. Warning, warning.
Neri's voice began distorting until she could no longer be heard echoing throughout Gamma Neon. The crawlers were released from the stun traps, thankfully still comatose. All weapons were rendered useless, and the lights had completely shut down again. Everything became a shadow. Perpetual nightfall had finally come. Sophia's generator had worked.
Here, here!
The hail of 20-ish people was heard from all corners of the public sector, and it kept echoing from Sector 5 all the way down to Sector 9, behind secured night seals.
Here, here,
Abraham said as he exited the elevator shaft and faced Charlie. He looked like he was about to burst into tears.
Son?
Abraham!
Chen cried out. He turned swiftly toward her with a look of disgust and disappointment on his face.
A soldier?
He asked her.
Is this what I gave up my son for? You were supposed to send him off-world. Terra Neum. Anything else?
Chen shook her head.
You were supposed to save him!
Abraham screamed.
I did.
She whispered.
What does that mean?
Best you never find out.
Chen replied, looking at Charlie.
You people with your secrets.
Abraham was fuming. He signaled his men to bind Chen's arms and paced in front of the elevator, thinking about his next move. The sudden joy of seeing his son again was demolished by the realization that he was turned into a soldier. One of them. The enemy. Abraham couldn't bear giving Charlie another glance, let alone stand and face him again. Charlie, on the contrary, couldn't stop looking at his father. He followed him with his gaze. He couldn't speak. He couldn't think. He couldn't move, but do just that. 18 remaining
Well, looks like we got some repairs to do.
They placed one of their final lanterns in the circle that they formed around Chen and Charlie. Some of them had never seen a soldier up close because they had never been higher up in Gamma Neon than the sector they were born into. And yet, they were still afraid. Even with the two of them practically defenseless before them, one bound by a rope and the other by confusion, the rebels still found them terrifying. Moreover, some of them had blood on their hands from killing the soldiers in the school. And yet, they didn't even dare to come too close, especially to the commander. The stories that were shared about the brutality of the military among the lower sectors had preceded them. They were almost as dreadful as the Nightcrawlers to the common people that had only heard what the soldiers did to those that broke the third rule of their city. The rule that, at the moment, had lost all meaning. After darkness, light. Charlie was beginning to come back to his senses. 20 years had passed since he had seen his father. 20 years since he was forbidden to look for him, to speak to him, or to even think about him. And then darkness again. All the adrenaline had begun draining from his body. He shook and shivered, then turned away from Abraham to face Chen. The sight of her was shocking. He'd never seen his commander look the way she did presently. She looked defeated. Her stern gaze softened toward the ground, her body limp and listless. She might as well be dead, he thought. Then she spoke.
Why did you do this? Do you have any idea what's going to happen now?
We do.
Safia answered instead of Abraham. The girl had been the single rebel that was brave enough to stand close to the commander and even to speak back to her. She had been inspecting her and Charlie curiously for some time, while they were both stirring inside their minds. Abraham had stopped pacing and was whispering something with the few rebels that had gathered around him. They were informing him that they had lost two more. One in the fight inside the school, and the second had fallen into the stun traps that were set up for the Nightcrawlers in the few days leading up to their sole operation, even before he took his position in the ambush. One of the older rebels was worried that they were staying out for too long, tempting fate, for the Nightcrawlers would soon come out of their comas, joined by others from below, to begin their hunt.
Two groups.
Abraham spoke loudly so that everyone could hear him.
One will hide in the school as planned. The second one, led by myself, will trek to Sector 1 with the prisoner to confront the governor. I'll need a volunteer to accompany me.
Prisoner. Singular. Does that mean he doesn't see me as a threat? Charlie wondered, but kept his thoughts to himself. The commander looked up at him. She couldn't tell what he was thinking, nor how he would react to this new situation. Does she see me as a threat now? He looked away from Chen, unable to hold her gaze anymore.
I suggest we make an additional group.
Safia said.
Someone needs to check the inverter and restart it.
Chen gasped, then laughed out of relief. A sliver of hope appeared in her eyes again because she could deduce what Safia meant. Not all was lost.
Hold your tongue, stupid girl,
Abraham yelled at her.
You might as well tell the governor that. Now she knows, how will I take her to Sector 1 with me and make our demands?
I'm glad you're not as big of a fool as I thought you were for a second.
Chen was still laughing. Abraham shot a glance at Charlie.
Maybe I should take him then, in her stead.
No, I'll play along with your plan on one condition.
She added before Abraham could respond anything.
Charlie goes with the third group.
There will be no third group.
Then I will descend to Sector 12 alone.
Safia interjected. It was obvious to everyone that she didn't want Abraham making all of the decisions. She was already angry about what had happened so far, and that everything eventually did end up in violence. If there was one thing she could do, that was to save what remained of the original plan that the Council of Elders had devised.
You still don't understand.
Abraham got angry.
We need to break with the old ways completely. If we continue to use the technology Terra Neon controls, they will keep controlling us as well. We will never be rid of them. Gamma Neon will never be independent. We will always stay in the darkness. And they will always have power over the light.
Charlie was listening intently to the exchange between the three of them. He couldn't help but wonder what his role there was. Suddenly, he had no clear path, no sense of self, no daydreams to keep his anxious mind steady. The commander, Abraham and Sophia, kept on arguing and moralizing about their circumstance, but there were moments when it all went over his head. He heard Chen agreeing with Abraham that things needed to change, and also with Sophia that they still needed solar power to ward off the Nightcrawlers and keep the city functional.
Gamma Neum must find another way to produce power before we completely destroy everything, Abraham!
Sophia was yelling. She was the youngest among the three, so her stakes were higher. Her emotions ran hotter. Both her courage and her fear were the most intense. Her life had barely even begun, and she didn't want to spend it in perpetual nightfall, running constantly from the night terror of the crawlers.
I'll go with her.
Charlie finally spoke out, leaving everyone speechless for a moment.
That's not your decision to make, son.
Neither is it yours.
Chen felt relieved because she thought that Charlie was still loyal to her, regardless of who they found among the rebels. The reality was much different than whatever she might have guessed. The argument was already taking too long, and the rest of the rebels were getting restless. They had Nightcrawlers to worry about, as well as their families that were left trapped behind the night seals of the lower sectors. Abraham was additionally worried that the longer they waited to get to Sector 1, the sooner a second troop from another vertical would be sent out to hunt him and his rebels down, making all of their efforts worthless. He had no other choice but to conform and go along with Sophia's plan. It didn't take long for the rebel squad to huddle up in the school where they had left provisions and anything else that they might need for the long night ahead. Before they closed the door and sealed it, there was only one remaining thing to do, which was remove the bodies of the soldiers from inside. The commander stood next to the door and watched as the rebels carried the bodies and threw them out in the square like they were nothing. She noticed Abraham looking at her, expecting a reaction. She wouldn't give him the pleasure of seeing her suffer. Chen straightened herself up, held back the tears and screams that had been gathering inside her since Sector 3, and marched proudly toward him.
I won't be of any use to you with my hands tied behind my back,
she said.
Your only task is to lead us to Sector 1 and the Governor. Your fighting days are over.
The fighting will never be over for Chen. Charlie wanted to say as he was coming up to them, but instead stopped and saluted his commander. Abraham's face contorted with disgust and anger.
Use your blade, Private. Don't be scared to face them,
the commander said, rather than saying goodbye. Goodbye forever.
I expected you to volunteer to join me in Sector 1. See this thing through together.
Abraham interrupted. I go where I'm needed. Sophia needs a soldier by her side if she's ever going to get to Sector 12. The Nightcrawlers will be relentless now.
I understand.
Abraham said. He sounded defeated, like he had lost his son all over again.
Go through the elevator shafts. You won't survive the long way around.
Another goodbye that sounded like something else. If only it was as easy as that. There was a reason why the rebels didn't take that route to the public sector in the first place, and why they went through all the trouble of going the long way. The elevators for the lower levels hadn't been used in centuries for anything other than nightcrawler dung and the trash from the city that couldn't fit into their compactors to be incinerated on the Sol side of the planet. Whoever was brave enough and small enough to fit inside would leave those shafts carrying disease and bacteria that hadn't been seen on the streets of the city for the longest of times. Safia and Charlie were scaling down for an eternity, pushing through the graveyard of organic and inorganic matter. It was the unmentionable bile of two warring species that had found common ground in only one thing in the millennium in which they shared Gamma Neum: waste. By the time the two of them had reached the last level that was still scalable, Chen and Abraham had already ascended to Sector 1. Though, in the true darkness of the Gamma Neomian underground, Charlie and Safia could never have known that. Only on their returning trip would they ever find out if the operation of the rebels had worked as planned. And only if the two of them would ever survive the last 3 sectors of the city, which were buried deep into the crust of Trappist 1D. Not much was said between Charlie and Safia during their descent until they left the shaft for good through an opening in Sector 10. It was completely different from all of the other ones that he had seen in his life. It was the first level that had never been intended for housing or living. There were air ducts pushing the Gamma Neomian air in a loop, and filtration chambers to clean it. Pipes that were supplying all the water to the city, and the pumps that pushed it from the ground to the highest edge, a kilometer above, to Sector 1. Hanging on the walls and ceiling were power cables, stretching out in all directions, all across the sector. Lastly, there could be found endless little nothings that had once made the city great, but were currently without purpose, obsolete. If the elevators were full of human skeletons, this sector itself, the skeleton of the operating core for the automation of every single aspect of life in the perfect colony. Charlie stared at the rows of equipment he couldn't even understand. It was both aged and futuristic. An anachronism that seemed to fit what Gamma Neum had become, and not what it was intended to be when the technology was first installed.
Where are they?
Safia broke the silence between them, scared more by the lack of nightcrawlers than their presence. Sector 12, Charlie replied. Or more probably, already headed where the meat is. He pointed upwards. Safia paused and gaped at him, shining her little lantern in his face.
What happened to you, man? Are all soldiers like you? Because Chen...
Charlie hushed her. He didn't want her opinion on Chen, on him,
Oh,
on
for
anybody.
fuck's sakes.
What would a child know about anything? He continued walking the narrow corridor between the discarded tech, following a power cable that was hanging low from the ceiling.
You're going the wrong way!
Safia called out to him. Then show me the right one. They were closing on Sector 11, passing through a complicated net of tunnels. Sophia's breathing became strained and shallow, and Charlie could see the shake in her hands from the way the light of her lantern was dancing on the walls around them. Nightcrawlers. If they get us here, we're done for. There's no escape. Charlie realized how dark his thoughts were. I could only imagine what Sophia was going through. It wasn't a sudden humanity that had returned to him, but the memory of Miriam, who could never let anyone suffer fear trapped in her mind like that. "Smell the air," he said. Sophia glared at him for an instant.
These tunnels aren't man-made, soldier. We've skipped an entire elevator level, and there's no other way down here.
The air smelled stale, with a note of that nightcrawler odor they both knew so horribly well. It wasn't fresh hunger they were smelling. Had it hinted at creatures long gone? Or simply sleeping somewhere in those tunnels they had themselves burrowed, unaware that their hunting ground was ripe for the taking in the long night ahead, and with an appetizer making its way directly to their lair. Charlie stayed back for a while, watching the light of Sophia's lantern diminish in the tunnels ahead. Fear was pressing again in his chest, tensing up his shoulders and neck, pulsating in his ears. This child knew more than him. She walked like she knew where she was going, not from a map or instruction, from experience. He hoped that Sophia was leading him in the right direction.
You were wrong,
Sophia said when he finally caught up to her. She was standing at the very edge of the tunnel. About?
The Nightcrawlers. Sector 11 is their home. They never lowered the foundations.
Sophia answered, and then lit the opening of the tunnel in front of them.
Look.
The only thing that Charlie could discern in the light was the very first part of the vertical that the tunnels were leading up to. At this point, after passing the labyrinthine stretch of tunnels burrowed by the creatures, he had no idea if it was the 25th or the 37th they were looking into. It might even have been the prime vertical that welcomed the very first citizens of Gamania some 1,000 years ago. The one thing was for certain. This sector was never meant for housing the Nightcrawlers. Remnants of laboratories with the same archaic technology that he had seen before were scattered about the place between the coiled bodies of young crawlers. Charlie flinched at the nasty sight and grabbed for his blade, which was the only piece of his equipment that survived the crawl through the elevator shaft.
Too young to hunt.
Sophia stopped his hand.
We can easily overcome them without any of that.
She spoke quietly. These specimens were even younger than the one that had attacked her and failed to grab her way back in Sector 9, where her journey began. Charlie was gaping at the small, slithering creatures, vulnerable and blind in the deepest darkness of the city. Even their hissing didn't trigger the same fear response in him that full-grown Nightcrawlers did. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine how many of them were actually there, sleeping and growing in Sector 11. Remember, soldier. Charlie tried to calm himself down. Darkness is always followed by light. How are we getting to Sector 12? He asked. Charlie felt Sophia's hand on his arm and opened his eyes. She was pointing at a night seal curiously located in the ground, just a few meters away from them where the light could still reach. Charlie felt relieved that the girl didn't lose her way in the tunnels and knew exactly where they were going and where they would end up. Unfortunately, he also understood that the next part of their journey meant moving through the sleeping little monsters. Sophia led the way, pushing each crawler aside with her foot. Most of them were no more than half a meter long and had just a teeny tiny fraction of the weight of an adult. Step, push, step again. She turned and signaled Charlie to follow. He didn't have much time to think about it without risking getting stranded in the tunnels without a light. Step, push, stop. They heard distant hissing, loud hissing, coming closer. The little ones around them began squirming and vibrating, their little hisses calling back to Mother. Charlie jumped towards Sophia without thinking, killing a few of the babies as he landed next to her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the night seal. The hissing became louder and was joined by the sound of a huge body slithering closer to them. A waft of night stink caught up to them as Sophia was trying to get the seal open. "Hurry!" Charlie growled. He could already see the outlines of the worm-like body of the adult crawler moving fast in their direction. "After the darkness, light. After the darkness, light." He kept repeating to himself, gripping the handle of his blade. However, the monstrous creature wouldn't even pause at the slash of his tiny weapon. In a second, Sophia and Charlie were on the other side of the night seal, pressing the door closed from below. Their escape had happened so fast that he couldn't even make out how it even happened.
I couldn't reestablish the seal.
Sophia confessed quietly.
It won't take very long to bust through the door.
That was it. Their death sentence. The entire city of Gamma Neon, with a population of more than 10 million, was now counting on 2 dead people to save them from eternal darkness. "Let's move fast then, and get this over with." Sector 12 was a dark and cold pit. Sophia's lantern was already dimming, so Charlie couldn't get much of a glimpse of it. The only things he could see around them as they were running in the direction of the inverter were huge power cables lining the ground. Sophia seemed to be following a specific one that had markings on it still visible in the faint light. As they ran, their footsteps echoed in the empty and massive sector, where verticals were never established. Suddenly, Sophia stopped running.
"This is it."
A single partition appeared in front of them. Charlie shivered at the thought that only one inverter was keeping them all alive up to that point. He thought of it as minuscule compared to Gamma Neon as his blade to the body of a nightcrawler. He followed Sophia inside the partition with Abraham's words echoing in his mind. This one thing wasn't just keeping them alive. It was also keeping them enslaved. "Were you never offered to Sector 1? Charlie asked Sophia. She was already trying to find the right levers to push to restart the inverter and get the city ready for a gust of power when the terminal would be fixed. The mechanism to restart the ancient inverter couldn't rely on anything involving electricity. It was based on good old-fashioned cranks and levers that would only fail when the materials they were made from would succumb to time. The girl
Hi, Calde,
working
by
for
the
a
way.
second.
Welcome in.
I noticed you were the only child among the rebels, he added.
My grandmother decided to keep me in Sector 9. She didn't want me becoming military, like you. Or worse.
Safia replied coldly. She didn't think you could make it off-world? Charlie pressed.
Off-world?
Safia found the lever. Maybe even Terra Neon.
Terra Neon!
She scoffed. Tell me, Safia, why did your grandmother keep you from ascending the sectors? She was getting angry and mumbling to herself, refusing to answer as she was cranking the old metal lever, trying to restart the inverter. After a few moments, a flash of light passed through the panels of the machine, and it started buzzing. One by one, the panels switched on fully, exhibiting an array of information and control dials. Charlie noticed that one of them was displaying a problem with the power grid high up in Sector 5, the 25th vertical, the main terminal. Service required. It simply stated in bold. Charlie wondered for a moment where John and Abraham were, and if the rebels back in the government center would get word from them soon to fix the terminal. Was it done? Had the rebels got what they wanted?
All done.
Safia informed them on the state of their own mission. She looked grim, not at all how Charlie would have expected. There was a commotion somewhere in the distance from where they came. The Nightcrawler had broken through the door as expected. Soon, they would hear the hissing and smell the scent of the huge predator. Charlie was looking at Safia, still waiting for a response to his question before they would perish.
There is no off-world.
She said eventually.
Not in the way you think of it, soldier. And I would have never gotten to Terra Neon. No one ever has.
The slither of the Nightcrawler's massive body echoed loudly through the sector. Its terrible hissing followed. Charlie was stumped. Their secrets. He remembered Abraham's words. What is off-world according to you, then? He asked, amazed at himself for giving Safia the benefit of the doubt at all. A few days ago, that would have elicited some kind of action from Sector 1 against her and him as well. Doubt threatens obedience.
Humans are pliable creatures. I heard my grandmother say once.
The hissing was getting closer. Night stink wafted through the air inside the partition. Charlie swiftly closed the door to give them a mere second more. This one didn't even have a night seal mounted on top of it for security. The Nightcrawler that was hunting them was a rare occurrence in Sector 12. It had a reason other than hunger.
At first, I wasn't sure what she meant by it. I was really young. But over time, I kept overhearing her and our Council of Elders talk about the things that have been done in the past by Terra Neon on our planet.
What does that have to do with...
Things that turned what was meant to be a human colony into an experiment.
Safia paused. She looked rattled by what she was saying, like she had trouble believing it herself. Like all the time she spent rummaging about it in her mind over the years had not solidified it as a fact yet.
We're not citizens here, Charlie. We're something else.
Monitoring what was happening outside by sound alone, Charlie took out his blade in response. For a split second, he wondered if he had meant it for the creature or the two of them. But he wanted to hear the rest of Safia's explanation before he made any kind of decision. She watched him, motionless. She had the same thought when she saw the blade in his hand.
Humans, the way they were born on Terra, could never survive this planet. So they decided to mix their own material to that of the creatures that could.
Safia continued.
And then, we were born.
Safia, we don't have time. Tell me what all of this means.
His voice cracked.
I don't know what all this means. I know that Gamma Neom isn't a city. I know that I'm not really human.
The Nightcrawler's stink made Safia gag. It was just outside of the partition, coiling itself around it.
Safia! What does off-world mean?
He pressed.
It means getting
Why did
cataloged
my
like a
shelf fall
specimen.
down?
The experiment. They wanted to see how we would develop, how close to them we would remain, or how close we would get to.
A hiss passed just by the door.
The Nightcrawlers.
How does your Council of Elders come to these crazy ideas, Safia? How do I know that these aren't some theories made up by your people to destabilize Gamma Neom?
Charlie was freaking out and defaulting to his inherent way of thinking.
Because Charlie, none of this was ever shared outside of the Council. They don't want it known either.
She replied. Unlike him, Safia was unnaturally calm, considering their situation. She had accepted her fate. Does Abraham know? He asked.
He gave you up, didn't he?
Safia responded, as vague and uncertain as that answer was. The future of Gamma Neom was resting on the shoulders of two dead people. Charlie gripped the blade. He thought of Chen, how she protected him over the years, and how she reacted to his father. There was some empathy nestled in her heart. But for what? He remembered her conversation with the governor before the operation. Suddenly, it made complete sense to him. He realized why she was so angry. Planetary displacement for the rebels, she had said in their briefing, must not be terminated. Charlie looked at Safia and imagined her fate if his troop had been successful in their own. She's just a child, he thought. Lastly, he could also grasp why their technology was left in such a devastating state. It had simply been left for them to handle. Its improvement became a Gamma Neomian duty and stopped being a Terran one the moment they left their experiment to run itself, only monitoring its progress. He gagged. The partition was beginning to crack from the force of the Nightcrawler's body squeezing it tightly. It was hissing something terrible. It didn't want to eat them. It just wanted to hurt them.
Where is this inverter most vulnerable?
Charlie asked Safia. She stared at him.
Where, Safia?
The girl pointed to a cover close to the lever she had pressed, unaware of Charlie's intentions. He stepped next to her with his blade in hand, and she expected him to cut her throat open. But instead, he tore open the cover and jammed the blade into the wheels and cranks that were still turning while the entire system was booting up. There was a minuscule spark. Then all of the panels on the inverter showed a malfunction message. A warning. Power grid corrupted. It stated again in red. Power grid failure imminent. Charlie read on the one closest to him. Suddenly, the inverter completely shut down again. And then light is followed by darkness again. We must press onward, Charlie thought, as the lantern that was the sole source of illumination in their final moments dimmed slowly and then went out completely. Hey, sci-fi horror fans, it's Christian Ayers. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to smash that like button.
Beep. Should be enough. Should be enough to resupply. Cockpit. another dust storm rolling in. $39.39.
Wrong. One morning, John Sullivan...
Or scary stories.
Something was wrong. One morning, John Sullivan found himself walking along a street downtown. He could not explain what he was doing there.
Okay, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I will be right back.
He didn't even know what time it was. He saw a woman walking toward him and stopped her. "I'm afraid I forgot my watch," he said, and smiled. "Can you tell me the time?" When she saw him, she screamed and ran. Then John Sullivan noticed that other people were afraid of him. When they saw him coming, they flattened themselves against a building or ran across the street to stay out of his way. There must be something wrong with me, John Sullivan thought. I'd better go home. He hailed a taxi, but the driver took one look at him and sped away. John Sullivan did not understand what was going on, and it scared him. Maybe somebody at home can come and get me, he thought. He found a telephone and called his wife, but a voice he did not recognize answered. "Is Mrs. Sullivan there?" he asked. "No, she is at a funeral," the voice said. "Mr. Sullivan was killed yesterday in an accident downtown." The wreck. Fred and Jean went to the same high school, but they met for the first time at the Christmas dance. Fred had come by himself, and so had Jean. Soon, Fred decided that Jean was one of the nicest girls he had ever met. They danced together most of the evening. At 11 o'clock, Jean said, "I have to leave now. Can you give me a ride?" Sure, he said. I've got to go home, too. I accidentally drove my car into a tree on my way over here, Jean said. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Fred drove her to the head of Brady Road. It was in a neighborhood he didn't know very well. Why don't you drop me off here, Jean said. The road up ahead is in really bad condition. I can walk from here. Fred stopped the car and held out some tinsel. Have some, he said. I got it at the dance. Thank you, she said. I'll put it in my hair. And she did. Would you like to go out sometime to a movie or something? Fred asked. That would be fun, Jean said. After Fred drove off, he realized that he did not know Jean's last name or her telephone number. I'll go back, he thought. The road can't be that bad. He drove slowly down Brady Road through a thick woods, but there wasn't a sign of Jean. As he came around a curve, he saw the wreckage of a car ahead. It had crashed into a tree and had caught fire. Smoke was still rising from it. As Fred made his way to the car, he could see someone trapped inside, crushed against the steering column. It was Jean. In her hair was the Christmas tinsel he had given her.
Dun, dun, dun.
One Sunday morning, Ida always went to the 7 o'clock Sunday morning service at her church. Usually she heard the clanging of the church bells while she was eating breakfast. But this morning she heard them while she was still in bed. That means I'm late, she thought. Ida jumped out of bed, quickly dressed, and left without eating or looking at the clock. It was still dark outside, but it usually was dark at this time of year. Ida was the only one on the street. The only sounds she heard were the clatter of her shoes on the pavement. Everybody must already be in church, she thought. Ida took a shortcut through the cemetery. Then she quietly slipped into the church and found a seat. The service had already begun. When she caught her breath, Ida looked around. The church was filled with people she had never seen before. But the woman next to her did look familiar. Ida smiled at her. It's Josephine Kerr, she thought. But she's dead. She died a month ago. Suddenly, Ida felt uneasy. She looked around again. As her eyes began to adjust to the dim light, Ida saw some skeletons in suits and dresses. This is a service for the dead, Ida thought. Everybody here is dead, except me. Ida noticed that some of them were staring at her. They looked angry, as if she had no business there. Josephine Kerr leaned toward her and whispered, "Leave right after the benediction, if you care for your life." When the service came to an end, the
Just
minister
forgot
gave his
what
blessing.
the hell I was
"The
gonna
Lord bless
do.
you and keep you," he said. "The Lord make his face to shine upon you." Ida grabbed her coat and walked quickly toward the door. When she heard footsteps behind her, she glanced back. Several of the dead were coming toward her. Others were getting up to join them. "The Lord lift up his countenance to you," the minister went on. Ida was so frightened she began to run. Out the door she ran, with a pack of shrieking ghosts at her heels. "Get out!" one of them screamed. Another shouted, "You don't belong here!" and ripped her coat away. As Ida ran through the cemetery, a third grabbed the hat from her head. "Don't come back!" it screamed, and shook its arm at her. By the time Ida reached the street, the sun was rising, and the dead had disappeared. Did this really happen? Ida asked herself. Or have I been dreaming? That afternoon, one of Ida's friends brought over her coat and hat, or what was left of them. They had been found in the cemetery, torn to shreds.
Ooh.
sounds. The house was near the beach. It was a big old place where nobody had lived for years. From time to time, somebody would force open a window or a door and spend the night there, but never longer. 3 fishermen, caught in a storm, took shelter there one night. With some dry wood they found inside, they made a fire in the fireplace. They lay down on the floor and tried to get some sleep, but none of them slept that night.
The Inn of the Two Witches. A Find. Joseph Conrad. This tale, episode, experience, call it how you will, was related in the 50s of the last century by a man who, by his own confession, was 60 years old at the time. 60 is not a bad age, unless in perspective, when no doubt it is contemplated by the majority of us with mixed feelings. It is a calm age. The game is practically over by then, and standing aside, one begins to remember with a certain vividness what a fine fellow one used to be. I have observed that, by an amiable attention of Providence, most people at 60 begin to take a romantic view of themselves. Their very failures exhale a charm of peculiar potency. And indeed, the hopes of the future are a fine company to live with, exquisite forms, fascinating if you like, but, so to speak, naked, stripped for a run. The robes of glamour are luckily the property of the immovable past, which, without them, would sit, a shivery sort of thing, under the gathering shadows. I suppose it was the romanticism of growing age which set our man to relate his experience for his own satisfaction or for the wonder of his posterity. It could not have been for his glory, because the experience was simply that of an abominable fright. Terror, he calls it. You would have guessed that the relation alluded to in the very first lines was in writing. This writing constitutes the find declared in the subtitle. The title itself is my own contrivance, can't call it invention, and has the merit of veracity. We will be concerned with an inn here. As to the witches, that's merely a conventional expression, and we must take our man's word for it that it fits the case. The find was made in a box of books bought in London in a street which no longer exists, from a second-hand bookseller in the last stage of decay. As to the books themselves, they were at least 20th hand, and on inspection turned out not worth the very small sum of money I disbursed. It might have been some premonition of that fact which made me say, but I must have the box too. The decayed bookseller assented by the careless, tragic gesture of a man already doomed to extinction. A litter of loose pages at the bottom of the box excited my curiosity, but faintly. The close, neat, regular handwriting was not attractive at first sight, but in one place, the statement that in AD 1813 the writer was 22 years old caught my eye. 22 is an interesting age in which one is easily reckless and easily frightened, the faculty of reflection being weak and the power of imagination strong. In another place, the phrase, "At night we stood in again," arrested my languid attention because it was a sea phrase. Let's see what it is all about, I thought, without excitement. Oh, but it was a dull-faced MS, each line resembling every other line in their close-set and regular order. It was like the drone of a monotonous voice, a treatise on sugar refining, the dreariest subject I can think of, could have been given a more lively appearance. In AD 1813, I was 22 years old, he begins earnestly, and goes on with every appearance of calm, horrible industry. Don't imagine, however, that there is anything archaic in my find. Diabolic ingenuity in invention, though as old as the world is by no means a lost art. Look at the telephones for shattering the little peace of mind given to us in this world, or at the machine guns for letting with dispatch life out of our bodies. Nowadays, any blare-eyed old witch, if only strong enough to turn an insignificant little handle, could lay low 100 young men of 20 in the twinkling of an eye. If this isn't progress, why immense? We have moved on, and so you must expect to meet here a certain naiveness of contrivance and simplicity of aim appertaining to the remote epoch. And of course, no motoring tourist can hope to find such an inn anywhere now. This one, the one of the title, was situated in Spain. That much I discovered only from internal evidence, because a good many pages of that relation were missing. Perhaps not a great misfortune after all. The writer seemed to have entered into a most elaborate detail of the why and wherefore of his presence on that coast, presumably the north coast of Spain. His experience has nothing to do with the sea, though. As far as I can make it out, he was an officer on board a sloop of war. There's nothing strange in that. At all stages of the long Peninsula campaign, many of our men of war of the smaller kind were cruising off the north coast of Spain, as risky and disagreeable a station as can be well imagined. It looks as though that ship of his had had some special service to perform. A careful explanation of all the circumstances was to be expected from our man, only, as I've said, some of his pages, good tough paper too, were missing, gone in covers for jampos or in wadding for the fowling pieces of his irreverent posterity. But it is to be seen clearly that communication with the shore and even the sending of messengers inland was part of her service, either to obtain intelligence from or to transmit orders or advice to patriotic Spaniards, guerrilleros, or secret juntas of the province. Something of the sort. All this can be only inferred from the preserved scraps of his conscientious writing. Next, we come upon the panegyric of a very fine sailor, a member of the ship's company, having the rating of the captain's coxswain. He was known on board as Cuba Tom, not because he was Cuban, however. He was indeed the best type of a genuine British tar of that time, and a man-of-war's man for years. He came by the name on account of some wonderful adventures he had in that island in his young days, adventures which were the favourite subject of the yarns he was in the habit of spinning to his shipmates of an evening on the forecastle head. He was intelligent, very strong, and of proved courage. Incidentally, we are told, so exact is our narrator, that Tom had the finest pigtail for thickness and length of any man in the navy. This appendage, much cared for and sheathed tightly in a pauper's skin, hung halfway down his broad back to the great admiration of all beholders, and to the great envy of some. Our young officer dwells on the manly qualities of Cuba Tom with something like affection. This sort of relation between officer and man was not then very rare. A youngster on joining the service was put under the charge of a trustworthy seaman, who slung his first hammock for him, and often later on became a sort of humble friend to the junior officer. The narrator on joining the sloop had found this man on board after some years of separation. There is something touching in the warm pleasure he remembers and records at this meeting with the professional mentor of his boyhood. We discover then that, no Spaniard being forthcoming for the service, this worthy seaman with the unique pigtail and a very high character for courage and steadiness had been selected as messenger for one of these missions inland which have been mentioned. His preparations were not elaborate. One gloomy autumn morning, the sloop ran close to a shallow cove where a landing could be made on that iron-bound shore. A boat was lowered and pulled in with Tom Corbin, Cuba Tom, perched in the bow, and our young man, Mr. Edgar Byrne was his name on this earth which knows him no more, sitting in the stern sheets. A few inhabitants of a hamlet, whose grey stone houses could be seen 100 yards or so up a deep ravine, had come down to the shore and watched the approach of the boat. The two Englishmen leaped ashore. Either from dullness or astonishment, the peasants gave no greeting, and only fell back in silence. Mr. Byrne had made up his mind to see Tom Corbin started fairly on his way. He looked round at the heavy, surprised faces. "There isn't much to get out of them," he said. "Let us walk up to the village. There will be a wine shop for sure, where we may find somebody more promising to talk to and get some information from." "Aye, aye, sir," said Tom, falling into step behind his officer. A bit of palaver as to courses and distances can do no harm. I crossed the broadest part of Cuba by the help of my tongue, though knowing far less Spanish than I do now. As they say themselves, it was 4 words and no more with me, that time when I got left behind on shore by the Blanche frigate. He made light of what was before him, which was but a day's journey into the mountains. It is true that there was a full day's journey before striking the mountain path, but that was nothing for a man who had crossed the island of Cuba on his 2 legs, and with no more than 4 words of the language to begin with. The officer and the man were walking now on a thick, sodden bed of dead leaves, which the peasants thereabouts accumulate in the streets of their villages to rot during the winter for field manure. Turning his head, Mr. Byrne perceived that the whole male population of the hamlet was following them on the noiseless, springy carpet. Women stared from the doors of the houses, and the children had apparently gone into hiding. The village knew the ship by sight, afar off, but no stranger had landed on that spot perhaps for 100 years or more. The cocked hat of Mr. Byrne, the bushy whiskers, and the enormous pigtail of the sailor filled them with mute wonder. They pressed behind the 2 Englishmen, staring like those islanders discovered by Captain Cook in the South Seas. It was then that Byrne had his first glimpse of the little cloaked man in a yellow hat. Faded and dingy as it was, this covering for his head made him noticeable. The entrance to the wine shop was like a rough hole in a wall of flints. The owner was the only person who was not in the street, for he came out from the darkness at the back where the inflated forms of wineskins hung on nails could be vaguely distinguished. He was a tall, one-eyed Asturian with scrubby, hollow cheeks. A grave expression of countenance contrasted enigmatically with the roaming restlessness of his solitary eye. On learning that the matter in hand was the sending on his way of that English mariner toward a certain Gonzales in the mountains, he closed his good eye for a moment, as if in meditation, then opened it, very lively again. Possibly, it could be done. A friendly murmur arose in the group in the doorway at the name of Gonzales, the local leader against the French. Inquiring as to the safety of the road, Byrne was glad to learn that no troops of that nation had been seen in the neighborhood for months, not the smallest little detachment of these impious polyzones. While giving these answers, the owner of the wine shop busied himself in drawing into an earthenware jug some wine which he set before the heretic English, pocketing with grave abstraction the small piece of money the officer threw upon the table in recognition of the unwritten law that none may enter a wine shop without buying drink. His eye was in constant motion as if it were trying to do the work of the 2, but when Byrne made inquiries as to the possibility of hiring a mule, it became immovably fixed in the direction of the door, which was closely besieged by the curious. In front of them, just within the threshold, the little man in the large cloak and yellow hat had taken his stand. He was a diminutive person, a mere homunculus, Byrne describes him, in a ridiculously mysterious yet assertive attitude, a corner of his cloak thrown cavalierly over his left shoulder, muffling his chin and mouth, while the broad-brimmed yellow hat hung on a corner of his square little head. He stood there taking snuff repeatedly. "A mule," repeated the wine seller, his eyes fixed on that quaint and snuffy figure. "No, Senor Officer, decidedly no mule is to be got in this poor place." The coxswain, who stood by with the true sailor's air of unconcern in strange surroundings, struck in quietly. "If your honor will believe me, Shank's pony's the best for this job. I would have to leave the beast somewhere anyhow, since the captain has told me that half my way will be along paths fit only for goats." The diminutive man made a step forward, and speaking through the folds of the cloak, which seemed to muffle a sarcastic intention. "Sai, senor, they are too honest in this village to have a single mule amongst them for your worship's service. To that I can bear testimony. In these times it's only rogues or very clever men who can manage to have mules or any other four-footed beasts and the wherewithal to keep them. But what this valiant mariner wants is a guide. And here, senor, behold my brother-in-law, Bernardino, wine seller, and alcaide of this most Christian and hospitable village, who will find you one." This, Mr. Byrne says in his relation, was the only thing to do. A youth in a ragged coat and goatskin breeches was produced after some more talk. The English officer stood treat to the whole village, and while the peasants drank, he and Cuba Tom took their departure accompanied by the guide. The diminutive man in the cloak had disappeared. Byrne went along with the coxswain out of the village. He wanted to see him fairly on his way, and he would have gone a greater distance if the seaman had not suggested respectfully the advisability of return so as not to keep the ship a moment longer than necessary so close in with the shore on such an unpromising-looking morning. A wild, gloomy sky hung over their heads when they took leave of each other, and their surroundings of rank bushes and stony fields were dreary. "In 4 days' time," were Byrne's last words, "the ship will stand in and send a boat on shore if the weather permits. If not, you'll have to make it out on shore the best you can till we come along to take you off." "Right you are, sir," answered Tom, and strode on. Byrne watched him step out on a narrow path. In a thick pea-jacket with a pair of pistols in his belt, a cutlass by his side, and a stout cudgel in his hand, he looked a sturdy figure and well able to take care of himself. He turned round for a moment to wave his hand, giving to Byrne one more view of his honest bronzed face with bushy whiskers. The lad in goatskin breeches looking, Byrne says, like a fawn or a young satyr leaping ahead, stopped to wait for him, and then went off at a bound. Both disappeared. Byrne turned back. The hamlet was hidden in a fold of the ground, and the spot seemed the most lonely corner of the earth, and as if accursed in its uninhabited, desolate barrenness. Before he had walked many yards, there appeared very suddenly from behind a bush the muffled-up, diminutive Spaniard. Naturally, Byrne stopped short. The other made a mysterious gesture with a tiny hand peeping from under his cloak. His hat hung very much at the side of his head. "Senor," he said without any preliminaries, "caution. It is a positive fact that one-eyed Bernardino, my brother-in-law, has at this moment a mule in his stable. And why he who is not clever has a mule there? Because he is a rogue, a man without conscience. Because I had to give up the macho to him to secure for myself a roof to sleep under and a mouthful of olla to keep my soul in this insignificant body of mine. Yet, senor, it contains a heart many times bigger than the mean thing which beats in the breast of that brute connection of mine, of which I am ashamed, though I opposed that marriage with all my power. Well, the misguided woman suffered enough. She had her purgatory on this earth. God rest her soul." Byrne says he was so astonished by the sudden appearance of that sprite-like being, and by the sardonic bitterness of the speech, that he was unable to disentangle the significant fact from what seemed but a piece of family history fired out at him without rhyme or reason. Not at first. He was confounded, and at the same time he was impressed by the rapid, forcible delivery, quite different from the frothy, excited loquacity of an Italian. So he stared while the homunculus, letting his cloak fall about him, aspired an immense quantity of snuff out of the hollow of his palm. "A mule!" exclaimed Byrne, seizing at last the real aspect of the discourse. "You say he has got a mule? That's queer. Why did he refuse to let me have it?" The diminutive Spaniard muffled himself up again with great dignity. "Quien sabe?" he said coldly, with a shrug of his draped shoulders. "He is a great politico in everything he does. But one thing your worship may be certain of, that his intentions are always rascally. This husband of my defunta sister ought to have been married a long time ago to the widow with the wooden legs." "Eh, I see. But remember that, whatever your motives, your worship countenanced him in this lie." The bright, unhappy eyes on each side of a predatory nose confronted Byrne without wincing, while with that testiness which lurks so often at the bottom of Spanish dignity. "No doubt the senior officer would not lose an ounce of blood if I were stuck under the 5th rib," he retorted. "But what of this poor sinner here?" Then, changing his tone, "Senor, by the necessities of the times I live here in exile, a Castilian and an old Christian, existing miserably in the midst of these brute Asturians, and dependent on the worst of them all, who has less conscience and scruples than a wolf. And being a man of intelligence, I govern myself accordingly, yet I can hardly contain my scorn. You have heard the way I spoke. A caballero of parts like your worship might have guessed that there was a cat in there." "What cat?" said Byrne uneasily. "Oh, I see. Something suspicious." "No, senor. I guessed nothing. My nation are not good guessers at that sort of thing, and therefore I ask you plainly whether that wine cellar has spoken the truth in other particulars." "There are certainly no Frenchmen anywhere about," said the little man with a return to his indifferent manner. "Or robbers. Ladrones. Ladrones en grande. No, assuredly not," was the answer in a cold, philosophical tone. "What is there left for them to do after the French? And nobody travels in these times. But who can say? Opportunity makes the robber. Still, that mariner of yours has a fierce aspect, and with the son of a cat rats will have no play. But there is a saying, too, that where honey is, there will soon be flies." This oracular discourse exasperated Byrne. "In the name of God," he cried, "tell me plainly if you think my man is reasonably safe on his journey." The homunculus, undergoing one of his rapid changes, seized the officer's arm. The grip of his little hand was astonishing. "Senor!" Bernardino had taken notice of him. "What more do you want? And listen, men have disappeared on this road, on a certain portion of this road, when Bernardino kept a maison, an inn, and I, his brother-in-law, had coaches and mules for hire. Now there are no travellers, no coaches. The French have ruined me. Bernardino has retired here for reasons of his own after my sister died. They were 3 to torment the life out of her, he and Erminia and Lucilla, 2 aunts of his, all affiliated to the devil. And now he has robbed me of my last mule. You are an armed man. Demand the macho from him with a pistol to his head, senor. It is not his, I tell you, and ride after your man who is so precious to you. And then you shall both be safe, for no 2 travellers have been ever known to disappear together in these days. As to the beast, I, its owner, I confide it to your honor." They were staring hard at each other, and Byrne nearly burst into a laugh at the ingenuity and transparency of the little man's plot to regain possession of his mule. But he had no difficulty to keep a straight face, because he felt deep within himself a strange inclination to do that very extraordinary thing. He did not laugh, but his lip quivered, at which the diminutive Spaniard, detaching his black, glittering eyes from Byrne's face, turned his back on him brusquely with a gesture and a fling of the cloak, which somehow expressed contempt, bitterness, and discouragement all at once. He turned away and stood still, his hat aslant, muffled up to the ears. But he was not offended to the point of refusing the silver duro which Byrne offered him with a non-committal speech, as if nothing extraordinary had passed between them. "I must make haste on board now," said Byrne then. "Vaya usted con Dios," muttered the gnome. And this interview ended with a sarcastic low sweep of the hat, which was replaced at the same perilous angle as before. Directly the boat had been hoisted, the ship's sails were filled on the offshore tack, and Byrne imparted the whole story to his captain, who was but a very few years older than himself. There was some amused indignation at it, but while they laughed, they looked gravely at each other. A Spanish dwarf trying to beguile an officer of His Majesty's Navy into stealing a mule for him. That was too funny, too ridiculous, too incredible. Those were the exclamations of the captain. He couldn't get over the grotesqueness of it. "Incredible, that's just it," murmured Byrne at last in a significant tone. They exchanged a long stare. "It's as clear as daylight," affirmed the captain impatiently, because in his heart he was not certain. And Tom, the best seaman in the ship for one, the good-humouredly deferential friend of his boyhood for the other, was becoming endowed with a compelling fascination, like a symbolic figure of loyalty appealing to their feelings and their conscience, so that they could not detach their thoughts from his safety. Several times they went up on deck, only to look at the coast, as if it could tell them something of his fate. It stretched away, lengthening in the distance, mute, naked, and savage, veiled now and then by the slanting cold shafts of rain. The westerly swell rolled its interminable angry lines of foam, and big dark clouds flew over the ship in a sinister procession. "I wish to goodness you had done what your little friend in the yellow hat wanted you to do," said the commander of the sloop late in the afternoon with visible exasperation. "Do you, sir?" answered Byrne, bitter with positive anguish. "I wonder what you would have said afterwards. Why? I might have been kicked out of the service for looting a mule from a nation in alliance with His Majesty. Or I might have been battered to a pulp with flails and pitchforks, a pretty tale to get abroad about one of your officers while trying to steal a mule. Or chased ignominiously to the boat, for you would not have expected me to shoot down unoffending people for the sake of a mangy mule. And yet," he added in a low voice, "I almost wish myself I had done it." Before dark, those two young men had worked themselves up into a highly complex psychological state of scornful skepticism and alarmed credulity. It tormented them exceedingly, and the thought that it would have to last for 6 days at least, and possibly be prolonged further for an indefinite time, was not to be borne. The ship was therefore put on the inshore tack at dark. All through the gusty dark night she went towards the land to look for her man, at times lying over in the heavy puffs, at others rolling idle in the swell, nearly stationary, as if she too had a mind of her own to swing perplexed between cool reason and warm impulse. Then, just at daybreak, a boat put off from her and went on tossed by the seas towards the shallow cove where, with considerable difficulty, an officer in a thick coat and a round hat managed to land on a strip of shingle. "It was my wish," writes Mr. Byrne, "a wish of which my captain approved, to land secretly if possible. I did not want to be seen either by my aggrieved friend in the yellow hat, whose motives were not clear, or by the one-eyed wine seller, who may or may not have been affiliated to the devil, or indeed by any other dweller in that primitive village. But unfortunately, the cove was the only possible landing place for miles, and from the steepness of the ravine I couldn't make a circuit to avoid the houses. Fortunately," he goes on, "all the people were yet in their beds. It was barely daylight when I found myself walking on the thick layer of sodden leaves filling the only street. No soul was stirring abroad, no dog barked. The silence was profound, and I had concluded with some wonder that apparently no dogs were kept in the hamlet when I heard a low snarl, and from a noisome alley between two hovels emerged a vile cur with its tail between its legs. He slunk off silently, showing me his teeth as he ran before me, and he disappeared so suddenly that he might have been the unclean incarnation of the evil one. There was, too, something so weird in the manner of its coming and vanishing that my spirits, already by no means very high, became further depressed by the revolting sight of this creature, as if by an unlucky presage. He got away from the coast unobserved as far as he knew, then struggled manfully to the west against wind and rain on a barren, dark upland under a sky of ashes. Far away, the harsh and desolate mountains raising their scarped and denuded ridges seemed to wait for him menacingly. The evening found him fairly near to them, but, in sailor language, uncertain of his position, hungry, wet, and tired out by a day of steady tramping over broken ground, during which he had seen very few people and had been unable to obtain the slightest intelligence of Tom Corbin's passage. On, I must push on, he had been saying to himself through the hours of solitary effort, spurred more by incertitude than by any definite fear or definite hope. The lowering daylight died out quickly, leaving him faced by a broken bridge. He descended into the ravine, forded a narrow stream by the last gleam of rapid water, and clambering out on the other side was met by the night, which fell like a bandage over his eyes. The wind sweeping in the darkness, the broadside of the Sierra worried his ears by a continuous roaring noise, as of a maddened sea. He suspected that he had lost the road. Even in daylight, with its ruts and mud holes and ledges of outcropping stone, it was difficult to distinguish from the dreary waste of the moor, interspersed with boulders and clumps of naked bushes. But, as he says, he steered his course by the feel of the wind. His hat rammed low on his brow, his head down, stopping now and again from mere weariness of mind rather than of body, as if not his strength, but his resolution were being overtaxed by the strain of endeavor half suspected to be vain, and by the unrest of his feelings. In one of these pauses, borne in the wind faintly, as if from very far away, he heard a sound of knocking, just knocking on wood. He noticed that the wind had lulled suddenly. His heart started beating tumultuously, because in himself he carried the impression of the desert solitudes he had been traversing for the last 6 hours, the oppressive sense of an uninhabited world. When he raised his head, a gleam of light, illusory as it often happens in dense darkness, swam before his eyes. While he peered, the sound of feeble knocking was repeated, and suddenly he felt rather than saw the existence of a massive obstacle in his path. What was it? The spur of a hill? Or was it a house? Yes, it was a house right close, as though it had risen from the ground, or had come gliding to meet him, dumb and pallid, from some dark recess of the night. It towered loftily. He had come up under its lee, another 3 steps, and he could have touched the wall with his hand. It was no doubt a posada, and some other traveller was trying for admittance. He heard again the sound of cautious knocking. Next moment, a broad band of light fell into the night through the open door. Burns stepped eagerly into it, whereupon the person outside leaped with a stifled cry away into the night. An exclamation of surprise was heard too, from within. Byrne, flinging himself against the half-closed door, forced his way in against some considerable resistance. A miserable candle, a mere rushlight, burned at the end of a long deal table. And in its light, Byrne saw, staggering yet, the girl he had driven from the door. She had a short black skirt, an orange shawl, a dark complexion, and the escaped single hairs from the mass, sombre and thick like a forest, and held up by a comb, made a black mist about her low forehead. A shrill, lamentable howl of "Misericordia" came in 2 voices from the further end of the long room, where the firelight of an open hearth played between heavy shadows. The girl, recovering herself, drew a hissing breath through her set teeth. It is unnecessary to report the long process of questions and answers by which he soothed the fears of 2 old women who sat on each side of the fire, on which stood a large earthenware pot. Byrne thought at once of 2 witches watching the brewing of some deadly potion, but all the same, when one of them, raising forward painfully her broken form, lifted the cover of the pot, the escaping steam had an appetizing smell. The other did not budge, but sat hunched up, her head trembling all the time. They were horrible. There was something grotesque in their decrepitude, their toothless mouths, their hooked noses, the meagerness of the active one, and the hanging yellow cheeks of the other, the still one whose head trembled, would have been laughable if the sight of their dreadful physical degradation had not been appalling to one's eyes, had not gripped one's heart with poignant amazement at the unspeakable misery of age, at the awful persistency of life becoming at last an object of disgust and dread. To get over it, Byrne began to talk, saying that he was an Englishman and that he was in search of a countryman who ought to have passed this way. Directly he had spoken, the recollection of his parting with Tom came up in his mind with amazing vividness. The silent villagers, the angry gnome, the one-eyed wine seller, Bernardino. Why, these 2 unspeakable frights must be that man's aunts, affiliated to the devil. Whatever they had been, once it was impossible to imagine what use such feeble creatures could be to the devil now in the world of the living. Which was Lucilla, and which was Erminia? They were now things without a name. A moment of suspended animation followed Byrne's words. The sorceress with the spoon ceased stirring the mess in the iron pot. The very trembling of the other's head stopped for the space of breath. In this infinitesimal fraction of a second, Byrne had the sense of being really on his quest, of having reached the turn of the path, almost within hail of Tom. They have seen him, he thought with conviction. Here was at last somebody who had seen him. He made sure they would deny all knowledge of the Ingalls, but on the contrary, they were eager to tell him that he had eaten and slept the night in the house. They both started talking together, describing his appearance and behavior. An excitement quite fierce in its feebleness possessed them. The doubled-up sorceress flourished aloft her wooden spoon. The puffy monster got off her stool and screeched, stepping from one foot to the other, while the trembling of her head was accelerated to positive vibration. Byrne was quite disconcerted by their excited behavior. Yes! The big, fierce Ingalls went away in the morning after eating a piece of bread and drinking some wine. And if the Caballero wished to follow the same path, nothing could be easier in the morning. "You will give me somebody to show me the way," said Byrne. "Si, senor, a proper youth, the man the Caballero saw going out." "But he was knocking at the door," protested Byrne. "He only bolted when he saw me. He was coming in." "No, no!" the two horrid witches screamed out together. "Going out! Going out!" After all, it may have been true. The sound of knocking had been faint, elusive, reflected Byrne, perhaps only the effect of his fancy. He asked, "Who is that man?" "Her novio," they screamed, pointing to the girl. "He has gone home to a village far away from here, but he will return in the morning. Her novio, and she is an orphan, the child of poor Christian people. She lives with us for the love of God, for the love of God." The orphan crouching on the corner of the hearth had been looking at Byrne. He thought that she was more like a child of Satan kept there by these two weird harridans for the love of the devil. Her eyes were a little oblique, her mouth rather thick, but admirably formed. Her dark face had a wild beauty, voluptuous and untamed. As to the character of her steadfast gaze attached upon him with a sensuously savage attention. "To know what it was like," says Mr. Byrne, "you have only to observe a hungry cat watching a bird in a cage or a mouse inside a trap. It was she who served him the food, of which he was glad, though with those big, slanting black eyes examining him at close range, as if he had something curious written on his face, she gave him an uncomfortable sensation. But anything was better than being approached by these blear-eyed, nightmarish witches. His apprehensions somehow had been soothed, perhaps by the sensation of warmth after severe exposure and the ease of resting after the exertion of fighting the gale inch by inch all the way. He had no doubt of Tom's safety. He was now sleeping in the mountain camp, having been met by Gonzales's men. Byrne rose, filled a tin goblet with wine out of a skin hanging on the wall, and sat down again. The witch with the mummy face began to talk to him, ramblingly of old times. She boasted of the inn's fame in those better days. Great people in their own coaches stopped there. An archbishop slept once in the casa, a long, long time ago. The witch with the puffy face seemed to be listening from her stool, motionless, except for the trembling of her head. The girl, Byrne was certain she was a casual gypsy admitted there for some reason or other, sat on the hearthstone in the glow of the embers. She hummed a tune to herself, rattling a pair of castanets slightly now and then. At the mention of the archbishop, she chuckled impiously and turned her head to look at Byrne, so that the red glow of the fire flashed in her black eyes and on her white teeth under the dark cowl of the enormous overmantle. And he smiled at her. He rested now in the ease of security. His advent not having been expected, there could be no plot against him in existence. Drowsiness stole upon his senses. He enjoyed it, but keeping a hold, so he thought at least, on his wits. But he must have been gone further than he thought, because he was startled beyond measure by a fiendish uproar. He had never heard anything so pitilessly strident in his life. The witches had started a fierce quarrel about something or other. Whatever its origin, they were now only abusing each other violently, without arguments. Their senile screams expressed nothing but wicked anger and ferocious dismay. The gypsy girl's black eyes flew from one to the other. Never before had Byrne felt himself so removed from fellowship with human beings. Before he had really time to understand the subject of the quarrel, the girl jumped up, rattling her castanets loudly. A silence fell. She came up to the table and bending over, her eyes in his. "Signor," she said with decision, "you shall sleep in the Archbishop's room." Neither of the witches objected. The dried-up one, bent double, was propped on a stick. The puffy-faced one had now a crutch. Byrne got up, walked to the door, and turning the key in the enormous lock, put it coolly in his pocket. This was clearly the only entrance, and he did not mean to be taken unawares by whatever danger there might have been lurking outside. When he turned from the door, he saw the two witches, affiliated to the devil, and the satanic girl looking at him in silence. He wondered if Tom Corbin took the same precaution last night, and thinking of him, he had again that queer impression of his nearness. The world was perfectly dumb, and in this stillness he heard the blood beating in his ears with a confused rushing noise in which there seemed to be a voice uttering the words, "Mr. Byrne, look out, sir." Tom's voice. He shuddered, for the delusions of the senses of hearing are the most vivid of all, and from their nature have a compelling character. It seemed impossible that Tom should not be there. Again, a slight chill as of stealthy draught penetrated through his very clothes and passed over all his body. He shook off the impression with an effort. It was the girl who preceded him upstairs, carrying an iron lamp from the naked flame of which ascended a thin thread of smoke. Her soiled white stockings were full of holes. With the same quiet resolution with which he had locked the door below, Byrne threw open one after another the doors in the corridor. All the rooms were empty, except for some nondescript lumber in one or two, and the girl, seeing what he would be at, stopped every time, raising the smoky light in each doorway patiently. Meantime, she observed him with sustained attention. The last door of all she threw open herself. "You sleep here, senor," she murmured in a voice light like a child's breath, offering him the lamp. "Buenos noches, señorita," he said politely, taking it from her. She didn't return the wish audibly, though her lips did move a little, while her gaze, black like a starless night, never for a moment wavered before him. He stepped in, and as he turned to close the door, she was still there, motionless and disturbing, with her voluptuous mouth and slanting eyes, with the expression of expectant sensual ferocity of a baffled cat. He hesitated for a moment, and in the dumb house he heard again the blood pulsating ponderously in his ears, while once more the illusion of Tom's voice speaking earnestly somewhere nearby was specially terrifying, because this time he could not make out the words. He slammed the door in the girl's face at last, leaving her in the dark, and he opened it again almost on the instant. Nobody. She had vanished without the slightest sound. He closed the door quickly and bolted it with two heavy bolts. A profound mistrust possessed him suddenly. Why did the witches quarrel about letting him sleep here? And what meant that stare of the girl, as if she wanted to impress his features forever in her mind? His own nervousness alarmed him. He seemed to himself to be removed very far from mankind. He examined his room. It was not very high, just high enough to take the bed which stood under an enormous baldaquin-like canopy, from which fell heavy curtains at foot and head. A bed certainly worthy of an archbishop. There was a heavy table carved all round the edges, some armchairs of enormous weight, like the spoils of a grandee's palace, a tall, shallow wardrobe placed against the wall and with double doors. He tried them. Locked. A suspicion came into his mind, and he snatched the lamp to make a closer examination. No, it was not a disguised entrance. That heavy, tall piece of furniture stood clear of the wall by quite an inch. He glanced at the bolts of his room door. No, no one could get at him treacherously while he slept. But would he be able to sleep? He asked himself anxiously. If only he had Tom there, the trusty seaman who had fought at his right hand in a cutting-out affair or two, and had always preached to him the necessity to take care of himself. For it's no great trick, he used to say, to get yourself killed in a hot fight. Any fool can do that. The proper pastime is to fight the Frenchies and then live to fight another day. Byrne found it a hard matter not to fall into listening to the silence. Somehow, he had the conviction that nothing would break it unless he heard again the haunting sound of Tom's voice. He had heard it twice before. Odd. And yet no wonder, he argued with himself reasonably, since he had been thinking of the man for over 30 hours continuously, and what's more, inconclusively. For his anxiety for Tom had never taken a definite shape. Disappear was the only word connected with the idea of Tom's danger. It was very vague and awful. Disappear! What did that mean? Byrne shuddered and then said to himself that he must be a little feverish. But Tom had not disappeared. Byrne had just heard of him, and again the young man felt the blood beating in his ears. He sat still, expecting every moment to hear through the pulsating strokes the sound of Tom's voice. He waited, straining his ears, but nothing came. Suddenly the thought occurred to him. He has not disappeared, but he cannot make himself heard. He jumped up from the armchair. How absurd. Laying his pistol and his hanger on the table, he took off his boots and, feeling suddenly too tired to stand, flung himself on the bed, which he found soft and comfortable beyond his hopes. He had felt very wakeful, but he must have dozed off after all, because the next thing he knew he was sitting up in bed and trying to recollect what it was that Tom's voice had said. Oh, he remembered it now. It had said, "Mr. Byrne, look out, sir." A warning, this. But against what? He landed with one leap in the middle of the floor, gasped once, then looked all round the room. The window was shuttered and barred with an iron bar. Again he ran his eyes slowly all round the bare walls, and even looked up at the ceiling, which was rather high. Afterwards he went to the door to examine the fastenings. They consisted of 2 enormous iron bolts sliding into holes made in the wall, and as the corridor outside was too narrow to admit of any battering arrangement or even to permit an axe to be swung, nothing could burst the door open, unless gunpowder. But while he was still making sure that the lower bolt was pushed well home, he received the impression of somebody's presence in the room. It was so strong that he spun round quicker than lightning. There was no one. Who could there be? And yet, it was then that he lost the decorum and restraint a man keeps up for his own sake. He got down on his hands and knees with the lamp on the floor to look under the bed, like a silly girl. He saw a lot of dust and nothing else. He got up, his cheeks burning, and walked about discontented with his own behavior and unreasonably angry with Tom for not leaving him alone. The words, "Mr. Byrne, look out, sir," kept on repeating themselves in his head in a tone of warning. Hadn't I better just throw myself on the bed and try to go to sleep? He asked himself. But his eyes fell on the tall wardrobe, and he went towards it, feeling irritated with himself, and yet unable to desist. How he could explain tomorrow the burglarious misdeed to the 2 odious witches he had no idea. Nevertheless, he inserted the point of his hanger between the 2 halves of the door and tried to prise them open. They resisted. He swore, sticking now hotly to his purpose. His mutter, "I hope you will be satisfied. Confound you," was addressed to the absent Tom. Just then the doors gave way and flew open. He was there. He, the trusty, sagacious, and courageous Tom, was there, drawn up, shadowy and stiff, in a prudent silence, which his wide-open eyes, by their fixed gleam, seemed to command Byrne to respect. But Byrne was too startled to make a sound. Amazed, he stepped back a little, and on the instant the seaman flung himself forward headlong as if to clasp his officer round the neck. Instinctively, Byrne put out his faltering arms. He felt the horrible rigidity of the body, and then the coldness of death as their heads knocked together and their faces came into contact. They reeled, Byrne hugging Tom close to his breast in order not to let him fall with a crash. He had just strength enough to lower the awful burden gently to the floor. Then his head swam, his legs gave way, and he sank on his knees, leaning over the body with his hands resting on the breast of that man, once full of generous life, and now as insensible as a stone. "Dead, my poor Tom, dead," he repeated mentally. The light of the lamp standing near the edge of the table fell from above straight on the stony, empty stare of these eyes, which naturally had a mobile and merry expression. Byrne turned his own away from them. Tom's black silk neckerchief was not knotted on his breast. It was gone. The murderers had also taken off his shoes and stockings, and noticing this spoliation, the exposed throat, the bare upturned feet, Byrne felt his eyes run full of tears. In other respects, the seaman was fully dressed. Neither was his clothing disarranged, as it must have been in a violent struggle. Only his checked shirt had been pulled a little out the waistband in one place, just enough to ascertain whether he had a money belt fastened round his body. Byrne began to sob into his handkerchief. It was a nervous outburst which passed off quickly. Remaining on his knees, he contemplated sadly the athletic body of as fine a seaman as ever had drawn a cutlass, laid a gun, or passed the weather earring in a gale, lying stiff and cold, his cheery, fearless spirit departed, perhaps turning to him, his boy chum, to his ship out there rolling on the grey seas off an iron-bound coast at the very moment of its flight. He perceived that the 6 brass buttons of Tom's jacket had been cut off. He shuddered at the notion of the 2 miserable and repulsive witches busying themselves ghoulishly about the defenceless body of his friend. Cut off, perhaps with the same knife which... The head of one trembled, the other was bent double, and their eyes were red and bleared, their infamous claws unsteady. It must have been in this very room, too, for Tom could not have been killed in the open and brought in here afterwards. Of that, Byrne was certain, yet those devilish crones could not have killed him themselves even by taking him unawares, and Tom would be always on his guard, of course. Tom was a very wide-awake, wary man when engaged on any service, and in fact, how did they murder him? Who did? In what way? Byrne jumped up, snatched the lamp off the table, and stooped swiftly over the body. The light revealed on the clothing no stain, no trace, no spot of blood anywhere. Byrne's hands began to shake, so that he had to set the lamp on the floor and turn away his head in order to recover from this agitation. Then he began to explore that cold, still, and rigid body for a stab, a gunshot wound, for the trace of some killing blow. He felt all over the skull anxiously. It was whole. He slipped his hand under the neck. It was unbroken. With terrified eyes, he peered close under the chin and saw no marks of strangulation on the throat. There were no signs anywhere. He was just dead. Impulsively, Byrne got away from the body, as if the mystery of an incomprehensible death had changed his pity into suspicion and dread. The lamp on the floor near the set, still face of the seaman, showed it staring at the ceiling as if despairingly. In the circle of light, Byrne saw by the undisturbed patches of thick dust on the floor that there had been no struggle in that room. He has died outside, he thought. Yes, outside in that narrow corridor, where there was hardly room to turn, the mysterious death had come to his poor dear Tom. The impulse of snatching up his pistols and rushing out of the room abandoned Byrne suddenly. For Tom, too, had been armed, with just such powerless weapons as he himself possessed, pistols, a cutlass, and Tom had died a nameless death by incomprehensible means. A new thought came to Byrne. That stranger knocking at the door and fleeing so swiftly at his appearance had come there to remove the body. Aha! That was the guide the withered witch had promised would show the English officer the shortest way of rejoining his man. A promise, he saw it now, of dreadful import. He who had knocked would have 2 bodies to deal with. Man and officer would go forth from the house together, for Byrne was certain now that he would have to die before the morning, and in the same mysterious manner, leaving behind him an unmarked body. The sight of a smashed head, of a throat cut, of a gaping gunshot wound would have been an inexpressible relief. It would have soothed all his fears. His soul cried within him to that dead man whom he had never found wanting in danger. "Why don't you tell me what I am to look for, Tom? Why don't you?" But in rigid immobility, extended on his back, he seemed to preserve an austere silence, as if disdaining in the finality of his awful knowledge to hold converse with the living. Suddenly, Byrne flung himself on his knees by the side of the body, and dry-eyed, fierce, opened the shirt wide on the breast, as if to tear the secret forcibly from that cold heart which had been so loyal to him in life. Nothing. He raised the lamp, and all the sign vouchsafed to him by that face which used to be so kindly in expression was a small bruise on the forehead, the least thing, a mere mark. The skin, even, was not broken. He stared at it a long time as if lost in a dreadful dream. Then he observed that Tom's hands were clenched as though he had fallen facing somebody in a fight with fists. His knuckles, on closer view, appeared somewhat abraded. Both hands. The discovery of these slight signs was more appalling to Byrne than the absolute absence of every mark would have been. So Tom had died striking against something which could be hit, and yet could kill one without leaving a wound, by a breath. Terror, hot terror, began to play about Byrne's heart like a tongue of flame that touches and withdraws before it turns a thing to ashes. He backed away from the body as far as he could, then came forward stealthily, casting fearful glances to steal another look at the bruised forehead. There would perhaps be such a faint bruise on his own forehead before the morning. "I can't bear it," he whispered to himself. Tom was for him now an object of horror, a sight at once tempting and revolting to his fear. He couldn't bear to look at him. At last, desperation getting the better of his increasing horror, he stepped forward from the wall against which he had been leaning, seized the corpse under the armpits, and began to lug it over to the bed. The bare heels of the seaman trailed on the floor noiselessly. He was heavy with the dead weight of inanimate objects. With a last effort, Byrne landed him face downwards on the edge of the bed, rolled him over, snatched from under this stiff, passive thing a sheet with which he covered it over. Then he spread the curtains at head and foot, so that joining together as he shook their folds, they hid the bed altogether from his sight. He stumbled towards a chair and fell on it. The perspiration poured from his face for a moment, and then his veins seemed to carry for a while a thin stream of half-frozen blood. Complete terror had possession of him now, a nameless terror which had turned his heart to ashes. He sat upright in the straight-backed chair, the lamp burning at his feet, his pistols and his hanger at his left elbow on the end of the table, his eyes turning incessantly in their sockets round the walls, over the ceiling, over the floor, in the expectation of a mysterious and appalling vision. The thing which could deal death in a breath was outside that bolted door. But Byrne believed neither in walls nor bolts now. Unreasoning terror turning everything to account, his old-time boyish admiration of the athletic Tom, the undaunted Tom, he had seemed to him invincible, helped to paralyze his faculties, added to his despair. He was no longer Edgar Byrne. He was a tortured soul suffering more anguish than any sinner's body had ever suffered from rack or boot. The depth of his torment may be measured when I say that this young man, as brave at least as the average of his kind, contemplated seizing a pistol and firing into his own head, but a deadly, chilly languor was spreading over his limbs. It was as if his flesh had been wet plaster, stiffening slowly about his ribs. Presently, he thought, the two witches will be coming in, with crutch and stick, horrible, grotesque, monstrous, affiliated to the devil, to put a mark on his forehead, the tiny little bruise of death. And he wouldn't be able to do anything. Tom had struck out at something, but he was not like Tom. His limbs were dead already. He sat still, dying the death over and over again, and the only part of him which moved were his eyes, turning round and round in their sockets, running over the walls, the floor, the ceiling, again and again, till suddenly they became motionless and stony, starting out of his head, fixed in the direction of the bed. He had seen the heavy curtains stir and shake, as if the dead body they concealed had turned over and sat up. Byrne, who thought the world could hold no more terrors in store, felt his hair stir at the roots. He He gripped the arms of the chair, his jaw fell, and the sweat broke out on his brow, while his dry tongue clove suddenly to the roof of his mouth. Again, the curtain stirred, but did not open. "Don't, Tom!" Byrne made effort to shout, but all he heard was a slight moan, such as an uneasy sleeper may make. He felt that his brain was going, for now it seemed to him that the ceiling over the bed had moved, had slanted, and came level again, and once more the closed curtains swayed gently as if about to part. Byrne closed his eyes, not to see the awful apparition of the seaman's corpse coming out animated by an evil spirit. In the profound silence of the room, he endured a moment of frightful agony, then opened his eyes again. And he saw at once that the curtains remained closed still, but that the ceiling over the bed had risen quite a foot. With the last gleam of reason left to him, he understood that it was the enormous baldaquin over the bed which was coming down, while the curtains
Google it.
swayed softly, sinking gradually to the floor. His drooping jaw snapped to, and half rising in his chair, he watched mutely the noiseless descent of the monstrous canopy. It came down in short, smooth rushes till lowered halfway or more, when it took a run and settled swiftly its turtleback shape, with the deep border piece fitting exactly the edge of the bedstead. A slight crack or two of wood were heard, and the overpowering stillness of the room resumed its sway. Byrne stood up, gasped for breath, and let out a cry of rage and dismay, the first sound which he is perfectly certain did make its way past his lips on this night of terrors. This, then, was the death he had escaped. This was the devilish artifice of murder poor Tom's soul had perhaps tried from beyond the border to warn him of, for this was how he had died. Byrne was certain he had heard the voice of the seaman, faintly distinct in his familiar phrase, "Mr. Byrne, look out, sir," and again uttering words he could not make out. But then the distance separating the living from the dead is so great. Poor Tom had tried. Byrne ran to the bed and attempted to lift up, to push off the horrible lid smothering the body. It resisted his efforts, heavy as lead, immovable like a tombstone. The rage of vengeance made him desist. His head buzzed with chaotic thoughts of extermination. He turned round the room as if he could find neither his weapons nor the way out, and all the time he stammered awful menaces. A violent battering at the door of the inn recalled him to his soberer senses. He flew to the window, pulled the shutters open, and looked out. In the faint dawn, he saw below him a mob of men. Ha! He would go and face at once this murderous lot, collected no doubt for his undoing. After his struggle with nameless terrors, he yearned for an open fray with armed enemies. But he must have remained yet bereft of his reason, because forgetting his weapons, he rushed downstairs with a wild cry, unbarred the door while blows were raining on it outside, and flinging it open, flew with his bare hands at the throat of the first man he saw before him. They rolled over together. Byrne's hazy intention was to break through, to fly up the mountain path, and come back presently with Gonzales's men to exact an exemplary vengeance. He fought furiously, till a tree, a house, a mountain seemed to crash down upon his head, and he knew no more. Here Mr. Byrne describes in detail the skilful manner in which he found his broken head bandaged, informs us that he had lost a great deal of blood, and ascribes the preservation of his sanity to that circumstance. He sets down Gonzales' profuse apologies in full, too, for it was Gonzales who, tired of waiting for news from the English, had come down to the inn with half his band on his way to the sea. His Excellency, he explained, rushed out with fierce impetuosity, and moreover was not known to us for a friend, and so we, etc., etc. When asked what had become of the witches, he only pointed his finger silently to the ground, then voiced calmly a moral reflection. "The passion for gold is pitiless in the very old, Senor," he said. "No doubt in former days they have put many a solitary traveller to sleep in the Archbishop's bed." There was also a gypsy girl there, said Byrne feebly from the improvised litter on which he was being carried to the coast by a squad of guerrilleros. It was she who winched up that infernal machine, and it was she too who lowered it that night, was the answer. But why? Why? Exclaimed Byrne. Why should she wish for my death? No doubt for the sake of your Excellency's coat buttons, said politely the saturnine Gonzales. We found those of the dead mariner concealed on her person, but your Excellency may rest assured that everything that is fitting has been done on this occasion. Byrne asked no more questions. There was still another death which was considered by Gonzales as fitting to the occasion. The one-eyed Bernardino, stuck against the wall of his wine shop, received the charge of 6 escopetas into his breast. As the shots rang out, the rough bier with Tom's body on it went past, carried by a bandit-like gang of Spanish patriots down the ravine to the shore, where 2 boats from the ship were waiting for what was left on earth of her best seamen. Mr. Byrne, very pale and weak, stepped into the boat which carried the body of his humble friend, for it was decided that Tom Corbin should rest far out in the Bay of Biscay. The officer took the tiller, and turning his head for the last look at the shore, saw on the grey hillside something moving, which he made out to be a little man in a yellow hat mounted on a mule, that mule without which the fate of Tom Corbin would have remained mysterious forever.
Hmm. Okay, so if I go over here, You'd be able to just push F and activate the door, but oh, I may have to put a different control panel on there. May not be able to use buttons on there. Have to actually use a control pedestal. mean, I can access it through that. I should just be able to push F, control it. At least that's the way it used to be. I don't remember it. I haven't built anything like that in quite some time. Why did my shelf fall down? I don't like that. That sucks. It's irritating. That's irritating. Irritation, irritation, irritation.
Good evening, Constant Reader. Tonight, we present to you a reading of Stephen King's short story from 1968, Strawberry Spring. Spring-heeled Jack. I saw those two words in the paper this morning, and my God, how they take me back. All that was 8 years ago, almost to the day. Once, while it was going on, I saw myself on nationwide TV, the Walter Cronkite Report. Just a hurrying face in the general background behind the reporter, but my folks picked me out right away. They called long distance. My dad wanted my analysis of the situation. He was all bluff and hearty and man-to-man. My mother just wanted me to come home. But I didn't want to come home. I was enchanted. Enchanted by that dark and mist-blown strawberry spring, and by the shadow of violent death that walked through it on those nights 8 years ago, the shadow of Spring-heeled Jack. In New England, they call it a strawberry spring. No one knows why. It's just a phrase the old-timers use. They say it happens once every 8 or 10 years. What happened at New Sharon's Teachers College that particular strawberry spring, there may be a cycle for that too.
but if anyone has figured it out, they've never said. At New Sharon, the strawberry spring began on March 16th, 1968. The coldest winter in 20 years broke on that day. It rained, and you could smell the sea 20 miles west of the beaches. The snow, which had been 35 inches deep in places, began to melt, and the campus walks ran with slush. The winter carnival snow sculptures, which had been kept sharp and clear-cut for 2 months by the sub-zero temperatures, at last began to sag and slouch. The caricature of Lyndon Johnson in front of the Tep fraternity house cried melting tears. The dove in front of Prasher Hall lost its frozen feathers, and its plywood skeleton showed sadly through in places. And when night came, the fog came with it, moving silent and white along the narrow college avenues and thoroughfares. The pines on the mall poked through it like counting fingers, and it drifted, slow as cigarette smoke, under the little bridge down by the Civil War cannons. It made things seem out of joint, strange, magical. The unwary traveler would step out of the juke-thumping, brightly lit confusion of the grinder, expecting the hard, clear starriness of winter to clutch him, but instead he would suddenly find himself in a silent, muffled world of white, drifting fog. The only sound his own footsteps and the soft drip of water from the ancient gutters. You half expected to see Gollum or Frodo and Sam go hurrying past, or to turn and see that the grinder was gone, vanished, replaced by a foggy panorama of moors and yew trees, and perhaps a druid circle or a sparkling fairy ring. The jukebox played Love is Blue that year. It played Hey Jude endlessly, endlessly. It played Scarborough Fair. And at 10 minutes after 11 on that night, a junior named John Dancy, on his way back to his dormitory, began screaming into the fog, dropping books on and between the sprawled legs of the dead girl lying in a shadowy corner of the animal sciences parking lot, her throat cut from ear to ear, but her eyes open and almost seeming to sparkle, as if she had just successfully pulled off the funniest joke of her young life. Dancy, an education major and a speech minor, screamed and screamed and screamed. The next day was overcast and sullen, and we went to classes with questions eager in our mouths. Who? Why? When do you think they'll get him? And always the final thrilled question, did you know her? Yes, I had an art class with her. Yes, one of my roommate's friends dated her last term. Yes, she asked me for a light once in the grinder. She was at the next table. Yes, yes, oh yes. We all knew her. Her name was Gail Kerman, and she was an art major. She wore granny glasses and had a good figure. She was well liked, but her roommates had hated her. She had never gone out much, even though she was one of the most promiscuous girls on campus. She was ugly, but cute. She had been a vivacious girl who talked little and smiled seldom. She had been pregnant, and she had had leukemia. She was a lesbian who had been murdered by her boyfriend. It was strawberry spring, and on the morning of March 17th, we all knew Gail Kerman. Half a dozen state police cars crawled onto the campus, and most of them parked in front of Judith Franklin Hall, where the Kerman girl had lived. On my way past there to my 10 o'clock class, I was asked to show my student ID. I was clever. I showed him the one without the fangs. Do you carry a knife? The policeman asked cunningly. Is it about Gail Kerman? I asked, after I told him that the most lethal thing on my person was a rabbit's foot keychain. What makes you ask? He pounced. I was 5 minutes late to class. It was strawberry spring, and no one walked by themselves through the half-academical, half-fantastical campus that night. The fog had come again, smelling of the sea, quiet and deep. Around 9 o'clock, my roommate burst into our room, where I had been busting my brains on a Milton essay since 7. "They caught him," he said. "I heard it over at the grinder." "From whom?" "I don't know, some guy. Her boyfriend did it. His name is Carl Amalara." I settled back, relieved and disappointed. With a name like that, it had to be true. A lethal and sordid little crime of passion. "Okay," I said, "that's good." He left the room to spread the news down the hall. I reread my Milton essay, couldn't figure out what I had been trying to say, tore it up, and started again. It was in the papers the next day. There was an incongruously neat picture of Amalara, probably a high school graduation picture, and it showed a rather sad-looking boy with an olive complexion and dark eyes and pockmarks on his nose. The boy had not confessed yet, but the evidence against him was strong. He and Gail Kerman had argued a great deal in the last month or so, and had broken up the week before. Amalara's roommate said he had been disgraced.
Hey, Nate.
In a footlocker under his bed,
How you doing?
Found a 7-inch hunting knife from L.L. Bean's, and a picture of the girl that had apparently been cut up with a pair of shears. Beside Amalara's picture was one of Gail Kerman. It blurrily showed a dog, a peeling lawn flamingo, and a rather mousy blonde girl wearing spectacles. An uncomfortable smile had turned her lips up, and her eyes were squinted. One hand was on the dog's head. It was true then. It had to be true. The fog came again that night, not on Little Cat's feet, but as an improper, silent sprawl. I walked that night. I had a headache, and I walked for air, smelling the wet, misty smell of the spring that was slowly wiping away the reluctant snow, leaving lifeless patches of last year's grass bare and uncovered, like the head of a sighing old grandmother. For me, that was one of the most beautiful nights I can remember. The people I passed under the haloed streetlights were murmuring shadows, and all of them seemed to be lovers, walking with hands and eyes linked. The melting snow dripped and ran, and from every dark storm drain, the sound of the sea drifted up, a dark winter sea, now strongly ebbing. I walked until nearly midnight, until I was thoroughly mildewed, and I passed many shadows, heard many footfalls, clicking dreamily off down the winding paths. Who is to say that one of those shadows was not the man, or the thing, that came to be known as Spring-Heeled Jack? Not I, for I passed many shadows, but in the fog I saw no faces. The next morning, the clamor in the hall woke me. I blundered out to see who had been
shepherd's
dressed,
pie.
combing my hair with both hands and running the fuzzy caterpillar that had craftily replaced my tongue across the dry roof of my mouth. "He got another one," he said to me, his face pallid with excitement. "They had to let him go." "Why go?" "Amalara," someone else said gleefully. "He was sitting in jail when it happened." "When what happened?" I asked patiently. Sooner or later I would get it, I was sure of that. "The guy killed somebody else last night, and now they're hunting all over for it." "For what?" The pallid face wavered in front of me again. "Her head. Whoever killed her took her head with him." New Sharon isn't a
that's
big
savage.
school now, and was even smaller then. The kind of institution the public relations people chummily refer to as a community college. And it really was like a small community, at least in those days. Between you and your friends, you probably had at least a nodding acquaintance with everybody else and their friends. Gail Kerman had been the type of girl you just nodded to, thinking vaguely that you had seen her around. We all knew Anne Bray. She had been the first runner-up in the Miss New England pageant the year before, her talent performance consisting of twirling a flaming baton to the tune of "Hey, Look Me Over." She was brainy, too. Until the time of her death, she had been editor of the school newspaper, a once-weekly rag with a lot of political cartoons and bombastic letters, a member of the Student Dramatic Society, and president of the National Service Sorority New Sharon branch. In the hot, fierce bubblings of my freshman youth, I had submitted a column idea to the paper and asked for a date, turned down on both counts. And now she was dead. Worse than dead. I walked to my afternoon classes like everybody else, nodding to people I knew and saying hi with a little more force than usual, as if I had known up for the close way I studied their faces, which was the same way they were studying mine. There was something dark among us, as dark as the path which twisted across the mall, or wound among the 100-year oaks on the quad in back of the gymnasium, as dark as the bulking Civil War cannons seen through a drifting membrane of fog. We looked into each other's faces and tried to read the darkness behind one another. This time, the police arrested no one. The Blue Beetles patrolled the campus ceaselessly on the foggy spring nights of the 18th, 19th, and 20th, and spotlights stabbed into dark nooks and crannies with erratic eagerness. The administration imposed a mandatory 9 o'clock curfew. A foolhardy couple discovered necking in the landscaped bushes north of the Tate Alumni Building were taken to the New Sharon police station and grilled unmercifully for 3 hours. There was a hysterical false alarm on the 20th when a boy was found unconscious in the same parking lot where the body of Gail Kerman had been found. A gibbering campus cop loaded him into the back of his cruiser and put a map of the county over his face without bothering to hunt for a pulse, and started toward the local hospital, siren wailing across the deserted campus like a seminar of banshees. After the corpse in the back seat had risen and asked hollowly, "Where the hell am I?" The cop shrieked and ran off the road. The corpse turned out to be an undergrad named Donald Morris, who had been in bed the last 2 days with a pretty lively case of flu. Was it Asian that year? I can't remember. Anyway, he fainted in the parking lot on his way to the grinder for a bowl of soup and some toast. The days continued warm and overcast. People clustered in small groups that had a tendency to break up and reform with surprising speed. Looking at the same set of faces for too long gave you funny ideas about some of them, and the speed with which rumors swept from one end of the campus to the other began to approach the speed of light. A well-liked history professor had been overheard laughing and weeping down by the small bridge. Gail Kerman had left a cryptic 2-word message written in her own blood on the blacktop of the Animal Sciences parking lot. Both murders were actually political crimes, ritual murders that had been performed by an offshoot of the SDS to protest the war. This was really laughable. The New Sharon SDS had 7 members. One fair-sized offshoot would have bankrupted the whole organization. This fact brought an even more sinister embellishment from the campus right-wingers, outside agitators. So during those queer, warm days, we all kept our eyes peeled for them. The press, always fickle, ignored the strong resemblance our murderer bore to Jack the Ripper, and dug further back, all the way to 1819. Anne Bray had been found a soggy patch of ground some 12 feet from the nearest sidewalk, and yet there were no footprints, not even her own. An enterprising New Hampshire newsman with a passion for the arcane christened the killer Spring-Heeled Jack after the infamous Dr. John Hawkins of Bristol, who did 5 of his wives to death with odd pharmaceutical knickknacks. And the name, probably because of that soggy yet unmarked ground, stuck. On the 21st, it rained again, and the mall and the quadrangle became quagmires. The police announced that they were salting plainclothes detectives, men and women, about, and took half the police cars off duty. The campus newspaper published a strongly indignant, if slightly incoherent, editorial protesting this. The upshot of it seemed to be that, with all sorts of cops masquerading as students, it would be impossible to tell a real outside agitator from a false one. Twilight came, and the fog with it, drifting up the tree-lined avenues slowly, almost thoughtfully, blotting out the buildings one by one. It was soft, insubstantial stuff, but somehow implacable and frightening. Spring-Heeled Jack was a man. No one seemed to doubt that, but the fog was his accomplice, and it was female. So it seemed to me. It was as if our little school was caught between them, swinging in some crazy lover's embrace, part of a marriage that had been consummated in blood. I sat and smoked and watched the lights come on in the growing darkness and wondered if it was all over. My roommate came in and shut the door quietly behind him. "It's going to snow soon," he said. I turned around and looked at him. "Does the radio say that?" "No," he said. "Who needs a weatherman? Have you ever heard of Strawberry Spring?" "Maybe," I said. "A long time ago. Something grandmothers talk about, isn't it?" He stood beside me, looking out at the creeping dark. "Strawberry Spring is like Indian Summer," he said, "only much more rare. You get a good Indian Summer in this part of the country once every 2 or 3 years. A spell of weather like we've been having is supposed to come only every 8 or 10. It's a false spring, a line spring, like Indian Summer is a false summer. My own grandmother used to say Strawberry Spring means the worst northerly winter is still on the way, and the longer this lasts, the harder the storm." "Folk tales," I said. "Never believe a word." I looked at him. "But I'm nervous. Are you?" He smiled benevolently and stole one of my cigarettes from the open pack. "I suspect everyone but me and thee," he said, and then the smile faded a little. "And sometimes I wonder about thee. Want to go over to the Union and shoot some 8-ball? I'll spot you 10. Trig prelim next week. I'm going to settle down with a magic marker and a hot pile of notes." For a long time after he was gone, I could only look out the window, and even after I had opened my book and stared in, part of me was still out there, walking in the shadows where something dark was now in charge. That night, Adele Perkins was killed. 6 police cars and 17 collegiate-looking plainclothes, reported all the way from Boston, patrolled the campus, but Spring-Heeled Jack killed her just the same, going unerringly for one of our own. The false spring, the lying spring, aided and abetted her. He killed her and left her propped behind the wheel of her 1964 Dodge to be found the next morning, and they found part of her in the back seat and part of her in the trunk. And written in blood on the windshield, this time fact instead of rumor, were 2 words: ha, ha. The campus went slightly mad after that. All of us and none of us had known Adele Perkins. one of those nameless, harried women who work the breakback shift and grind from 6 to 11 at night. Facing hordes of hamburger-happy students on study break from the library across the way, she must have had it relatively easy those last 3 foggy nights of her life. The curfew was being rigidly observed, and after 9, the grinder's only patrons were hungry cops and happy janitors. The empty buildings had improved their habitual bad temper considerably. There is little left to tell. The police, as prone to hysteria as any of us, and driven against the wall, arrested an innocuous homosexual sociology graduate student named Hanson Gray, who claimed he could not remember where he had spent several of the lethal evenings. They charged him, arraigned him, and let him go to scamper hurriedly back to his native New Hampshire town after the last unspeakable night of Strawberry Spring, when Marcia Curran was slaughtered on the mall. Why she had been out and alone is forever beyond knowing. She was a fat, sadly pretty thing who lived in an apartment in town.
Makes me want to read a Clive Barker book.
She
Yeah.
had slipped on campus
Stephen
as
King,
silently and as easily as Springfield.
the true master of horror.
What brought her? Perhaps her need was as deep and as ungovernable as her killers, and just as far beyond understanding. Maybe a need for one desperate and passionate romance with a warm night, the warm fog, the smell of the sea, and the cold knife. That was on the 23rd. On the 24th, the president of the college announced that spring break would be moved up a week, and we scattered, not joyfully, but like frightened sheep before a storm, leaving the campus empty and haunted by the police and one dark specter. I had my own car on campus, and I took 6 people downstate with me, their luggage crammed in helter-skelter. It wasn't a pleasant ride. For all any of us knew, Springfield Jack might have been in the car with us. That night, the thermometer dropped 15 degrees, and the whole northern New England area was belted by a shrieking norther that began in sleet and ended in freaking snow. The usual number of old duffers had heart attacks shoveling it away, and then, like magic, it was April. Clean showers and starry nights. They called it Strawberry Spring. God knows why, and it's an evil, lying time that only comes once every 8 or 10 years. Springfield Jack left with the fog, and by early June, campus conversation had turned to a series of draft protests and a sit-in at the building where a well-known naval manufacturer was holding job interviews. By June, the subject of Springfield Jack was almost unanimously avoided, at least aloud. I suspect there were many who turned it over and over privately, looking for the one crack in the seamless ache of madness that would make sense of it all. That was the year I graduated, and the next year was the year I married. A good job at a local publishing house. In 1971, we had a child. The man was almost school age, a fine and questing boys with my eyes and her mouth. Then, today's paper. Of course, I knew it was here. I knew it yesterday morning when I got up and heard the mysterious sound of snowmelt running down the gullies and smelled the salted tail of the ocean from our front porch, 9 miles from the nearest beach. I knew Strawberry Spring had come again when I started home from work last night and had to turn on my headlights against the mist that was already beginning to creep out of the fields and hollows, blurring the lines of the buildings and putting fairy halos around the street lamps. This morning's paper says a girl was killed on the New Sharon campus near the Civil War campus. She was killed last night and found in a melting snowbank. She was not all there. My wife is upset. She wants to know where I was last night. I can't tell her because I don't remember. I remember starting home from work, and I remember putting my headlights on to search my way through the lovely, creeping fog, but that's all I remember. I've been thinking about that foggy night when I had a headache and walked for air and past all the lovely shadows without shape or substance. And I've been thinking about the trunk of my car, such an ugly word, trunk, and wondering why in the world I should be afraid to open it. I can hear my wife, as I write this, in the next room crying. She thinks I was with another woman last night. And oh dear God, I think so too. Thank you for watching and listening to Strawberry Spring, a short story by Stephen King that can be found in his Night Shift collection. As always, constant reader, thank you for liking and subscribing and celebrating the works of Stephen King at the Stephen King Book Club.
They're like shoveling snow. The thief of always. Oh, network errors. Network errors. That's not good. That's not good. Up to the large control panels. One says K to set up the panel button. Hmm. Wait, what? Mm-hmm. Morning, Will. What else did I need? That.
Energy low.
Oh, B. Urgh. How's the morning going, Will? Did you wake up yet? Are you fully awake now?
It was 10:15, and Herb Tooklander was thinking of closing for the night when the man in the fancy overcoat and the white, staring face burst into Tookie's bar, which lies in the northern part of Falmouth. It was the 10th of January, just about the time most folks are learning to live comfortably with all the New Year's resolutions they broke, and there was one hell of a northeaster blowing outside. 6 inches had come down before dark, and it had been going hard and heavy since then. Twice we had seen Billy Larrabee go by high in the cab of the town plow, and the second time, Tookie ran him out of beer. An act of pure charity, my mother would have called it. And God knows she put down enough of Tookie's beer in her time. Billy told him they were keeping ahead of it on the main road, but the side ones were closed and apt to stay that way until the next morning. The radio in Portland was forecasting another foot and a 40-mile-an-hour wind to pile up the drifts. It was just Tookie and me in the bar, listening to the wind howl around the eaves and watching it dance the fire around on the hearth. "Have one for the road, Booth," Tookie says. "I'm gonna shut her down." He poured me one and himself one, and that's when the door cracked open and this stranger staggered in, snow up to his shoulders and in his hair like he had rolled around in confectioner's sugar. The wind billowed a sand-fine sheet of snow in after him. "Close the door," Tookie roars at him. "Was you born in a barn?" I never seen a man who looked that scared. He was like a horse that spent an afternoon eating fire nettles.
Well, we listened to this one the other night. Never mind. Never mind. A lot of these are far too long to starting right now. Jurassic Park.
Make this the best Halloween ever by pre-ordering my 2 brand new books coming out soon. The first is when something with claws and fur peeks out from the attic. and a truck driving duo who encounters something that just isn't a normal coyote. These are tales from the break room. Terror in the attic. From Lurking Moonlight. My name is Jacob, and I'm a painter. I was born and raised in northern Washington in a small town near the Canadian border. I don't want to reveal my exact location, or the location of my encounter, because I'm still here. Only a few people have been told about this. It's hard to tell my story in Washington, because some movies about vampires and werewolves came out just before this happened, and it just so happened that those movies take place in Washington. So, to this day, I keep quiet, unless I get on the topic of strange encounters, but still, I'm hesitant to share. Even after I get to know someone really well, I don't openly share this story. My coworker listens to your podcast over a Bluetooth speaker, and your podcast is the first time I've heard of others having these dogman or werewolf-style encounters. I turned ghost white the first time I heard one of your episodes referencing a werewolf encounter. My employee, Cody, instantly knew something was up. I've worked with Cody for about 3 years. After he saw my reaction to one of your werewolf stories, he knew I was hiding something, and I ended up sharing my encounter with him. He's kept asking me to write it down, so he can submit it to the show. Last year I wrote my initial encounter, but Cody says I need to give some background info on myself, and what led up to the encounter, instead of simply saying I saw a dogman family while painting. So here it is. I started residential painting in high school for my uncle.
Oh, I
I was
can't
saving up to buy my
fit
first
this
truck.
through there.
After
This
high school,
sucks.
I thought I would try a different profession, but nothing else ever seemed to pique my interest. So it was back to my uncle and painting. My uncle suggested I go to a tech school and get formal training in the trade, if it would be my permanent career. So I went to a tech school. Yes, there are schools that teach painting. The school was in Spokane, just south of where I live.
Spokane.
I learned painting on a whole new level and various other skills, such as collision repair, upholstery, welding, etc. After school, I returned to my hometown and worked for my uncle's business. Within a few years, my uncle informed me that he would quit the painting industry and move to something less stressful, since he was approaching 60. Now, my uncle didn't have too many employees, 7 in total, not counting me, but he did have tons of equipment and a few vans set up for painting. So I asked to buy him out and start my own business. We settled on a price, and I bought him out and went out on my own. At first, managing a few employees and incoming business was easy, but finding work became quite difficult and stressful when winter arrived. Most employees would work different jobs during the slow times, but only 2 of the 7 employees returned when spring came around. I kept doing most of the work, which was not ideal, but it saved me a lot in the long run. After a few years, I sold off most of the extra vehicles and ran the business mainly alone. In the years following the housing crash, 2007 through 2008, I managed to stay busy, sometimes hiring back a few of the painters I knew during the busy seasons. One day during the summer of 2012, I received a phone call from a lady who had inquired about sending me work at the local pizzeria, which I'd done years ago when I worked with my uncle. She inquired about doing some cabinet work and aging the wood to make her newly remodeled log home look more rustic. Over the phone, I explained to the lady that the pizza place was made with multiple layers and various tints of conversion varnish, which is more commonly used in commercial settings because of its durability. Very few homeowners used it. The lady explained she instantly knew that was the look she wanted when she visited the pizzeria. She asked the owner about the cabinets, and he referred her to me. After my experience of doing that kind of work, and knowing how long the process takes, not to mention the product from finish was horrible smell. I wanted to dissuade her from using the conversion varnish, so I explained the process of aging the wood and then distressing it. I shared with her the coating was a conversion varnish and it's a two-part mixture. Part A is the varnish and Part B is the catalyst or hardener. Once mixed, it stinks, and no one can occupy the space for quite some time until it has dried and is done off-gassing. I wanted to see if she was interested in using another product. I even shared a story of what happened when I first used that product. At first, I didn't wear my respirator when refurbishing the pizzeria, as I thought there was enough airflow. I remember I felt horrible. I had massive headaches, couldn't smell, was teary, and was just out of it mentally. When my uncle showed up at the job site, he let me have it, sending me home and telling me not to come back until my headache was better. He said I was most likely overexposed to the chemicals in the conversion varnish. When I came back, he gave me a respirator and had me read up on stuff. Even though I knew the hazards, I never took them seriously. But I learned firsthand the importance of PPE. This might seem like a lot of info, but it plays a role in my encounter. Back to the lady on the phone. After explaining how bad the stuff was, she said it would be okay, because she wouldn't be living this for a while. She was a senior. Where I'm from, that means she goes south during the winter months. When I asked about the place's location, she explained it was about an hour north, just along the Canadian border. I explained that I knew the area well, as my grandparents used to live there before they passed away in the early 2000s. I asked her if the place was near the bridge, but I flooded earlier. She said it was the log home nearest to the bridge, and this was the reason for the remodel, since part of her home had been damaged during the flood. I remembered seeing a few pictures of the flooding in the local newspaper. I knew about it, not the reason, but apparently, as she said, the bridge over the river was too low, and they had an early spring and it rained a lot, melting the snow and overflowing the river. A lot of debris got stuck under the bridge and dammed up the river, which caused the river to rise and flood the houses along the riverbank. She told me she had recently purchased the home and bought it as is. When she had it remodeled, she purchased new wood cabinets and flooring and redone all the walls with tongue and groove instead of sheetrock. She said she wanted the cabinets and tongue and groove aged and covered with the same coating as that pizzeria. I thought this would be expensive with all the work that goes into aging wood and the many coats of varnish it takes. I never bid over the phone since you don't know what you're getting into. When she asked about the price, I explained that I would give a ballpark figure because I couldn't give an honest bid without seeing the project first. After I gave my ballpark figure, she seemed not to bat an eye and said okay. That weekend, I drove up and walked through the areas she wanted to be done. It turned out the house exterior was done in half logs to give it the look of a traditional log home, but the interior was just like a typical house. She wanted the kitchen and bathroom cabinets done in black, and all the tongue and groove in those areas done in white. I worked up the details on an invoice and passed her the official bid. I planned to start at the beginning of October. She said she was considering inviting her family up to use the house over Christmas, and I assured her there was plenty of time for the conversion varnish to dry and off gas. When October came, I filled my van with everything I'd need. I drove up to the house. The first week at the cabin was spent prepping the wood, scratching it, putting saw marks in it, and distressing it to give it that old rustic charm. I was not looking forward to the next week, as that's when the conversion varnish would start. I remember coming home my first Friday night from there, and my wife had bought me my first smartphone. This was an upgrade from my old sliding phone. I asked why she purchased it, as my old phone was perfect. Then she called me on a video app called FaceTime, and I was blown away. She explained it was a new feature, that it would make better sense now that we could talk face to face. I am a simple person, and when I asked what was wrong with a phone call, she just laughed. That night, she walked me through my new phone, transferring numbers and all that fun techie stuff. This distracted me from my work. When Monday rolled around and I left, I didn't realize I'd completely forgotten to buy more filters for my respirator until I reached the cabin. At that point, I didn't want to drive an hour back home and another hour back to the cabin. I emptied my van, looking for filters, and found my uncle's air-fed suit and pump, which he had used for sand and soda blasting many years ago. It was tucked away in the spare tire compartment. Glad I never had a flat yet. Knowing firsthand how potent the varnish was, I hooked up the suit and said, "What the heck?" thinking at least no one would see me in this thing, as I looked pretty odd. If you don't know what an air-fed suit is or looks like, it is just as it sounds. A suit with a hose running to it to feed the suit air from the outside. There's a valve to control the airflow, which is crucial as you don't want air flowing back into the suit. When 3 p.m. rolled around, I was about a quarter of the way done with the first coat of the white conversion varnish on the tongue and groove. I needed to mix up a new batch of varnish, so I cleaned out my sprayer. Side note, once the stuff is mixed, it has a pot life of about 4 minutes before it starts to cure chemically, so cleaning my sprayer out between batches is crucial. I walked outside and removed my hood. I tried to video call my wife to remind her, but I didn't see the app icon. So I texted her and explained I would stay until I was done. Most likely I would be home around 1 or 2 a.m. After I started to work again, I saw storm clouds outside. If you're familiar with a job site, most workers listen to a radio, and you'll hear weather reports between songs. But not me. At that point, I was using an iPod and had playlists to listen to. Little did I know that a massive storm was forecasted. When it started to rain heavily, I was a bit surprised. But this is Washington after all. We get a lot of rain. Around 4 p.m., I got a text message about a flash flood warning. Dang, I thought. These smartphones are innovative. At about 9 p.m., my wife FaceTimed me. I turned off my air-fed suit and walked out of the kitchen, doffing off my suit. Each time before, when I removed my hood, I had done so outside. But as soon as my head came out of the suit inside, I was reminded of the horrid, intense smell of the conversion varnish. I plugged in my headset and chatted with my wife, and made my way to the restroom. I was trying to figure out how to use the restroom while video chatting. I told her I felt weird, and she made fun of me and said to call her back. After I finished my business, I called her back via FaceTime. While chatting, I told her the fumes were too strong, so I was putting the suit back on. While doing so, I set my phone on the countertop facing up. When I was almost done donning my suit, my wife let out a blood-curdling scream, and I nearly hit the floor in shock. All I heard was,
"Jake, the ceiling, look up!"
As I turned, I saw a blackish, hairy hand with what I thought was claws lifting the attic door out of place from inside the attic. As quickly as I saw that hand, the hand dropped the lid, leaving it slightly cracked open. My wife was yelling that there was someone in the attic, and that she would call the police from our landline. I told her, "Hang on just a sec. Did you see the hand?"
"That's all I saw,"
she exclaimed.
"I can't see that close looking for a camera."
"That wasn't a hand. It was a paw. I think there's an animal up there," I told her. "Not sure, though. I need to go have a look." I finished putting on the gear, ensuring my corded headset was weaved through the zipper so I could still be on the phone. I turned on my air and told her I was going up into the attic to take a look, because I wasn't sure what it was. I could hear her in the background trying to argue with me, but I'd already made up my mind. I told her to calm down and just watch. I positioned the phone the best I could, but the phone was outside my suit and attached to my headset, so no matter which pocket I put it in, the phone would slide down and leave covering the camera. so I did the next best thing I could think of. A painter's trick I learned from my uncle. I rolled up some blue masking tape sticky side out, stuck it to my suit, then stuck the phone to the tape. Now my wife could see what I could see. I went and grabbed a flashlight. I took my ladder, swung it around, and placed it under the attic access. My wife kept asking me to stop slowly as the camera would freeze and cut out during my swift movements. Then, right before I proceeded up the stairs, I thought I should grab my spray gun with my short 12-inch extension on it. I hung it from my belt, then started up the ladder. Right before I headed up the stairs, I told her to call the police if something were to happen. I cracked open the access door and tossed it aside, but didn't go up straight away. I just waited briefly at the top of my ladder to see if I saw anything up there, like flashlight movement, in case it was a person. To my surprise, as I looked up there, just on the edge of the access was a light switch. "There's a light switch for the attic," I exclaimed. I used my spray gun extension to switch the light on. I expected to see something, but I didn't. So I slowly poked my head up into the attic, taking quick looks in every direction, but still saw nothing. I noticed a light at both ends of the attic, and one just above me. The attic appeared to be covered with OSB sheeting. After gaining more confidence, I told my wife, "Well, here I go." I climbed up there quickly, stood up, and looked around. At first, since I was scanning, I didn't see anything until I slowed down. That was when my eyes locked onto this mass of fur along one of the walls. The fur was dark brown, almost black, but not a true black. It was like looking at a black cat and slowly understanding that the fur was a deep brown instead. "Honey," I said, "there's a black bear up here." She responded,
"I see it, but how did it get up there?"
"No clue," I said. Then the bear, or what I thought was a bear, moved and stood on two bony legs, separating itself from another creature of the same size, but its color was more brown, more like tree bark. The creature was just around a foot shy of touching the attic ceiling when standing. Its fur looked wet and dirty, with clumps of mud in it. Then I noticed that the arms of the beast, standing, had hands like a human's, but ended with sharp, pointy ends, and I knew that those were the claws I'd seen. As I tried to talk to my wife, yelling,
"What kind of a bear is that? Is that even a bear?"
"I don't know what it is," I whispered back. My wife kept saying, "Get out of the attic," but I didn't respond. The creature that had moved off the other one had its back towards me, and now slowly turned around to face me. The thing had the head of a wolf, a long snout and big ears that stood straight up, coming to an edge between me. It had a long tail with short hair hanging straight down. The creature's eyes shined and amber yellow, and it swayed side to side. I was scared before when I thought it was, but now this genuine fear set in. A rush of memories and emotions ran through my mind. It's so hard to explain now, but when I was young, there were these two cartoons that scared me. Even as a grown man, I wouldn't say I liked watching them because of the memories of the fear I felt as a child. The first cartoon was Peter and the Wolf. The wolf scared me as a child to the point when the music came on the TV, I would run and hide. The second one was Lambert, the sheepish lion. The wolf's eye in the cartoon would glow a yellow-orange, and this creature in front of me had the very same eyes. It was like my childhood fear had just come alive, and was even more terrifying than I could have imagined. To put it politely, if I hadn't just used the bathroom, I think I would have produced a gold nugget from my backside that would have made the California Gold Rush look like a cereal box prize. I could hear my wife yelling at me, snapping me out of my daze. Oh my god. It looks like a werewolf, I told my wife as I gathered my thoughts. Looking at it gave me an adrenaline rush and a feeling like I wanted to pass out simultaneously. My wife was talking to me, but my attention was focused on the creature. As I inspected it more, I noticed its eyes were watering and its nose was running. I could see its chest, swayed from side to side. I think the fumes must have disoriented them, I said, interrupting my wife. She said,
That has to be someone in a suit trying to scare you. It's October after all. Halloween is close. Stores are selling costumes.
No, I calmly replied, trying to hold it together. Whatever this is, I think it's real. The creature began to walk forward slowly. Hold on, don't come any closer, I yelled through my hood, and I reached down and turned up my air supply, which started to inflate the suit. I thought I would try to make myself look bigger, like they tell you when you see wild animals. The creature did stop, but kept swaying. The one behind it stayed facing the wall, sitting hunched over, and when I looked at it, I thought I saw a tiny little arm and leg moving behind it. My thought was, there's no way that thing was holding a puppy. I moved a little for the first time, and this werewolf-looking thing growled at me. The growl was deep, as if I could almost feel it in the pit of my stomach. I raised my spray gun at it, and it growled deeper. It was like it knew, like it was smart, like it recognized something being pointed at it and knew that it was dangerous. My phone must have frozen, because my wife's voice returned to my ear.
Jake, answer me.
I replied, I'm still here. Can you see what I'm looking at? She said,
I'm so scared. I don't know what they are.
Now I was putting two and two together. Honey, these things are up here with a baby. She started to say something, but I cut her off. Just listen. The fumes from my conversion varnish disoriented them. Otherwise, this one right here would have already attacked me. As I was talking, my eyes caught a glimpse of a round louver vent on the back side of the attic, almost directly behind the creature. Mud streaks were sliding down the attic wall under it. Honey, I said, they came in through the louvers. The louvers tilted open and they probably crawled in to escape the horrible weather. I looked at the creature, which kept on swaying. Its eyes were so creepy that I didn't want to look at them. But I managed to keep it in my sights as I slowly backed up to the louver behind me on my side of the attic and tilted it open. When I did, the air current shifted, letting in fresh air. Then I stepped back and carefully walked towards the attic opening. The creature growled at me several times, but it didn't move. I pointed at the window and began to yell. Get out! Go on! Leave! Get out of here! I then pointed at the opening. Then the creature started to advance towards me, not the opening. I realized I might have provoked it by yelling like that. Then it moved very fast. I grabbed my spray gun and sprayed white conversion varnish in the air. It stopped, appearing shocked at the sound and action of my spray gun. Then the creature turned, like it was going to swing around one of the trusses, but when it moved and turned, I sprayed the beast with my spray gun, leaving a massive white streak down the middle of its back. The creature let out a bellow and a nasty hiss, but with the smell and stickiness from the varnish, the beast didn't turn back to me. I could see its hands trying to feel around, almost like it was trying to feel its own back, which would be natural for any person to do if they felt something on their back. I realized then my wife was still frantic over the phone, calling my name and saying she was trying to find someone up here to call. I told her I was fine and had just let the creature have it with some fresh varnish across its back. As I returned to the access point, I could see the other werewolf creature fully. It was curled up like a dog, with not just one puppy but several. I quickly returned to the access and started down the ladder. The werewolf I'd sprayed was now rubbing its back along a truss, trying to get the varnish off. When it heard the ladder, it pulled away from the truss, like it was going to come after me. Then I saw its backside, which now had a black line down the middle of it from the varnish it rubbed off onto the truss, and I thought to myself that it now looked like a giant skunk. I grabbed the lid and slid it back into place as I hurried down the ladder. I quickly doffed off my gear as I ran to the door, pulling my phone off the tape, and I took off. I ran through the downpouring rain and just left. My wife was frantic on the call home. For the first several minutes, she kept asking if that creature had followed me. I didn't even want to look in my rearview mirror to check. When I got home through that horrible weather, my wife checked me over several times to ensure that I was okay. I filled her in on the parts that she cut out. I told him I wanted to get a hold of my friend Matt, who I did, as he was now a sheriff in my county. I wanted him to go back up there with me to help me gather my stuff. When I contacted him, I told him what I'd seen. He acted rather surprised, but I'd known him since first grade, and he knew that I was a no-nonsense person when it came to things like this. He agreed to go up there with me, after his shift the next day, to help me get my stuff and check the place out. When we arrived, it was just as I had left it. The first thing I checked was the attic access. The access door was still on. We checked all the rooms, but there was no evidence of any werewolf creature to be seen. We then proceeded to my ladder under the attic door. My friend went up first and called me up. The attic was clear. When we looked around, my friend saw everything I described. Varnish on the truss, mud under the louver vents, massive paw prints around the attic. He swore then, using a few choice words, then said, "I was hoping you were wrong. I thought you saw just a mangy bear, but these are huge wolf prints, man. Dang, no one's gonna believe this. I mean, I've gotten some weird sighting reports before, and I've heard about weird sighting reports from Jared. You remember him from school? He's a park ranger now. We usually meet for coffee a few times a week or so, or go shooting and exchange stories. But this," he paused, "this takes the cake." He sighed and asked if it was okay to call Jared, to tell him about this. I had no arguments, but said to keep it between us for now. He called Jared, who said he was going to drive up and have a look for himself. Max walked over to the louver vent, tipped it up, looked out for a minute, and said, "There are prints all over the roof. Think it's safe to say those creatures are gone." I replied, "There isn't much up here besides the mud and prints. I think those things saw the louver vents open and just wanted out of the rain." Max agreed, but to be safe, maybe you should screw the louvers shut while you finish the cabin. "You are going to finish it?" he questioned me. "Suppose so," I replied, "but I'm bringing up a few other painters to finish. I ain't painting alone up here again. I'm not painting at night either." We returned to the ladder and headed down. I inspected my equipment while waiting for Jared. My sprayer was seized as the conversion varnish had dried and hardened in the lines in the pump. All my other equipment was okay. When Jared arrived, we walked him through the scene of the vents. He was a little shocked, but not as shocked as I thought he would be. Then I asked him if any other individuals had reported seeing these werewolf creatures. Jared told me he gets more Bigfoot sightings than anything. He'd heard of the Dogman before, but had never had a report. Nor has he heard of other park rangers getting reports. "It's all Bigfoot up here. Everyone always reports Bigfoot. But a few reports," he said. Could be other things, as the reports didn't coincide with normal Bigfoot sightings. Jared went on for a bit about a few recent sightings. He finished up and said that they usually just report most things as bears. He told me it was best if I informed the homeowner that I should explain that a delinquent bear cub had entered the attic during the last flood, and I subsequently did what I had to do, but ended up leaving when the bear cub didn't. After a few minutes of chatting and catching up, we left and drove back. I called the owner explaining what had happened, and used the delinquent bear cub story as a cover. The lady said she felt terrible, that I had to spray it with varnish, but she was glad that I wasn't attacked. She said she would change out the louver vents for genuine windows now. I didn't return to the cabin until Friday, when I had 2 other painters lined up to help me finish the cabin. I explained about the bear cub to them and how I'd left in a hurry. We cleaned up and finished that project. Now, when I drive past the pizzeria or hear the word conversion varnish, it's the night of my encounter. Putting words on a page or voice on a podcast can't express the feeling when you are truly terrified. I'm glad my wife have part of this experience, because now she knows there are things out there that we can't explain. When she tells me she's going to upgrade my phone, I joke, remember what happened last night? My favorite is when I get a text asking me to FaceTime, and I respond, remember my first time using FaceTime? Although we try to get some laughter out of it, it was genuinely horrifying, and I wish to never see one of those creatures again. Next time, if you happen to be in northern Washington, and you see a giant skunk, take a second look, as it might just be a painted werewolf.
Ha.
What was that?
Ha ha ha.
From Ducklord. The story I'm going to share with you happened to my father and uncle. You see, my father, whom we'll call S, was a truck driver, and my uncle, N, was driving with my dad on a cross-country trip during his holidays. My uncle and dad were both young back then. My dad was 22 and my uncle was 16. On day 3 of the trip, they entered Nevada around dusk. About an hour later, my dad mentioned he wanted to pull into the next rest stop, and my uncle agreed. They looked at the map and saw that one was about 3 miles away. As they got closer to the rest stop, my uncle pointed out to my father, "Take a look at that. That's one big coyote." He was mildly surprised. "Yeah," my father replied, glancing at said coyote. "Good Lord, that's really big," he exclaimed, as the coyote disappeared into the small patch of forest they were driving through. Later, when they stopped at the rest stop, my father noted it was almost completely empty. He got an uneasy feeling in his chest, regretting that he had left his gun at home. My uncle spoke. "Finally, I gotta take a big one." He hopped from the truck and headed to the bathrooms across the truck stop. My dad quickly made his bed in the back of the truck and changed into some pajamas. As he was getting into bed, my uncle came sprinting back, yanking the door open, jumping in, and locking it. My dad asked, "Whoa, what's the problem?" Nothing, man. I heard something rustling in the bushes outside the bathroom," he answered in a breathless voice as he got dressed in his pajamas, then hopped onto the top bunk. Later that night, my dad was sleeping like the dead, but my uncle kept waking up to this soft tapping sound moving around the truck. It was like a dog's claws on wooden floors. After this happened a few times, he decided, screw this, and put his pillow over his ears to finally get some rest. The next morning, my dad woke up to the sunny Nevada day. He got up and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and get cleaned up. When he came back to the truck, he noticed that the passenger side door was scratched, as if a dog's paws had dragged across it. After putting his things away, He had a smoke as my uncle came out of the truck, mumbling a good morning before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. When my uncle noticed the scratches as well, he asked my father if he had seen them. My father said, "Yeah, we can just get them painted over." They set off and stopped at the next gas station to get snacks. They passed Quinn River Crossing uneventfully. Halfway to Happy Creek, they pulled over to relieve themselves. As they climbed back into the truck, they heard a howl not too far from them, so they quickly jumped back in and drove away. Just after they passed Happy Creek and the roads were empty, my uncle asked if he could drive. My dad said yes, so they pulled over. As they did, something thumped against the trailer, and they swear they heard a growl, followed by a strange voice that said, "Ow." Without thinking, my dad put the truck in drive and floored it. The thing that hit them was now running next to the cab, keeping pace with the truck, which was now pressing 8 and still picking up speed. The creature smoothly went from running on 4 legs to 2 and started moving even faster, soon outpacing the truck. In the headlights, they could see fur and the hind legs of what looked like a dog or coyote. But the tail looked all wrong. It turned to look back at the truck, giving an evil-sounding shriek, the mix of a wolf's howl and a woman's scream and a rabbit's death cry. The terror my father and uncle experienced that night was beyond words. As they were about to hit the creature, it jumped onto the truck's hood and began to claw at the engine bay. My dad honked the horn, and the creature jumped off, only for the truck to run it over. My dad pushed the truck over 100 miles per hour, desperate to escape. From a distance, they heard that same demonic screech. They got away safely. Luckily, the rest of the trip was uneventful. After they dropped off the trailer in Houston, and after many questions about their damage, they asked their dad to buy them plane tickets back to Seattle. So, they flew back, and when their dad asked what happened, their mouths stayed shut. They haven't talked about it much since. Doppelganger in Aisle 3. From Dragons Will Fly. This happened between 10 to 15 years ago. I work at a well-known American-based retail store, whose mantra of "Save money, live better" will have any American reading this know what store this was. The store had recently had a renovation, and you could feel a sense of unease within its walls. It had been built in 2007, but the lands there, well, the lands had a history. A Dutch settlement, then an English settlement, a pirate hideout, a conservation project. But one part of its history that stands out the most is the fact that the New Jersey Meadowlands area was heavily used as a dumping ground since before World War II. A landfill for all sorts of wastes known to man, from the rubble of London during the Blitz to medical waste, mercury, and PCBs in the 60s. And of course, bodies. It's a fact that in 2002, when they were adding an additional exit on the New Jersey Turnpike to a train depot, they exhumed over 4,000 bodies. These bodies were found to be a potter's field created in the Meadowlands from the poor farms and mental asylums that were in the area back in the 1800s. These were the only known bodies that had been excavated. Who knows how many more are out there, just waiting to be found. But enough about that. During my time at this store, there have been many instances in which the paranormal has shown itself. A shadow man had been spotted in the tire shop by a friend of mine who worked maintenance. Random products jumped off the shelf when no one was near the items, nor on the other side of the aisle. Roll-up doors opened on their own. You might hear someone else sneeze in the coolers when a person was by themselves inside a particular cooler. As often as some of these occurrences happened, one could brush them off as a possible natural incident. Items falling off shelves? Maybe it was just hanging somewhat on the edge, and gravity did the rest. Shadow Man? Maybe a trick of the light. The roll-up doors. Well, that's a little harder to explain. The only time they open is by a button on either side of the door to the rooms that they section off. There's a sensor that allows the door to roll back up when something is blocking the auto-close of the door. This is a safety feature that keeps the door from closing automatically on a person. This sensor does not roll the door back up when the door is fully closed, however, because there's nothing that is blocking the sensor to tell it to roll back up. Yet, during these instances that it was fully closed, I'd seen it go up by itself. The first time it happened was when I had heard a sneeze from in there and went to investigate who it was. And of course, to my surprise, no one was inside. Maybe someone just sneezed really loud on the sales floor near the wall. I've never heard it happen before, and I'm more than certain people have sneezed in that same area, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention to the sounds. As for the door, I really couldn't think of a reason why it would have opened on its own. So my mind kept brushing aside these instances for the longest time. That was until the creepiest thing that happened to me in the store occurred. After this particular event, I could no longer try to logically push aside everything that I'd seen within that store. I was working overnight, stocking shelves and ensuring the store was ready for the daytime, when most of the clientele would come in for all their needs. I'd just finished stocking the merchandise that had come in off the truck during the afternoon, and was looking for my work colleagues. I'll refer to them as C and L. I needed their help to get the TVs from the back. As soon as I turned to head toward the stockroom, I noticed C standing a couple of aisles away from me, just staring at me. Speak of the devil, I thought to myself, as I smiled at him before calling out to him. Perfect timing, man. I was just about to come looking for you. C didn't say a word to me, and I thought this was very strange. I was about to open my mouth again when he turned his back and started to walk away from me, heading towards the back room. I was a little aggravated by this. I know he'd heard me, but he didn't even acknowledge me. I know I had the music turned on in the electronics aisle, but it was nowhere near loud enough for him to not hear me. And he certainly should have seen my mouth moving, even if he couldn't hear me. I rolled my eyes and started to follow him, calling out to him every so often to get his attention. He wasn't exactly far from me, maybe 20 feet at most, and so I was able to keep him in my line of sight, even though he was much taller than me and had a longer stride. When he turned the corner of the last aisle in the department to head towards the stockroom, I followed suit. He had just turned the corner 2, maybe 3 seconds before me, and as I turned the corner, he was no longer there. The double doors to the back weren't even swinging. I pushed through the doors, just knowing that C was back in the stockroom. I hadn't seen him back there yet, but it didn't mean that he wasn't there. I just saw him head that way after all, and I was really irritated that he hadn't responded to me at all while I was calling his name. As I got to the end of the short hallway, I decided to turn to the left, which is the area that housed the back stock of televisions. If I couldn't find him back here, I was planning on just getting the TVs myself, so I could just keep myself busy through the rest of the night, and not have to be moved to another area. As I turned the corner, I heard voices further down the room I entered. It was where the store kept all the excess apparel, as well as the merchandise, that I've been on a quest for since the beginning of when I saw C. As I moved closer to the TVs, I suddenly recognized the voices. C and L were back here. My irritation grew anew as I got closer to them and heard their voices louder. What the heck, C? I started, as I turned the corner into the section of steel their voices were coming from. My eyes widened as I noticed that he was in the middle of moving TVs on the very top of the steel, and L was midway on the steel, reaching up to the televisions C was handing down. What the heck, what? L asked, as he grabbed the merchandise and brought it down. So he dropped down and continue speaking. I was floored. I knew that there was no way for him to have made it up to the top of a 20-foot rack in the time frame that I'd seen him on the floor and lost sight of him. It just wasn't feasible, especially when he wasn't even on the ground. Everything okay? Al asked, with confusion in his eyes. You noticed I was trying to wrap my head around something. It was a pancake as to what I was trying to figure out. How long have you been back there? I asked, trying to get a basic understanding of what could have possibly happened and who I actually saw. Even though I'd worked with C for well over a year now and knew what he looked like. Well, I haven't been keeping time, but we've gotten rid of about 5 pallets of TVs now, so maybe half an hour, C answered from his perch on the rack. And you both have been together here this whole time? I asked, even though I knew it was more than likely true. A single person could put away the TVs, but to put them on the top and to bring some down to make it easier to reach would be very difficult for one person. Of course we have, El said, as he pushed his glasses up his nose. What's really going on? I sighed as I ran my hand through my hair. I told them everything, how I saw C in electronics, and spoke with him, and he had told me. I told them how I followed him to the back room, and how I found him busy at work. Are you sure it looked like me? C questioned, as he scratched the side of his cheek. Of course I'm sure, I replied, irritably. It's not like you have a family member working here that looks like you, like Elle does. I don't know what to tell you, C started, as he moved to stand back up. I've been up here this entire time, and I haven't come down yet, so you couldn't have seen me in electronics. A ghost, Elle whispered, as he leaned against the rack. I know people say the place is haunted, I started, as I glanced around the area. I've seen some weird crap here too, but really? This place isn't that old. I know, but Flaccus said there was some crazy things that happened in the past here, so maybe the land has something to do with what you saw, Elle stated, with certainty, as he glanced between himself and C. Flacco was an older woman who worked with us, and Elle was dating her daughter at the time. Flacca isn't her real name, but everyone called her this name, as it was Spanish for someone who was skinny. She'd lived in the area for a long time, and knew parts of the history of the area, especially more of the family aspects of the history. Ever watch The Sopranos? If so, then you know what I'm talking about. It has never been found as fact that anything of that nature occurred here, but it is heavily rumored by anyone who lives here. I nodded my head slowly, and decided to change the topic back to what I'd wanted to speak with him about previously. Even though I was talking about the televisions I needed, my brain kept replaying the incident that had transpired. A ghost, I thought, as C and L started to bring down more of these smaller TVs that I needed from the top. It makes sense. There's
Car's
no way
mood
C could
looks
have
like
gotten up there
I'm
in enough time to
back
beat me to the back
in
room.
tomorrow
It
at
would not
3
have been halfway
again
up the
to
rack before
try
I got
and
to her.
run
And
this
they both
generator.
looked very confused at what I said.
Ugh,
I
generators.
looked around me again as all these thoughts.
Generators.
As the years have gone by, I've yet to see anything as strange as I had back then. As the store continued to grow in popularity within the community, the number of customers has grown exponentially. So to help with this influx, more associates had been hired on. The more crowded it got, the less likely something paranormal happened. At least to the extent I'd seen. There were still little things, items falling off the shelf when no one was around, and sometimes I would hear someone call my name softly, and of course, there would be no one around me. The store is currently going through another remodel as I write this.
Yeah.
Nothing has
Yeah.
ramped up as of yet.
12-hour days.
The last time
It'll
any
get
activity
you.
popped up was after the remodel. With the extra associates around, I believe there may be little things that happen, but nothing quite as big or dramatic as seeing a doppelganger in the store. George, Oscar, and Maurice. From Eagle Scout 610. George, Oscar, and Maurice are three of, if not the most frequent customers at the movie theater I've been an usher at for the last 5 years. In fact, they're at the theater every single day, which is something most of our most devoted regular
Yeah, you're
customers
gonna
don't
need the
do.
money for it.
How is this possible? Well, George, Oscar, and Maurice are the names of the three ghosts that inhabit the place. I'll go over each of them in order of least to most annoying. If there's any upside to having this many ghosts running about, it's that they're all harmless. So far. Annoying, yes, but I don't think they've harmed anyone. First off is Maurice. His story is the most tragic out of the three, as he's the only ghost we know the origin of. You see, his full name is Grandpa Maurice, and the story is that in the late 90s or early 2000s, an old man came to see a horror film and ended up dying during the movie, being found by the cleaning crew after the film was over. I still don't know how nobody in the theater noticed, but I guess that's beyond the point. The strangest thing about Maurice's story, however, is that nobody remembers exactly where he died. Some longtime employees say Theater 4, some Theater 5, others Theater 12, but it doesn't really matter. If you enter a theater after a movie, there's a chance Maurice is there with you. Despite the tragic story, Maurice is the most harmless of all our ghosts, in the sense that he doesn't try to interact with people. The worst he can do is give you an intense feeling of being watched when you're alone in a theater. He'll also appear out of the corner of your eye, looking like a customer sitting in a chair, only to vanish when you turn to look at the chair in question. I found the best way to prevent problems with Maurice is to say, "Good morning, Maurice," and "Good night, Maurice," when opening or closing the theater for the day. Oscar is a little more intense than Maurice. I don't know where Oscar came from, but he's named after the Grouch on Sesame Street. He got that name because he hangs out in the trash hall, where we keep our bins and cans before taking it all out for the night. Every so often, Oscar gets, well, grouchy, and will move the cans that are lined up back there. I've even seen him do it. I was tossing a bag of trash into the bin when one of the cans behind me rolled for about a foot before coming to a stop. Let me tell you, it never stops being frustrating walking into the hall and finding that the cans are now everywhere, and there's often trash all over the floor. Moving cans is one thing, but Oscar will also mess with the service elevator in the back hallway, too. Every so often, while emptying a bag of trash, I'll hear the elevator activate, come back up, we're on the second floor, and open. Every single time this happens, footsteps can be heard stepping out of the elevator. That elevator is around a corner, down another stretch of hallway, which is about 100 feet. So a normal person's footsteps would not be that loud at that distance. Now you may be saying, aren't you in a movie theater? Couldn't it just be footsteps from a movie? No. Every single time it's two very distinct clunks on the concrete door. Sometimes the sounds get closer, and right when they're about to turn the corner to get to where the bins are, they stop. As far as I know, there's no way to counter Oscar, other than pray he's in a good mood. I've tried saying good night and good morning to him, but that doesn't help. Much like the Muppet he's named after, Oscar is just an uncurable grouch. Lastly, there's George. To put it bluntly, George is just a rear end.
Alright, everybody. I'm going to call it a night right here. I am getting very tired. Cancel. Save that. Then do this. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the subs and the resubs this week. The new follows, which, by the way, Dragons Gamer 2000, thank you for the follow. And the raids. Been quite nice this week. I think we'll continue the horror stories. I'm going to try to find some better ones and some stuff that we haven't been over yet for next week. Who's on? I think Cinna's on. Yeah, he's doing some EFT. We'll watch him get shot up a few times. But I'm going to go. I'm getting tired already. Almost 7 hours playing this. You guys have a wonderful time zone, whichever one you happen to be in, and enjoy the start of your week or the start of the work week. I will see you all come Thursday as per usual. Till then, be safe, be nice to each other. And remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody. Bye.